itatua katika njano au itatua katika blue. Sasa ndivyo mambo yalivyo, na waandishi wetu katika maeneo mbalimbali wanaendelea kufuatilia matukio hayo kwa karibu zaidi, kuhakikisha kwamba sio tu katika ngazi za urais, lakini vile vile katika ngazi za udiwani, ngazi za wakilishi mwanamke, ugavana, useneta na viti vingine na vyo vingine wanakupasha mengi zaidi. Tunaelekea wapi Nuru?
Naam, kweli kabisa, lakini tukiangazia viti vya ubunge, wengi tayari washatangazwa, wengi washaanza kusherehekea popote pale, kama tulivyomwona huyo mwenzetu hapo pia alikuwa amezungumza na mmoja wao. Ni swala ambalo wengi pia wamechangamkia, lakini kuna wale pia wamejitokeza tayari wana malalamishi katika kaunti tofauti, labda katika viti tofauti, lakini ni swala ambalo pia tunaendelea kuangazia na wanahabari wetu. Hivi sasa tutakuwa tunaelekea wapi kule?
Katika kaunti ya Kwale, na katika kaunti ya Kwale tunakutana na mwandishi wetu Fatma Bugu ambaye amekuwa kutwa nzima katika kituo kimoja cha kuhesabia kura katika eneo bunge la Matuga ambako kuliwa tafrani ya aina yake. Fatma, tueleze hadi kufikia sasa, labda hapo awali vile vile mambo yanakwenda vipi?
Na mubashara kutoka kituo cha Matuga ambacho ni cha kujumuisha kura katika eneo bunge hili la Matuga. Na katika kituo hiki tumeweza kushuhudia hali ya sintofahamu kutokea hapo jana, ambapo baadhi ya viongozi waliweza kujitokeza na kusema kwamba ama kudai kwamba kuna njama ya wizi wa kura, na hivyo basi hii leo pia shughuli hiyo iliweza kutatizwa kwa muda baada ya wagombea viti mbalimbali kujitokeza na kusema kwamba ama kudai kuwa hawatokubaliana na matokeo ambayo yatatoka katika kituo hiki kutokana na njama hiyo ya kuiba kura. Pia hapo jana tuliona kwamba zoezi hili zima liliweza kusitishwa kwa muda na viongozi hao wakisema kwamba hawatakubali matokeo, na hivyo basi limeweza kujitokeza hii leo, na ni swala ambalo wamesema kwamba wataweza kufika kotini, na hivyo basi hawataweza kukubali matokeo yote ambayo yatakuwa yanatoka katika kituo hiki. Kituo hiki cha Matuga ni miongoni tu mwa vituo vikuu katika kaunti hii ya Kwale. Mpenzi mtazamaji, labda ukiangalia katika picha zetu, picha za hapo awali, shughuli nzima ya sintofahamu katika kituo hiki, jinsi hali ilivyokuwa wakati baadhi ya viongozi walikuwa wanatolewa kwa lazima katika kituo hiki baada ya kudinda kutoka na kukataa kuendelea kwa shughuli hiyo ya kujumuisha kura. Naam, na pia tuliweza kuongea na viongozi hao na haya ndio waliosema.
The candidates who are here, the contestants, right from the governors, senators, the MP, members of parliament, MCAs, and the rest, have witnessed a lot of irregularities. The Constitution provides free and fair election as a right. And if that right is infringed, then you have to rise and say, oh, our rights are being infringed. In this process, we are raising our hands, we are coming together in solidarity to say the electoral process, the electoral process actually is in a mess. And like in Mombasa, like in Kakamega, where the IEBC used its wisdom to apply a bit of the legal resolve to say, if the process is as it is, let it be stopped. And there are a number of issues you have already been told. People have been arrested and released. The security team is compromised. The officers here from the IBC are compromised. Everybody is compromised here except God. So we are only calling upon the IEBC people to stop this election because of the massive irregularities.
So far, we take it that there has been no election as defined in our constitution in Kwale County. There have been so many malpractices, thefts of ballot papers, caught some people with Kim kits, open ballot boxes. It's across the board. It is a scheme which surprisingly seemed to get the support of the returning officer, a scheme that was targeting theft of votes from all of us. And we have evidence. Some people were even arrested yesterday. They were arrested yesterday with IBC, that's the Kim kits, and ballot papers. And some were caught red-handed changing them. Even the police came in and they arrested them. And the returning officer agrees in our presence that there were issues and refuses to expound on what the issues were. We have records of those issues. We know the individuals. We have everything. And he's aware of it. That's why he said there are issues. Yes. And we as candidates have every right to sit in the tallying hall. He has used the police to push us out. He has refused to address our concerns. He has to stop the process because he's serving us. All he needed to do was give us an explanation. We are mature people and we understand, but he went on to contravene the law. Here, our concern is the improper application of the law, criminal activities, infringing the law. We are not at the level of petitions. We are at the level of getting our constitutional rights. But these have been infringed deliberately, and there is evidence. We're not accepting this so-called election. It's a sham, and we have evidence to that.
But the whole process is a sham, and everybody should know this. We need it stopped so that we can get a fair and free election. Yes, let it be stopped. That's it. There's no better word to put it than that one.
Naam, ni taarifa ambayo tunaifuatilia kwa kina katika kituo hiki cha Matuga, eneo bunge la Matuga. Tumeweza kuwaona wakiongea baadhi ya wagombea ugavana katika kaunti hii, akiwemo Ali Chirau Makwere ambaye anawania kiti hiki kwa mara ya pili. Na pia tumeweza kumuona Luganzi Chai akisema kwamba kweli hawatokubali matokeo ya kura hizi hadi pale masikizano yataweza kuafikiwa na shughuli hii kuweza kuendelea, na hivyo basi matokeo yatakayotolewa basi yaweze kukubaliwa na viongozi wote. Lakini pia tumeweza kutembelea vituo mbalimbali vya Kinango, vituo vya Lungalunga na vituo pia ambavyo viko katika eneo bunge la Msambweni, na ni shughuli ambayo bado inaendelea kufanywa, na matukio ya viongozi mbalimbali yataweza kutazwa tu muda si mrefu, lakini ni shughuli ambayo pia huenda ikachukua muda kutokana na sintofahamu ambazo zinaendelea kujiri katika vituo hivi mbalimbali katika eneo bunge hili la kaunti ya Kwale. Pia kauli iliyotolewa ya linda kura imeweza kuonekana wakati wafuasi wa wagombea viti mbalimbali wakikita kambi katika vituo hivi vinne vya kujumuisha kura katika kaunti hii ya Kwale, wakitaka tu kujua yanayojiri katika vituo hivi, na pia wakitaka kujua ni nani aliyoweza kuchukua ushindi ama aliyoweza kushindwa. Lakini tutakuwa tunakujuza mengi zaidi kutoka kaunti hii ya Kwale kila baada ya muda habari zinapochipuka. Lakini kwa sasa ni hayo.
Shukran sana Fatma Bugu akiwa kule Kwale. Tunaona kwamba amezungumzia masuala mengi tu ambayo yameibuka, na tunatumai kwa masuala haya yatatatuliwa kwa njia ifahayo kwa sasa.
Zipa pa anapiga Kiingereza cha hatari sana pale. Mwana diplomasia yule. Na bila shaka ni vile tumfahamishe mtazamaji wetu kwamba wageni wetu tayari wameshajiunga nasi hapa studioni. Amina Mama Mwidao kutoka Mombasa, na vile tunaye Daktari Aljalala Mkhwana wako na sisi hapa, tutakuwa tukizungumza mengi nao baadaye kidogo. Lakini Kevin Silu yuko hapa kutoka kaunti ya Makueni. Kevin, nini kikubwa ambacho kimejiri? Tumeona katika eneo la Mlima Kenya mabadiliko makubwa yamefanyika. Ukambani mambo yanakwendaje?
Naam, asante sana. Kama vile umesema Swale, sasa tuko katika kaunti ya Makueni, na ambapo hapa ni chuo cha kiufundi ambacho hapa ndipo ujumulishaji wa kura kutoka maeneo bunge utafanyika hivi karibuni, wakati wote kutoka sasa. Na tukitazama kwamba nikupe taswira kamili ya kaunti ya Makueni. Kaunti ya Makueni inao maeneo bunge 6, na katika maeneo bunge hayo kila eneo bunge linao mahali pa kuhesabia kura au kituo cha kuhesabia kura, na kwa sasa vile tunavyoongea kuna maeneo ambayo yamemaliza kuhesabu kura na bado hawajaweza kufikisha boxi za kura hapa maeneo hayo ili ziweze kuhesabiwa, na hivyo basi kuna wale ambao kama katika kituo hiki katika kituo hiki ni kituo ambacho tunatarajia kwamba hapa ndipo ujumlishaji wa kura utafanyika kwa kaunti, na hapa basi ndipo tunatarajia kwamba seneta na pia gavana wataweza kutangazwa katika eneo hili. Na nikupe tu matangazo kama vile yalipo katika kaunti ya Makueni. Kaiti, eneo bunge ya Kaiti, mbunge ambaye kwa sasa ndiye mbunge wa Wiper ameweza kurithi kiti hicho kwa mara ya pili, au ameweza kupata pia kiti hicho kwa mara ya pili, huku akiongoza kwa kura 26,908, akifuatwa kwa karibu na mgombea wa kiti cha UDA ambaye ni Terry Mbaika ambaye alipata kura 9,057. Pia eneo bunge la Makueni kunaye Susan Kiamba alikuwa mwaniaji na chama cha Wiper, ambapo pia aliweza kupata kura 26,909, akifuatwa kwa karibu na Francis Mutungi ambaye alikuwa msimamizi huru au mwaniaji huru akipata kura 18,725. Pia vile katika Kibwezi Magharibi tumemwona kwamba aliyeongoza ni Mwengi Mutusa ambaye ni alikuwa mwaniaji wa chama cha maendeleo Chapchap, huku akipata kura 30,821, akifuatwa kwa karibu na James Mbaluka ambapo alipata kura 20,744, huku alikuwa akiwania na tiketi ya UDA. Hivyo basi hayo ndio matokeo kwa sasa ambayo tunayangojea hapa katika tallying center ama katika kituo cha kujumulisha kura kutoka maeneo bunge 6 hapa katika kaunti ya Makueni. Na hivyo basi nikupe tu tuweze kuelewa kwamba katika hapo jana tukiwa katika kituo cha kuhesabia kura cha Makueni ambayo ni eneo bunge la Makueni, ni kwamba ujumulishwaji wa kura kutoka vituo vidogo katika eneo bunge hili la Makueni uliweza fanyika na walioongoza ambaye ni Susan Kiamba wa chama cha Wiper kutangazwa hapo masaa ya saa 2 ama saa 3 hivi, lakini kufikia sasa anaweza kufikisha kura hizo hapa box hizo za kura katika eneo hili la kuhesabia kura ya county, na katika maeneo tofauti eneo la Mbooni ambapo kuna wale maajenti wa IEBC waliweza kukamatwa huku walikuwa wanajaribu kutelefiana na madaftari au form 37A na form 35AB. Hivyo basi kuna mahali pia katika eneo la Kilome ambapo tukiangalia kwamba hajaweza kufikisha zao hapa, lakini hapa kupasha vile mambo yalivyo, kama vile wakianza kuingia katika kituo hiki cha kuhesabia kura, basi tutakupa haya moja kwa moja. Ukitazama pia maajenti wako hapa kuweza kungojea kura hizi. Pia tunaona maafisa wa IEBC wako hapa gangari kabisa kuweza kutuambia labda ni yepi, lakini tutakita kama katika kituo hiki Kueni technical ambacho ndicho hapo ujumilishaji wa kura wa county utafanyika. Kwa sasa kwa sababu ya muda sina la ziada ila kurudisha kwako Swale.
Naam, asante sana Kevin Silu. Bila shaka ndivyo hali ilivyo, taswira kamili katika eneo pana la Ukambani, hasa katika kaunti ya Makueni. Nuru.
Na mtazamaji, kumbuka kwamba hapa tupo tu tunaendelea kujuza kuhusiana na mambo yanayojiri. Kumbuka kwamba tunahesabu kura, tunasaidia hapa kule. IEBC pia wana nambari zao ambazo zinaendelea kuingia katika mitandao yao, na ndio nambari ambazo tunaendelea kuangalia na tunasaidia katika kuangazia. Ukiangalia hapo katika runinga yako utakuwa unaweza kupata nambari hizo kwa sasa, mtazamaji. Lakini sasa Salim, Swale, tunaelekea wapi?
Bila shaka tutaelekea katika kaunti ya Meru baadaye kidogo, lakini ni watambulishe tu wageni wangu kwa mara nyingine tena. Naona tayari Mama Maimuna Mwidau tayari amefika katika siku ya 3. Karibu sana Nairobi, tunaendelea kukupokea kwa mlahaka wa kipekee na wa aina yake. Kadhalika tunaye Daktari Aluchalala Mukhwana ambaye ni wakili mtajika mengi sana ambaye tutakuwa tukizungumzia leo kutokana na matukio ya kutwa nzima, mabadiliko ambayo tumeyaona katika ramani ya Kenya katika masuala mapana ya buluu na manjano na mambo kama hayo. Haya ni baadaye kidogo, lakini Nuru, labda turudi katika kaunti ya Meru.
Na tunaenda kwa Ngina Kirori ambaye amekuwa akifuatilia tangu siku ya kwanza ya uchaguzi. Kumbuka ni siku ya pili ambapo tunaendelea kuhesabu kura. Ngina Kirori, unanipata vyema na hali iko vipi kule Meru? Mmeanza kuhesabu kura, kama kuna washindi ni kina nani na hadi kwa sasa ni yapi yanaendelea?
Naam, asante sana Nuru. Vile vile umesema tuko hapa katika kituo mkuu cha kuhesabu kura hapa ambapo inajulikana kama Meru School hapa Imenti North, na tayari tushajua mbunge mteule wa Imenti North ni Rahim Dawood. Kumbuka Rahim alikuwa amesimamia kiti wakati wa uchaguzi, alikuwa anasimamia kama independent candidate, na Rahim ameweza kupata kura 26,218 na wakili ni Caroline Mudoki alipata kura 14,528. Na hapo tukielekea katika eneo ya Imenti Central, mbunge mteule wa hapo ni Moses Kirima, na Moses aliweza kupata kura 27,494. Na sasa tukielekea eneo ya Imenti South, mbunge mteule wa hapo ni Shadrack Mwiti ambaye aliweza kupata kura 37,997. Na hapo bado Imenti South leo asubuhi kulikuwa na mavurugano ambapo ilisababishwa na afisa msimamizi wa eneo hilo, sio eneo hilo lakini kituo cha kupiga kura ambapo inajulikana kama Kionyo. Alikamatwa na polisi leo asubuhi sababu wakazi walikuwa wanalalamika wakiuliza mbona alileta makaratasi yani form 34A leo mchana badala ya kuileta jana usiku wakati hesabu za kura zilikuwa zinaendelea kwa kituo hicho. Lakini kwa sasa tuko hapa tunasubiri matokeo ya kaunti ya Meru. Tuko hapa katika vile tu nilisema kituo mkuu cha kuhesabu kura hapa Meru School, na tunaendelea kupata matokeo ya kiti cha mwakilishi wa wanawake, seneta na governor. Lakini ni hayo tu kwa sasa, tutaendelea kufuata taarifa hilo, lakini kwa sasa nairudisha kwako studio.
Shukrani sana Ngina Kirori, amesema anaendelea kufuatilia, atatujuza zaidi, na kama tulivyokueleza wanahabari wetu katika maeneo tofauti wanaendelea kujuza. Kumbuka kwamba pia awali, mtazamaji, kama tumesahau, ni kwamba kuna taarifa ambazo tutakuwa kuna kaunti au maeneo ambayo bado hayajapiga kura. Tunaangazia Mombasa, tunaangalia Kakamega ambapo uchaguzi utafanyika tarehe 23 Agosti. Tunaangazia maeneo ya Kacheliba, Pokot Kusini, Kitui Mashambani na Rongai ambapo uchaguzi utafanyika. IBC imesema kampeni zisiwe zinafanyika kwa wakati huu katika maeneo hayo, mtazamaji. Na sasa mtazamaji, kama alivyokueleza Salim, atakuwa anazungumza na wageni wake kuhusiana na masuala ibuka, masuala ya uchaguzi kwa sasa na hali ilivyo. Salim Swale, kazi kwako.
Naam, asante sana mpenzi mtazamaji. Karibu sasa tuingie katika mazungumzo yetu ya siku, lakini pamoja na hayo tutakuwa tukiangalia vile vile matukio mbalimbali kadri yatakapokuwa yanaendelea kuchipuka, kama tulivyosema waandishi wetu katika kila kona na kila pembe ya Jamhuri ya Kenya kuhakikisha kwamba wanakuletea matokeo na matukio pamoja na matukio ya matokeo. Mimi ni Salim Swale na tunaye wageni wangu sasa, na nitaanza tu moja kwa moja. Wacha leo nianze na daktari. Daktari, tumeona mambo mengi sana ambayo yamejitokeza katika siku hii ya leo. Kikubwa zaidi ni taarifa iliyotolewa na waangalizi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki wakitaja uchaguzi huu kuwa ni ulioendeshwa katika njia za kisheria, huru na wa haki kwa mtazamo wao. Sijui una maoni yayo hayo au una maoni tofauti?
Kwa ujumla naam, kwa ujumla maoni yangu ni hayo, lakini nafikiri kuna sehemu fulani ambazo walizamia, kwa mfano katika uhusiano mwema PR, walisema kwamba ingalikuwa vema kwa siku za usoni ikiwa IEBC itahakikisha kwamba imelainisha hali nzima ya kuwa ni wenye kuwajuza raia yanapotukia kwa njia ambayo ni ya kitaalam zaidi. La pili ambalo pia waliguzia ni kuhusu hii mitambo ya kimskiti ambayo walisema kwamba ilifeli wakati mwingine na ingalifaa, japo waliwashukuru kwamba wameimarisha kutoka kwa hali ilivyokuwa mwaka 2017 mpaka sasa, lakini wamesema kwamba ingalikuwa vema ikiwa matatizo yaliyojitokeza wakati huu yangeshughulikiwa kwa muda mzuri mapema na kuhakikisha kwamba haifeli tena. Kwa hivyo kwa ujumla wamesema kwamba mambo yote yalikuwa shwari, dosari hapa na pale, lakini mambo yote yalikuwa shwari. kuchelewa kufunguliwa vituo pia walitaja na wakasema kwamba kwa kuchelewa kufunguliwa vituo IEBC iliweza kuongeza muda. Ambacho hawakusema kwangu mimi kama dosari ni kwamba kwa kuchelewa hivyo walizuilia wananchi wengine kupiga kura, kwa sababu wazee, kina mama ambao wamekuja kwa haraka haraka wapiga kura warudi katika shughuli zao, wengi walienda na hawakuweza kurudi. Lakini kwa ujumla hatuwezi kuwa ni wenye kuteta kila mara. Nafikiri IEBC imejikaza ukilinganisha na hiyo miaka hapo nyuma, imejikaza na ikafanya kazi nzuri. Lakini kidogo tu sijui mbona waliamua kutoa matangazo haya kabla ya shughuli nzima na kutangazwa kwa rais haijakamilika. Maana desturi ya shughuli kama hizi ni kwamba shughuli nzima inakuisha, aliyeshinda urais anatangazwa, kisha wanakuja sasa kutoa ripoti yao kamili. Lakini leo nimeona ni ajabu kidesturi tulivyozoea kwamba wamekuja kabla ya matangazo ya urais. Mwingine ambaye anaweza sema labda ni katika ile ya kufanya ile massage ya public opinion kabla ya matokeo. Lakini wana sababu zao.
Tuliuliza swali hilo na nitamwomba tu mwelekezi wangu Arnold kama akipata kauli hiyo ya Jakaya Kikwete atatuchezea baadaye kidogo. Pengine tuliuliza kwa nini wametoa taarifa yao mapema kidogo, na wakasema kwamba wao walikuwa ni waangalizi wa mchakato mzima na sio tukio la kutangaza matokeo. Sijui kama hiyo inaafiki, lakini wacha nije kwako Mama Mwidau. Yote haya ambayo yanajitokeza kwa upande wa waangalizi wa kimataifa na kutolewa kwa ripoti za mapema, kuna kuja katika mazingira ambayo bado kuna hatihati kuhusiana na matokeo ya urais. Unahisi kwamba walitangulia, walikata mbeleko kabla ya mwana hajazaliwa?
Salim, mimi nimeweza kusimamia baadhi chaguzi za ulimwenguni. Nilikwenda Bangladesh, nimekwenda Nigeria na ile ya South Sudan pia. Kwa hiyo nina uzoefu kwa wale ambao wanaitwa international observers kwenda kusimamia chaguzi za nchi zingine. Wanaangalia taratibu za kisheria kwanza kama zimefuatiliwa vizuri, wanaangalia kama ile hali ya usalama imekuwepo, haki watu wamepata, yani yale matayarishi yote ya kisheria kama imefuatiliwa vizuri. Kisha kazi yao kubwa ni kuhakikisha wamekwenda kila sehemu kuona kwamba watu kweli wamepata fursa ya kuamua wanavyotaka. Na mwisho wake, kabla hawajatoa, kama mwenzangu alivyosema, kutoa taarifa yao, huwa wanaandika ripoti kwanza, baada ya watu wenye nchi kusema kwamba mshindi ni fulani na namba zenyewe zilotoka ni kiasi fulani na zilopotea. Yani ile ripoti kama ya IEBC ingekuwa imetoka kwanza, halafu wao wakatathmini ile ripoti ya IEBC na yale walioyaona katika nchi. Kwa hiyo hawa wametangulia haraka sana. Ni kama wana habari ambazo sisi wengine hatuna, kwa sababu Rais Kikwete yeye mwenyewe pia ana ujuzi mwingi. Kwa hiyo yeye kutoa taarifa labda ni katika hali ya kueleza wananchi kwamba mpaka dakika hii mambo yamekwenda vizuri, subirini mupewe majibu ya nchi yenu. Lakini sawasawa ilikuwa yeye atoe taarifa yake kulingana na ripoti ya Chebukati. Hapo tungeweza kujua labda yaliyokosewa kidogo, mambo ambayo yatakiwa yarekebishwe. Lakini sasa hivi hatuwezi kujua, kwa sababu Chebukati akija kuzungumza itabidi mwingine aje na ripoti aseme sasa baada ya ripoti hii yenu na sisi pia tumeona mambo haya. Kwa hiyo ametangulia haraka.
Na kaka, ukiniruhusu tu kwa heshima, ukiniruhusu, unajua dadangu hapa ana ueledi katika masala hayo na nashukuru kwamba anaweza kuwa ni mwenye kufaidika hapo. Ukweli ni kwamba iwapo baadaye matokeo rais yakitangazwa, kuwe na mmoja wale waniaji awe ni mwenye kusema kwamba kauli fulani hazikufuatwa, heshima kubwa ya yale mabwana, Mheshimiwa Kikwete na wengine wote, itaonekana kwamba amekuwa ni mwenye kuegemea upande mmoja au mwingine. Kwa hivyo katika kutunza ile heshima na hadhi ya hao mabwana ambao wengi wao ni wenye kutajika katika nchi zao, desturi nzuri ni kwamba unangoja mpaka wenyeji wanatangaza. Wakishatangaza haya, IEBC shatoa ripoti yake alivyosema mamangu hapa, kisha sasa ndio nyinyi muwe ni wenye kutoa maoni. Kwa hivyo kidogo hilo nimeona kwa maoni yangu limepiga chenga, lakini ulivyosema walijitetea mwanzo wakatoa sababu. Sasa hiyo sababu ndio twaingoja.
Sasa hapo pengine sitaki
Naam.
tuwe kama waangalizi wa EAC, lakini
Naam.
kwa tathmini tu yako kama wakili na kama vile mfuatiliaji wa masuala ibuka nchini.
Naam.
Ukiangalia saa 48 zilizopita baada ya vituo vingi takriban 99.9% kufungwa na shughuli za kuhesabu kura kuanza na hata matokeo katika ngazi mbalimbali kuanza kutangazwa, unaweza kusemaje?
Mimi tatizo langu ambalo limenikera tangu tuachane hapa jana usiku ni hii tabia ya mitandao ya jamii, kwamba kumekuwa na chebukati wengi sana nchini sasa. Mwingine labda ni wafula fulani, mwingine wafula, lakini wote wafanya kazi ya chebukati. Na kila mtu ana ujumlishaji wake na anatoa orodha na hata ashatoa matokeo. Hili si jambo zuri, kwa sababu mitandao ya kijamii ina umuhimu sana, kwa sababu inafikia sehemu ambazo hakuna runinga, sehemu ambazo hazina redio. Lakini Wakenya kama desturi yao hii, na mimi naona hii desturi ni mbaya, wameamua kuwa ni wenye kusema uongo tu makusudi. Marekani wakati wa Mheshimiwa Trump walisema fake news, wamekuwa ni wenye kusema uongo tu. Sasa ukiangalia mrengo huu ushajitangaza katika mtandao, mrengo ule mwingine ushajitangaza katika mtandao. Kidogo utaona sasa wananchi wanaanza kuwa ni wenye kukwaruzana, na hilo si jambo jema. Pili, vituo vya habari kama ni NTV, Citizen, kila kituo kiko na kujumuisha kwake. Lakini sasa ukiangalia kituo kimoja wako mbele, kituo kingine wako nyuma. Labda the Media Council hili kwa siku za usoni lingaweka ninyi wote pamoja, ikawa kwamba kila kituo cha habari kina mwakilishi pale, habari zinazotoka ni moja, na IBC na zinatoa habari pale. Au sasa kwa sasa, kwa vile Media Council haijafanya hilo mwanzo, labda tuwe ni wenye kutegemea kule kujumuisha kunakotoka wapi? Kwenye IBC.
Kwa hiyo unachosema ni kwamba hizi takwimu ambazo tunazitoa katika viwambo vyetu tuviondoe kabisa?
Si kuviondoa, ni hiari yenu, lakini kunaleta mchanganyiko. Kwa mfano, mnasema kwamba kwa mfano hapa Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga anaongoza, Mheshimiwa William Ruto yuko nyuma, lakini hatuambiwi ni kura ngapi, vituo vingapi, form 34 ngapi zimejumuishwa.
Ukiangalia kwa mfano katika kituo chetu tunaandika kabisa kwamba amepata kura hizi ni katika vituo kadha wa kadha, vimebaki vituo kadha wa kadha. Ukiangalia vizuri utaona tumetoa maelezo kama hayo. Wakati huu ni wakati ambapo damu yakimbia kuliko kiasi cha kawaida. Mwananchi wa kawaida hana huo umakini wa kuangalia ni vituo vingapi, na tena si nyote mliofuata utaratibu huo. Isitoshe, neno la mwisho latoka wapi? IEBC. Kwa hivyo kidogo naona hicho katika mitandao kitaleta wananchi kuwa ni wenye kuchanganyikiwa. Kwa mfano kwa sasa nafikiri Mheshimiwa Chebukati ndipo amesoma matokeo ya kwanza kwa form 34 zile physical, ile ya Webuye East ama Webuye West. Webuye West.
Sasa hii inamaanisha kwamba matokeo ya zile 34 zile physical form bado ndizo zinaanza kuingia. Kwa hivyo bado tuko na siku mrefu. Maimuna, wewe hasa ukiangalia, manake hofu yake kubwa ni hatari ya habari hizo ambazo ni bandia, habari feki ambazo zinaenea katika mitandao ya kijamii, na inavyoonekana imemtia wasiwasi sana ndugu wakili. Kikubwa ambacho kinakutia hofu saa 48 baada ya upigaji kura kumalizika ni nini hasa?
Kwangu mimi binafsi, hizo habari za bandia unajua zimefika mpaka kiwango cha kwa mtu anaye dhaifu wake.
Naam.
Sasa kila mtu asema rais wake ameshinda. Sasa watu wote wameshinda. Hilo ni tatizo kwa sababu na kiti ni kimoja. Kwa hiyo kuna wengine hawajui kuvumilia wala hawajui kubainisha kwamba labda hizi ni habari tu za mitandaoni. Kitu muhimu kwangu ni kwamba hizi habari zinazoingia kwenye IBC zimekuwa centralized hapo. Na lazima tubadilishe huo mfumo, kwa sababu habari zinakuja kutoka maeneo mbalimbali kwa wakati tofauti. Ikiwa tuwaweza kubadilisha huo mfumo, iwe zikiwa habari zimetoka Pwani, basi zitangazwe habari za Pwani zimetoka ndio hizi. Halafu mtu atajua huku Pwani tumepata kiasi fulani, tushamaliza. Halafu turudi tuangalie labda mkoa Rift Valley hapo, bonde la Ufa, sehemu fulani labda Turkana, zitolewe kidogo kidogo kila siku. sio kungojewa mpaka tuseme kuna polling station fulani ngapi 9, 10, 20. Ile hesabu ienda ikipanda ikishuka. Unaweza kungoja asubuhi ukiambiwa amepata sijui 1.5 milioni, chaneli nyingine kuambia kule yuko 2.5 milioni. Sasa hazilingani. Sasa hatujui zile habari zatoka IBC moja kwa moja mpaka station za TV. Yaani kila station inapata information peke yake.
Manake IBC imeweka ile portal ambapo wameweka zile form 34A. Kwa hiyo kila kituo kinachukua katika hiyo portal kwa utaratibu wao wenyewe. Na utaratibu unaweza ukatofautiana.
Sasa hapo ndo mchanganyiko, kwa sababu nikifungua station moja kuna zile za jana za station ile nyingine leo zimefika 6. Ukifungua nyingine bado iko 2. Sasa kwa mtu wa kawaida, wajua kama sisi ambao tumeelewa mambo ya masuala hayo, tutacheki kwenye station nyingi, tutaangalia portal, utajua hapa habari kama zenda kweli au vipi. Lakini kwa yule mtu, fikiria yule mtu wa kawaida ambaye amepiga kura tu, yeye ataka kujua tu mshindi ana 2 milioni ama ana 1 milioni. Hajui kwamba zapanda kidogo, pengine huyu atapanda sehemu, ikija za bonde la ufa huyu atapanda juu.
Kuna bwana mmoja kutoka Tanzania amezungumza katika mtandao wa kijamii na watu wakacheka kwa sababu waliona kama ni dhihaka tu, lakini nikaangalia kwa jicho la pili. Bwana mmoja kwanza, jina lake anajiita mchochezi katika mtandao wa Twitter. Anasema leo hii Wakenya wanaweza kudownload matokeo ya uchaguzi kama watu wanavyo download movie. Si ni uhuru ambao umepindukia? Ni uhuru ambao umepindukia au kiukweli ni mchochezi tu? Kwa mtazamo wako.
Kama jina lake alivyosema ni mchochezi, lakini pengine anaonesha kama hapa hawa wana uhuru mkubwa zaidi, si kama kwao kwamba habari labda za kwao hazitolewi mpaka zitolewe na afisa wa serikali. Lakini kwetu tuna uhuru na lazima tujivunie kweli tuna uhuru kwamba tumeachiwa. Kama una simu yako wewe tafuta tu habari.
Huoni kama uhuru wa aina hiyo ambao unaonekana kama hauna mpaka ndio chanzo cha habari hizi feki na bandia katika kila kona? Kila mtu anakuambia mimi nishatabulate wangu wana hii.
Ukipata uhuru lazima una majukumu yake na kiwango chake. Huwezi kuvunja sheria, kwa sababu pia kupeleka habari feki kila pahali ni kuvunja sheria. Kwa hiyo huu uhuru ni mzuri, lakini tuutumie kwa uzuri. Kama wewe una simu waweza kudownload, na kuna wengine hawana, wana kabambe, waweza kuambia leo tumesikia habari zilizofika ni hizi. Lakini tukitumia uhuru ule vibaya, pale ndio tuwavunja sheria. Kwa sababu unaleta taharuki kwa watu wengine wasioelewa. Sasa utakuta kila mmoja apiga namba zake, wengine wapiga picha kuonesha kwamba carpet pale ishaandaliwa, tumeshinda upande huu, na yule mwingine naye aonesha upande wake. Hawajui maandalizi yale yanakuwa ni mshinda anayeshindwa lazima yake maandalizi. Kuna nini speech mbili zisomwa hapa, za kushinda za kushindwa. Kwa maandalizi lazima yawepo kwa mtu anaelewa, lakini kwa yule asielewa ushamtia hofu.
Wakili, hapo unadhani kwamba ni ukosefu wa sheria? Maana mambo mengi lazima yadhibitiwe kisheria. Mambo mengi lazima yadhibitiwe kisheria. Na najua tuna sheria mpya ambayo inajaribu kudhibiti uhalifu wa kimtandao ambao umepitishwa tu sio muda mrefu uliopita. Lakini Wakenya wanaelewa haswa sheria hiyo, wameweza kufahamishwa, kumekuwa na elimu jamii kuhusiana na ni nini haswa sheria hiyo inasema, na pengine madhara ya mtu kuvunja zile sheria za kuzuia uhalifu wa kimtandao.
Wakenya wazuri sana, lakini kwa misingi mingine tena tu wabaya sana. Wajua mtandao ulikuja ukatuduaza wengine. Tukadhani ukiwa katika mtandao uko katika msitu mkubwa, uko peke yako, unayorusha kule yatawafikia na itawagonga wengine, lakini hutaonekana. Hawajang'amua kwamba mtandao wa kijamii ukitumiwa vema ni jambo zuri sana. Sheria zipo, lakini mtu akiwa ni mjeuri na mfidhuli ni mfidhuli tu, hatobadilisha. Hii picha ambayo umeichora kutoka huyu mchochezi wa Tanzania huyu, nafikiri tuko na uhuru, na uhuru tumeupata kwa kumwaga damu na kutoa jasho. Wale ambao wa miaka yetu wanajua kwamba tangia miaka ya 80 na 90 uhuru haukuwepo, ni uhuru ambao umepiganiwa. Na mahala tulipofika baada ya katiba hii mpya kuwa ni yenye kutujia sisi mwaka 2010, huo ni uhuru ambao lazima tujivunie. Kusema kwamba wakati afisa msimamizi katika kituo cha kupiga kura anapomaliza achukue kimskiti yake, apige picha ile form 34A na moja kwa moja iende katika public portal. Kuna historia yake, tulikuwa tunaibiana, wengine tumepoteza dada, kaka na jamii. Kwa hivyo kuna historia yake. Mtanzania labda hatoelewa, lakini kule kupiga ile picha iende moja kwa moja ni kwamba hapa katikati kulikuwa na wezi na wakora wengi, wamesababisha tumepigana tukanyongana, sasa tumewapita wale wakora, maana imeenda direct. Ikishafika pale moja kwa moja, bado kuna mipaka, maana sheria inasema kwamba wa mwisho kutangaza mshindi wa rais ni Wafula Chebukati. Yeye ndiye afisa msimamizi wa kitaifa. Lakini kwa sababu ya kule kutoaminiana na kuibiana na kuumizana kule zamani, ndio maana tukasema kwamba ile picha iende moja kwa moja.
Nafikiri
kila mtu apate fursa kuiona.
Nadhani swali nyingine muhimu ambalo mtazamaji angependa umsaidie kuelewa ni vipi tutaendelea kujifaharisha na kujitanua na uhuru huu ambao tumepata, lakini wakati huo huo tuweze kuzuia uhalifu huu wa kuenea kwa habari feki ambazo ni hatari, zinaweza hata zikachoma nchi. Vipi haya mambo mawili tuweze kuyasawazisha?
Masomo, na alivyosema mamangu, lazima raia waelimishwe kwamba kila uhuru una majukumu yake. Katika lugha ya kuazima anasema kwamba there are no rights without responsibilities. Huwezi kuwa uko na uhuru ambao hauna mipaka, maana uhuru usio na mipaka ni kama lori isiyo na breki na inaelekea kwenye daraja hii ambayo imeua watu, inaitwa tarakithi. Hiyo itamaliza watu. Kwa hivyo uhuru lazima uwe umejikita katika mipaka. Na mwananchi wa kawaida na mwananchi ambaye amepata kisomo kidogo azidi kuelimishwa kwamba mtandao wa kijamii ni mzuri, lakini lazima uwe na sheria zake. Na sheria zake ni kwamba usimdhuru mtu, usimtusi mtu, usimharibie mtu sifa yake, wala usichome nchi kwa kusema kwamba fulani ndiye rais, amkeni mwende KICC, mkeka upo, ama wale wameshindwa. Huko ni kuwasha kiberiti, kuchoma nchi. Hilo ni fisadi.
Shikilia hapo kimwambie tu mtazamaji ambaye anajiunga nasi kwa sasa na kufungulia runinga yake, unatazama Maamuzi mwaka 2022. Ni matangazo ambayo yanakujia moja kwa moja, matangazo ya saa 24 kwa lugha ya Kiingereza na Kiswahili pamoja kutoka NTV, kuhakikisha kwamba mpenzi mtazamaji hupitwi na chochote. Picha ambazo zilikuwa katika runinga yako awali zilikuwa ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa Bomas, kitovu haswa. Mwenzangu Lofty Matambo aliliita tovu hilo, nasema ndilo tovu la uchaguzi, na bila shaka tutakuwa tukiwatafuta wenzangu Lila Mohamed na Frederick Muteo katika ukumbi huu ili kutupasha tu mengi yale ambayo yanajiri katika ukumbi wa Bomas. Lakini kabla ya hapo ni kukumbusha kwamba waangalizi wa kimataifa kutoka Jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki wakiongozwa na Rais mstaafu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Daktari Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete wamezungumza leo mapema wakisema kwamba uchaguzi wa Kenya umefanyika kwa njia huru na ya haki. Tusikize kauli zao.
The mission commends the IEBC on the successful use of technology in voter registration, voter identification and transmission of results. It has improved efficiency and increased transparency of the election process in Kenya. We recommend that the problems relating to Kim's kit should be identified and the necessary corrective measures be taken for better performance. The presiding officer there said, how is it? He said the voter turnout is low. He says if we can get to about 50, we'll be lucky. I asked him, why do you think is the case? He says he can't know, but maybe there is apathy. Why there is apathy is a matter that we need to sit down and dig into it better.
The group was concerned about the impact of the manipulation of social media to influence the perception of voters. And in that regard, we note that the Commission have proactively engaged social media platforms to restrict misinformation and disinformation.
Kenya has an opportunity not only to move beyond its past of disputed elections, but also serve as an important model for all of Africa and all democracies around the world.
Would like to appeal to all political actors and stakeholders in Kenya in Kenya, including the great people of Kenya, to continue to maintain peace after the results of the elections are declared. We implore all of you to embrace peaceful resolution of disputes that may arise from the electoral processes. Fortunately, there is the opportunity to use the courts of law, so please make use of that avenue.
Mtazamaji, bila shaka ni taarifa hiyo ya waangalizi wa kimataifa akiwemo Rais mstaafu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, wakielezea tu jinsi walivyofuatilia kwa karibu mchakato wa upigaji kura tangu vituo vilipofunguliwa, wakaangalia mchakato huo wa matokeo kupeperushwa kupitia njia za kielektroniki kupitia portal hiyo ya IEBC, na wanasema kwa kiwango kikubwa bila shaka wameridhishwa. Tuangalie picha ambazo zipo sasa katika kiwambo chako mtazamaji. Hizi ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu katika mji wa Eldoret. Namuona gavana anayeondoka Jackson Mandago ambaye ndio seneta mteule katika kaunti hiyo akiwa na wapambe wake pale. Tunaarifiwa kwamba kivumbi cha useneta vile vile kilikuwa na ushindani mkali kwa kiasi fulani. Gavana Mandago ni mmoja kati ya magavana ambao wamemaliza vipindi vyao viwili na kutafuta nafasi nyingine ya kisiasa akiwania useneta katika kaunti hiyo ya Uasin Gishu. Kadhalika mtazamaji, utakumbuka vile vile gavana wa kaunti ya Makueni ambaye alimaliza muda wake Kivutha Kibwana aliwania useneta. Gavana wa Mandera Ali Roba vile vile alimaliza muda wake wa miaka 10 ya ugavana na akatafuta useneta pamoja na wenzake kama vile Martin Wambora, gavana wa Embu ambaye naye vile vile alimaliza kipindi chake cha miaka 10 na akawa mbioni kutafuta useneta. Tukiachana hayo ya Martin Wambora, tuyageukia ya Martin Mwaura ambaye ndio mwandishi wa kaunti ya Murang'a. Naona amepotea tena, sio kama tunaye barabara. Martin, nakuona uko peke yako, uko wapi? Uko kichakani?
Naam, shukran sana kaka Salim Swale. Pole kwa kupotea. Mitambo unajua imetengenezwa na mikono ya binadamu, ambapo mbunge wa Kiharo ambaye ni Ndende Nyoro ambaye amekuwa mbunge kutoka mwaka 2013 amekuja kupewa cheti chake baada ya kuibuka mshindi. Na katika kaunti hii ambacho kile ambacho ningeweza kukueleza na kueleza pia mtazamaji wetu ni kuwa kaunti ya Murang'a ilikuwa ni mashindano kati ya chama cha UDA na chama kimeweza kujizolea ushindi kwa njia kubwa sana. Kimeweza kujishindia viti vyote vya ubunge, viti 7, wakaweza pia kujishindia viti vyote vya county, ikiwa kiti cha gavana, kiti cha mwakilishi wa wanawake na kiti pia cha seneta. Na pia vile vile wameweza kujizolea viti vingi sana vya wawakilishi wadi. Na ningetaka tu kupeana takwimu ambazo zimekuwa hapa, ambazo nimeweza kuzipata baada ya kuzunguka kaunti tofauti tofauti, maeneo bunge tofauti tofauti. Na vile nilikuwa nimesema ni kuwa Kiharo ambaye baada ya bunge aliweza kujipatia kura ama kujipatia kura 68,256, akifuatwa na mpinzani wake ambaye ni Karanja Mburu wa Matangi wa chama cha Jubilee aliyepata kura 9,455. Katika eneo bunge la Kangema, aliyekuwa mbunge wa Kangema Peter Kemari aliweza kuangushwa na Edwin Geshuki wa UDA ambaye aliweza kupata kura 21,503. Naye mbunge wa kitambo ama mbunge anayetarajiwa aliyekuwepo anayetarajiwa kuondoka akipata kura 8,760. Tukienda katika eneo bunge la Kandara ambako pia mwanadada Alice Wahome ambaye amekuwa mbunge kutoka mwaka wa 2013 aliweza kujizolea kura 39,900. Pia akifuatana aliyemkaribia kidogo alikuwa Chege Njuguna aliyejizolea kura 19,260. Katika eneo bunge la Kegumo ambapo pia mbunge aliyekuwepo alikuwa wa Jubilee, aliyeshinda ni wa UDA kwa jina Joseph Kamau Munyoro aliyepata kura 27,213. naye akifuatiwa na karibu na aliyekuwa CAS wa michezo Zaki Nudhia, aliweza kujizolea kura na 83. Aliyekuwa mbunge wa eneo bunge hili ambaye ni Ruth Mwaneki, aliyekuwa anasimama na chama cha Jubilee, aliweza kujizolea kura 8,810 akitokea nambari 3. Na pia kule katika eneo bunge la Gatanga, mwanachama wa UDA ama aliyekuwa anaonia kiti cha UDA Edward Mureu aliweza kupata kura 33,725 akifuatwa karibu na mbunge aliyekuwa anasimama bila chama chochote akiwa ni Samuel Waweru, akapata kura 21,176. Aliyekuwa mbunge wa eneo hilo ambaye ni Ndwati Ngoge aliyekuwa anasimama na chama cha Jubilee aliweza kukua watatu na kujipatia kura 11,327. Maragwa ambapo mwaniaji kutumia tikiti ya UDA ambaye bado ndiye aliyekuwa mbunge wa eneo bunge hili la Maragwa aliweza kupata kura 49,261 akifuatwa karibu na mgombea wa Jubilee aliyeweza 12,000 samahani kidogo, aliweza kujizolea kura 12,693. Hayo tu ni baadhi ya matokeo ambayo tumeweza kuzunguka katika kaunti na kuyapata, na tu anasimamia katika bunge hili aweze kumpatia bunge wa Kiharo Ndende Nyoro. Maeneo bunge hao mengine wameweza kupatiwa vyeti vyao wakingoja tu kwenda bungeni ili waweze kuapishwa. Kwa sasa kile ambacho kimebaki tu pia ni kufuatilia matokeo ya ugavana, useneta na pia kiti uwakilishi wa wanawake. Na vile nilivyosema hapo, gavana ilikuwa ni UDA, pia kiti cha uwakilishi wa wanawake kimeweza kuchukuliwa na Betty Maina wa UDA na pia Joe Nyoto alikuwa anasimama na UDA ameweza kujizolea kwa sasa, kulingana na takwimu ambazo tumeweza kupatiwa, ni kuwa wameweza kwa sasa kujizolea ushindi, ila tunangoja tu watangazwe itakapofikia kesho rasmi na IEBC. Kutoka Murang'a na kudisha studio.
Asante sana Martin Mwaura, bila shaka ni hapana shaka kwamba mitambo yako hiyo imeundwa na mwanadamu, kidogo ilikuwa inakukatakata kauli, lakini shukrani sana kwa taarifa hiyo. Mpenzi mtazamaji, tunaendelea na matangazo yetu haya. Sasa nikupeleke moja kwa moja katika kaunti ya Migori, Ojwang, na pengine nini kinaendelea kwa sasa?
Naam, asante sana Salim. Bado tumekita kambi hapa katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura cha Migori. Kumbuka kwamba tuliweza kufika hapa mwendo wa saa 2 asubuhi na tuliweza kuona afisa anayesimamia uchaguzi katika kaunti hili akisema kwamba wao bado wanasubiri wale maafisa ambao walikuwa wakisimamia uchaguzi huu katika eneo bunge 8. Na tunavyozungumza kwa sasa, kulingana na afisa huyo, anasema kwamba tayari wameweza kupokea matokeo kutoka katika maeneo bunge mawili. Tunazungumzia Rongo na vile vile Nyatike. Katika eneo bunge la Nyatike tuliweza kuona kwamba Ochilo tuliweza kuona Ochilo akiweza kupata kura 21,023 huku John Pesa akiibuka mshindi pale kwa kupata kura 30,963. Na vile nilivyokuambia hapo awali kwamba katika eneo katika jimbo hili la Migori, idadi ya wale ambao waliweza kujiandikisha kama wapigaji kura kulingana na tume inayosimamia uchaguzi katika jimbo humu nchini, tuliweza kuona zaidi ya watu 1,400 waliweza kusajili, na kulingana wale ambao waliweza kujitokeza kushiriki zoezi hili tuliweza kuona ni 64.9. Na kwa sasa nitaweza kuzungumza na afisa anayesimamia uchaguzi katika jimbo hili, Ben Mosote. Karibu. Ni zoezi ambao watu wengi wanasubiri kwa hamu na gamu kusikiza matokeo iko namna gani. Wanataka kujua waliweza kuchagua kama gavana wa mwakilishi wa kina mama na seneta. Mmeweza kupokea matokeo kutoka kwa maeneo ngapi?
Kwa hivi sasa tumepokea matokeo kutoka eneo bunge 6 na eneo bunge 2 bado wako njiani, na safari ya returning officers wale wanasimamia huko ya kwenda Nairobi itaanza. Wameenda wote, lakini deputy wao ndio wamefurika hapa ili kutuletea matokeo ya viti vitatu ya governor, ya senator na women member of the National Assembly. Kwa hivyo hizo sote 8 tutajumuisha leo usiku na tutatangaza mfululizo na tutapeana washindi vyeti vyao leo usiku.
Na unatumai kwamba maybe mwendo wa saa ngapi hivi wakazi wa Migori wataweza kupata matokeo?
Wafumilie, tunatarajia kufikia saa 7 usiku tutakuwa tumetangaza washindi wote watatu.
Na asante sana. Salim, nilikuwa nazungumza na afisa anayesimamia uchaguzi katika kaunti hii ya Migori, Ben Mosoti, akizungumza pale, na kumbuka kwamba katika uchaguzi huu ulioandaliwa mwaka huu tuliweza kuona kwamba katika eneo bunge la Rongo tuliweza kuona Paul Abura ambaye pia aliwania kiti hii katika kiti cha ubunge katika chama cha chungwa aliweza kuibuka mshindi, na vile vile katika eneo bunge la Wendo tuliweza kuona Walter Owino, na katika eneo bunge la Migori Suna East tuliweza kuona Junet, Suna West tuliweza kuona Peter Masara, na vile vile katika eneo bunge la Kuria ambapo pia tuliweza kuona Kuria West tuliweza kuona Robi akibuka mshindi. Mugarobi aliwania kiti hicho katika chama cha UDA. Katika eneo bunge la Kuria East tuliweza kuona Maisori pia aliweza kuibuka mshindi, na kumbuka bado tumekita kambi hapa, tunasubiri kwa hamu na gamu kusikia ni nani ameweza kuibuka mshindi. Na kabla nirudi kwako, ningependa kukuambia kwamba katika maeneo bunge mawili tuliyopata matokeo tunapata kwamba katika kiti cha wakilishi ya kina mama Fatuma Mohamed anaendelea kuwa mshindi, ameweza kuongoza katika maeneo mbili hayo, na vile vile katika maeneo hayo tumeweza pia kusikiza kwamba yule ambaye pia alikuwa kuania kiti hiki, kiti cha useneta Education, ndiye anaongoza, na bado tumekita kambi hapa, tutawajuza mengi zaidi kuhusiana na uchaguzi na matokeo katika kaunti hii ya Migori. Kwako Salim.
Sana Bernardo Juang, bila shaka kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Migori. Tunaendelea kufuatilia kwa karibu matukio hayo. Mpenzi mtazamaji, kama nilivyosema, tupo katika kila kona na katika kila maeneo ya Jamhuri ya Kenya kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuletea matokeo katika ngazi mbalimbali: udiwani, uwakilishi mwanamke, useneta, ugavana, ubunge na hatimaye bila shaka urais. Na haya ni maamuzi mwaka 2022. Tutakuwa vile vile tukizungumza na waandishi wetu wengine na vile vile wenzangu katika maeneo mbalimbali. Kama tulivyosema, wengi wanasubiri kuona penduli itasimamia wapi. Itasimamia katika eneo la bluu au itasimamia katika eneo la njano, njano likiwa ni lile la naibu rais William Ruto, au kwa upande wa bluu kwake Raila Amolo Odinga. Haya, kazi kwako, endelea kutazama NTV. Na tuna vile vile shughuli pevu kabisa inaendelea katika ukumbi wa KICC, ambapo matayarisho yapo kwa ajili ya wanaazimia. Wanasema ni kituo maalum chao, hawajasema ni kituo cha nini. Wengi wanasema ni kituo ambacho kinaweza kuwa kitovu cha furaha, vipijo na nderemo, na wengine wanasema kinaweza pia vile vile kuwa kituo cha kufutia machozi. Nani anajua? Mungu ndiye anayejua zaidi. Tupate mapumziko mafupi, tukirudi ni mengi zaidi. Kumbuka mwenzangu Frederick Muchiriri naye kwa upande wa pili katika ukumbi wa Bomas, tutakuwa tukisikiza mazungumzo yake na wageni wake upande huo. Wewe usiondoke hapo.
Jik cleans and kills 99.9% of illness-causing germs, COVID-19 in your home. Jik, your family's guardian against germs and COVID-19.
I know that Riara University is going to make my dreams come true.
Registration is ongoing.
Unataka kuwa fresh na confident siku nzima? Ongeza Downy Concentrate mwisho ukirinse nguo. Teknolojia yake spesheli itazuia harufu mbaya kushika nguo zako, huku ikitoa harufu freshi siku nzima.
Hata nikisweat, siku nzima niko freshi, niko Downy. Ijaribu sasa kwa 20 bob tu.
Sharing is caring. 2-in-1 in a bonga for food. You can buy food with bonga points at any M-Pesa till countrywide to put food on your table and share with those you care about. You can also share your bonga points with family and friends and uplift them by helping them to buy food. To share your points with your loved ones, dial *126# and select Transfer Bonga Points. To redeem bonga points for food at any M-Pesa till, select Lipa na Bonga, put in the till number and the amount in shillings. Dial *126# or download my Safaricom app and let's lift one another.
Unataka kuwa fresh na confident siku nzima? Ongeza Downy Concentrate mwisho ukirinse nguo. Teknolojia yake spesheli itazuia harufu mbaya kushika nguo zako, huku ikitoa harufu freshi siku nzima.
Hata nikisweat, siku nzima niko freshi, niko Downy. Ijaribu sasa kwa 20 bob tu.
Boss. Unaona venye unapenda hii kuku yako? Hivyo ndo tunafaa kupendana kama Wakenya.
Hiyo ni ukweli papa. Inafaa tupendane kama Wakenya.
Kweli? Abiria wapendwa, mnajua ni wakati mwingine wa uchaguzi mkuu. Uchaguzi unatupa fursa ya kuchagua viongozi tunaopendelea. Lakini hata tukiwa na tofauti gani za kisiasa, lazima tubaki kama Wakenya tunaopendana na kushirikiana kwa umoja na uwiano.
Sisi yote ni Kenya moja na Kenya ni yetu sisi yote.
And together we are destined for greatness.
Together we are destined for greatness.
IEBC, your voice, your future.
Kenya Revenue Authority would like to remind all VAT-registered taxpayers to upgrade their ETR in order to enjoy the following. 1. Faster processing of VAT refunds. 2. Simplified VAT return filing. 3. A fair business environment. 4. Ability to verify the validity of the invoice. And 5. Automated activation of the ETR. What's more, the upgraded ETRs are available in 4 categories suitable for all businesses. Visit www.kra.go.ke for the approved list of ETR suppliers. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Na shukrani sana mtazamaji kwa kuendelea kuwa nasi. Unatazama Maamuzi mwaka 2022. Ni hapa mtazamaji unapata matokeo kamili ambayo yanaendelea kutiririka. Mtazamaji, ni matokeo ambayo yanatolewa na IEBC, na pia mtazamaji, kule IEBC tumeelezwa kwamba tuwe na subra ili tupate matokeo kamili na rasmi kabisa kutoka kwao mtazamaji. Na hivyo mtazamaji, tunaona habari zetu katika maeneo tofauti kama tunavyoona hapa mtazamaji. Mwenzangu Kennedy Muredi anafuatilia kambi ya Azimio One Kenya kule KICC, na mwenzangu Melita Oletenge anafuatilia kambi ya Kenya Kwanza. Kwa ufupi tu, labda Kennedy Muredi, ni yapi anaendelea kwa sasa hapo?
Well, Nuru, yale ambayo yanaendelea hapa katika ukumbi wa KICC, upande huu ambao tuko ndani ya KICC, mambo yametulia tuli. Kuna magari ambayo yamekubalishwa kuingia ndani. Kuna baadhi ya maafisa wa Azimio One Kenya ambao wamefika na wamejipanga na wako katika chumba ambacho kimetengewa maswala na habari. Bado wanasubiri katika hilo, wanangoja kuona ni yapi ambayo yatakayojiri katika siku hii. Lakini upande mwingine huu wa lango kuu la KICC, na tunaomba tufunguliwe, kuna mejawa na shughuli nyingi. Kuna watu ambao tayari wameshajitokeza leta katika eneo hili pindi walipoona taarifa kuwa kulikuwa na zulia jekundu, na pia kulikuwa na baadhi ya shughuli ambazo zimekuwa zikiendelea mchana kutwa. Kwa hivyo katika eneo hili wamejimwaya na wamejitokeza katika huku. Unazozisikia hapo ni sauti za vuvuzela. Wamejimwaga katika barabara hii ya City Hall, ambapo wote, kuna wale ambao wanazungumza malugha, kuna wale wanasherekea, lakini hatuwezi sema wanasherekea vipi kwa sababu hatujapata matokeo, na pia NTV bado haijatoa matokeo. Hiyo ndio shughuli ambayo kama ilivyo hapa katika eneo la nje ya KICC, na hawajatuambia ni mengi ambayo yanajiri, lakini hizo ni sherehe ambayo kama tunavyoziona katika eneo hili, na wanaendelea kujitokeza, wamejaa wengi, wasijue ni yepi ambayo, lakini ni kutokana na taarifa ambazo wamekuwa wakizipata kutoka eneo hili, na wengine wamekuwa kuna magari mengine ambayo yanaruhusiwa kuingia. Kuna watu ambao wanapiga nduru kama hivyo ambayo unaiona, na wote wanasisitiza ama wanashikilia kwamba kuna taarifa zile ambazo wao wenyewe wamezipata. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi sema ni nini ambacho kinajiri zaidi, lakini wote wanangoja kupata taarifa. Utakumbuka NTV sawia na televisheni zingine zimekuwa zikitaarifa ile fomu 34A ambazo zimekuwa zikitolewa na IEBC, na wote wamekuwa wakiona matokeo kama yalivyokuwa yakiendelea. Lakini kama hapa tulivyokuwa katika eneo hili la ukumbi wa KICC, hakuna shughuli nyingi, bado watu wanaendelea kutulia wakisubiri. Zulia lile jekundu lililotundikwa bado liko pale. Kuna zile bendera ambazo pia zimewekwa, na tumeona baadhi ya maafisa wa Azimio One Kenya. Lakini kama nilivyokujuza, tunangoja, tumeambiwa huenda kukawa na kikao na wanahabari jioni hii ili wapate kutujuza maswala ni yapi, na ndiposa baadhi ya watu ambao wamejitokeza. Lakini iwapo haitakuwa, jana tuliambiwa kutakuwa na taarifa, haikuwa. Leo pia huenda iwe ama isiwe, lakini sisi tunaendelea kukita kambi hapa KICC.
Na shukrani sana Kennedy Muredi akiwa hapo KICC, anaendelea kufuatilia. Anasema kwamba anafuatilia kambi ya Azimio. Kwa upande huu wangu naona Melita Oletenge yupo tu tayari nafuatilia kambi ya Kenya. Kumetulia, kuna utulivu sana katika eneo hilo. Hali imekuwaje siku nzima na sasa mnasubiri nini hapo?
Naam, barabara kabisa Nuru, ni kama ulivyosema, tuko katika ukumbi wa chuo cha Kikatoliki cha Afrika Mashariki au kipenda KWEA. Hapa ndipo kituo cha mawasiliano wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza na chama cha UDA ukiongozwa na mgombea urais wa chama hicho naibu rais William Ruto, ambaye vilevile atakuwa anatarajiwa kutoa habari hapa kwa wanahabari, vyombo vyote vya habari, kutoa mawasiliano rasmi kutoka muungano huo. Tuko hapa na eneo ambalo nimesimama kwa sasa, kuna lango ambalo liko nyuma yangu. Hapa ndio kiingilio cha kuingia ndani ya ukumbi huu, na hapa ndipo tunatarajia kuwa wafuasi naibu rais William Ruto watakuwa wameketi kitako kusikia kutoka kwake, wandani wake na vile vile viongozi wa Kenya Kwanza. Tumeweza kuona wandani wa naibu rais William Ruto wakifika hapa tayari. Tumeweza kuona wandani wake, wasaidizi wake vile vile wakifika hapa. Kwa hivyo ni ishara ambayo inaonekana kuwa huenda atakuwa eneo hili, lakini kufikia sasa bado hatujapata habari kamili kutoka kwa mawasiliano ya naibu rais William Ruto. Lakini kama unavyoona katika ukumbi huu, piga picha wangu James akiweza kuonyesha kuwa pale kuna jukwaa ambalo tayari limeandaliwa kwa minajili ya kutoa mawasiliano kamili kutoka kwa muungano wa Kenya Kwanza, na wanaoendesha shughuli hii wanafanya tu matayarisho ya kipindi cha lala salama. Hapo unaona bendera ya taifa, vile vile tumeona kuwa wanaweka bendera ya vyama tofauti vilivyoko ndani ya muungano wa Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hivyo ni kituo hiki tu ambacho bila shaka tutakuwa tunabaini mbivu na mbichi, mpumba na ngano, kujua je, ikiwa ameshinda basi atazungumza, na ikiwa pia ameshindwa basi ni papa hapa ndipo atakuwa akitoa taarifa kamili kwa wanahabari bila shaka na taifa nzima kwa ujumla. Kunradhi, watakuwa kitazama na kufuatilia mawasiliano kutoka mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hivyo tumekita hapa kambi hapa kwa niaba ya watazamaji wetu. Bila shaka tutakuwa tunawajuza yote yanayojiri kutoka hapa. Kwa sasa kuna kimya kingi, bila shaka tutakuwa tunawajuza tu iwapo kutakuwa na lolote ambalo litakuwa linafanyika katika ukumbi huu wa chuo kikuu cha Katoliki cha Afrika Mashariki. Lakini kwa sasa kama nilivyosema ni kwamba ni ngoja tu kutoka kwa timu nzima ya muungano wa Kenya Kwanza kuweza kufahamu tu ni yapi ambayo wanaandaa. Kumbuka kwamba tayari tumeona kwenye mitandao ya kijamii akiwasilisha kile wanachodai kuwa ni matokeo ambao wamekuwa wakijumlisha katika makao yao ya kujumlisha kura, lakini kwa hivyo hatuwezi kutangaza hayo, manake sio matokeo rasmi kulingana na tume ya IEBC. Lakini tutakapokuwa tukipata taarifa kutoka kwa tume ya IEBC, bila shaka vile vile watazamaji wetu watakuwa wakifahamu yote hapa katika kituo cha NTV. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tuko hapa, watazamaji wetu watakuwa wanapata yote kutoka ukumbi huu wa chuo cha Katoliki cha Afrika Mashariki. Nuru.
Namshukran sana, na kama tuna ni aidha buluu au ungesema rangi ya manjano mtazamaji, na kupeleka kwenye gisho kwa mwenzangu Nick Wambua ambaye yupo tu tayari. Nick, naona kwamba kuna wale ambao wamekuwa wakisherekea hapo awali, sijui wanasherekea nini na yapi labda tunatarajia kutoka kaunti hiyo?
Bila shaka Nuru, ni kwamba ni matokeo ambayo yanatangazwa katika kituo hiki cha Tarbo katika shule ya upili ya Uasin Gishu, ambapo matokeo mbalimbali kutoka kwa wawakilishi wa wadi kuelekea hadi kwa mbunge ambaye tunasubiri tangazo muda wote. Lakini muhimu zaidi kutaja kwamba alichaguliwa katika eneo hili kama gavana jamaa ambaye anafahamika kama Jonathan B ama koti moja kwa jina maarufu analotambulika nalo hapa katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Aliyekuwa gavana bwana Jackson Mandago amechaguliwa katika nafasi ya useneta, wote hawa katika chama cha UDA, na mwakilishi wa kike ni Bi Gladys Boss Sholei ambaye bila shaka amepata nafasi hiyo vile vile katika chama cha UDA. Hawa ni viongozi wateulewa ama wateule. Bila shaka hebu ni watafuta wawili watatu hapo, naona kwamba wamewasili. Aha, bwana Jonathan, bwana Beef, hujambo?
Sijambo wewe.
Umepata nafasi ya kuwa gavana kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, unaisikia?
Yes, thank you.
How do you feel having been voted in as a governor for Uasin Gishu County?
I'm feeling very good now that the people of Uasin Gishu have given me the opportunity to serve, especially delivering on my manifesto. I feel that they trusted me and they accepted my manifesto, and I'm so happy.
Mbona wanakuita koti moja?
Koti moja ni jina la utani. When I started campaigning for gubernatorial, some of my competitors thought that I was not going anywhere. And
koti moja.
They said, huyu mtu ya koti moja atafika wapi? But then I turned it into a slogan, and it is resonating very well with the hustle attack. So that's why I'm called koti moja. Yeah.
Kongole sana, miaka 5 ijayo uwe tayari kuwafanyia kazi wananchi wa kaunti wa Uasin Gishu. Tutazungumza naye bila shaka. Lakini kwa sasa vile vile Nuru, tunaye gavana Jackson Mandago. Bana, unafilaje?
Salama, mjambo.
Senator kaunti wa Uasin Gishu kutoka kiti cha gavana. How do you feel na mbona ukaamua kwenda kwa senator?
Kwanza kabisa nashukuru wakazi wa kaunti hii kwa ile mula walinipa niwe gavana wao kwa kipindi ya mula miwili. Ya pili ni kuwashukuru kwa nafasi ya useneta ambao wamenipatia, na katika hiyo kiti ya useneti jambo la muhimu ni kuhakikisha mambo ya ugatuzi inaenda vile ilivyokadiriwa na katiba ya Kenya. Na vile unavyojua sasa, kwa sababu ya hiyo uzoefu wa kuwa gavana muhula miwili, kuna baadhi ya mambo sisi kama magavana ama baraza la magavana ambayo inaenda kukamilisha muhula hatukufurahia ama havikutekelezwa jinsi katiba inavyosema. Kwa mfano, unajua kuna zile fedha ambazo zilikuwa zimetengwa katika kaunti kadhaa ambao ilikuwa inaitwa conditional grants. Na unajua kwa hiyo miaka 10 hizo kaunti ambazo zilikuwa na matatizo walikuwa nafaa kupata hiyo fedha, hawakupata hata shilingi moja. Sisi kama seneti mpya ambao tutakuwa huko yenye kuna baadhi ya maseneta ambao watakuwa ni watu wamehudumu kama magavana, tutahakikisha hizo kaunti pia inapata fedha zao za conditional grants ili tuweze kuinua maendeleo katika taifa la Kenya kwa kiwango ambao itakuwa karibu sawa katika kaunti zote taifa la Kenya.
Sasa subiri kuita governor ama nikuite senator, lakini
bado nakula stock yangu ya governor.
Bado hajaanza kuenjoy marupurupu ya governor. Sawa. Sasa kuna hili swala kwamba matokeo kutangazwa yamechelewa kidogo katika maeneo haya, na mfano hapa Tarbo. Je, umeambiwa ni kwa nini? Pengine kuna sababu zote ambazo zimetolewa na maafisa wakuu wa IEBC?
Hapa matokeo yamechelewa kidogo, ni ile hali ya uangalifu wa IEBC kuhakikisha kuwa zile matangazo ama matokeo ambayo yanatangazwa ni ile ya kweli, ya haki na uhuru kulingana na vile wananchi wamepiga kura. Pia unajua katika eneo bunge la Tarbo kumekuwa na waniaji wengi wa kiti ya ubunge, kwa hivyo definitely ingechukua muda mrefu kidogo kufanya hiyo tallying ya hiyo yote. Alafu pia katika nafasi za MCS pia eneo bunge la Tarbo ndio eneo ya pili kubwa katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, ikiwa na waheshimiwa ama wakilishi wodi wa 6, na pia hizo wodi 6 walikuwa na waniaji wengi kiasi. Kwa hivyo imechukua muda kwa sababu ya ile uangalifu wa IEBC kutaka kuhakikisha wamefanya kazi kwa mujibu ya sheria, na sisi tumeridhika na kazi ambayo IEBC imefanya katika kaunti hii na pia katika taifa la Kenya. Na pia niseme mimi nimeridhika na wananchi wa kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. At least wamedhihirisha wazi. Wale wachache walikuwa wanatuwekelea fitina ya hotspot au sijui nini wameaibika.
Na kuna amani.
Na bado tunawaambia wataendelea kuaibika zaidi.
Hebu nikuulize Manda, manake unajua wewe ni maarufu sana kusema kwamba hizi siasa tusiweke kwa roho, tuweke mapafu tu, kama unapumua mara moja zinakwenda. Manake kuna majina makubwa sana yameanguka, na sasa katika maeneo haya nitakupa mfano, Meshra yuko pale, tumemwona Keteri yuko pale, wameanguka. Je, unawaambia watu nini? Bado zako umeweka kwa mapafu ama kwenye roho?
Mimi nitawaambia watulize vidonda polepole. Katika Kenya kwanza, sisi hatuna chuki ama ubaya wote na mtu yoyote. Baada ya hii mambo ya uchaguzi, tutawaalika wote kama Wakenya tuendelee kujenga taifa letu la Kenya, lakini iwe funzo kwa wale wanaweza fikiri wanaweza enda kinyume na mahali upepo inaelekea katika sehemu na usito pia wa chama. Wengi walikuwa nasema hatupigi chama, tunapiga watu, na tunawaambia wale wanawania kwa chama pia ni watu, na wasidharau sera ambazo zimewekwa za chama. Mimi naamini kwa pakubwa sana wale vigogo walipelekwa nyumbani katika sehemu hii si kwa sababu nyingine, ni kwa sababu za sera za Kenya kwanza. Wananchi waliangalia kama bei ya mbolea itateremshwa ifike 2,500 na serikali ya Kenya kwanza. Kama tutapata mikopo ambayo inaripa bilioni 50 taifa la Kenya, karibu kila constituency Kenya hii itapata milioni 130. Kama watu watapata bima ya afya ambayo itakuwa imeboreshwa zaidi ili iweze kugaramia madawa, upasuaji na mambo mengine, basi watu waliweka kwenye ratili mpango ya serikali ya Kenya kwanza, na hao watu ya independent ambao hawana mwelekeo yote basi wakafurushwa wakapelekwa nyumbani.
Na governor, manake sasa umesema tuweke kwenye mapafu, kuna viongozi wawili, Raila Odinga yupo, William Ruto. William Ruto anatoka eneo hili. Je, pengine ushauri wako, iwapo pengine Raila Odinga atapata, utamwambia William Ruto apumue kwamba haipiti?
Hakuna chance hata kidogo Raila Odinga kushinda kura. Unajua pia Wakenya tukue practical and realistic, kwa sababu angalia taifa mzima, the whole of Mount Kenya region. Wacha hata kura ya urais, UDA kuanzia kura ya president, governor, senator, women rep mpaka ma MCA. Sasa ndugu yangu, kwa nini tudanganyane? It's just a question of time and it's just a question of allowing Chebukati and IBC to do their work. But the results, you know as much as I know that William Ruto is the 5th president of the republic.
Sijui nasubiri IBC watangaze. Na bila shaka mtazamaji, hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo. Bila shaka huyo hapo gavana Jackson Mandago anasema kwamba anaendelea kupata marupurupu yake gavana hadi aapishwe kuwa seneta, na atasalia kuwa gavana hadi Jackson B ambaye ni koti moja apewe hiyo nafasi ya kiti chake. Lakini kwa sasa Nuru na Salim wafahamishe kwamba tunazidi kufuatilia ili tukitoka hapa tuko naelekea katika kituo kikuu cha kuhesabu kura za magavana ama kutangaza kura za ugavana, wakilishi wa kike na vile vile useneta. Manake kura ambazo tunazo kwa sasa ni kura ambazo bado hazijatangazwa na tume ya IB sasa kuhusiana na swala hili ama viti hivi vitatu, gavana, wakilishi wa kike na vile vile useneta. Kwa sasa narejesha kwako, bila shaka utakuwa unakuja kwenu hapo baadaye na mengi zaidi kutoka kaunti hii ya Uasin Gishu. Hapa ni Tani.
Shukran sana Nick. Na Mandago amesema bado anamaliza stock ya ugavana kisha anze useneta. Hongera sana kwa washindi wote hadi kufikia sasa mtazamaji, na kuelekeza katika kitovu cha kuhesabia kura, yani kitovu kikuu cha kuhesabia kura kule IBC, ambapo tunaungana na mwenzangu Frederick Mwitiriri. Mwitiriri, labda umetuandalia nini leo? Tunasubiri kusikia. Tumemsikia awali Chebukati ameangazia matokeo kutoka kule Webuye Mashariki. Ni yapi unayo?
Shukran sana Nuru. Hapa Nuru, nikueleze ni kwamba wewe ukiwa studioni pengine pale kuna kijoto. Sisi hapa kwenye jumba hili la Bomas mambo ni tofauti. Nikuonyesha tu mtazamaji, kwa faida ya mtazamaji, ni kwamba nyuma yangu nina jiko ambalo linatupa joto. Kwa hivyo hapa ni baridi shadidi, imetugonga kweli kweli, tunatetemeka, lakini tupo hapa. Tuliamkia mida ya saa ngapi? Saa 9 hivi za usiku tulikuwa hapa na bado tuko hapa. Tutazidi kukuletea matangazo kituo nambari 1 NTV, ambacho tunajumlisha na kukueleza ni nani ambaye anaongoza kwa sasa. Nambari ambazo unazitazama mtazamaji kwenye runinga yako hapo, hao ndio wameongoza. Imesimama kwa muda, lakini tutaendelea kukupa taarifa tunapozidi kuzipata zile form 34A na ile form 34B, ambayo hapa siku ya leo tumepata fomu ya kwanza kutoka eneo bunge hilo ambalo umelitaja Webuye, na sisi hapa tunasubiri tu afisa mkuu ambaye anatangaza matokeo ya urais, Wafula Chebukati ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa IBC, kutuelezea kinaga ubaga nani anashinda eneo bunge lipi. Atakuwa kituelezea yote 290 moja kwa lingine kwa ufasaha, na kisha sisi hapa NTV tunakurushia moja kwa moja. Siko peke yangu siku ya leo, ninaye wakili James Mamboleo. Tuko naye siku ya leo hapa kwenye ukumbi huu wa Bomas. Vile ninaye Jim India ambaye ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya siasa. Nianze nawe James. Kwa mara ya kwanza kutoka siku ambao Wakenya walipiga kura, tumeelezwa kuna ambao walishinda na wameongoza katika eneo la linatupa siku ya leo.
Tupa taswira ya kwamba uchaguzi ambao tunaofanya katika nchi ya Kenya ni ambao ukiisha Wakenya wakipiga kura inachukua muda kidogo. Unaona kwamba tumechukua muda wa karibu masaa 36 ili form ya kwanza ama returning officer wa kwanza kufika katika Bomas. Na ni kwa sababu ukiangalia mpangilio wa uchaguzi ni kwamba presiding officers wanaofanya kazi katika polling stations, ikumbukwe kwamba kwa sasa polling stations sio kama zile za zamani. Katika uchaguzi wa zamani ungepata kwamba kulikuwa na madarasa mbalimbali katika shule kwa mfano yakiwa polling streams. Sasa katika sheria ya sasa kila darasa ni polling station, na kila polling station basi iko na presiding officer na deputy presiding officer wake. Na kwa mfano ukiangalia form za kwanza zile ambazo zinafanyika katika ama zinaandikwa katika polling station, tuseme ya urais ni form 34A, ya ubunge wa National Assembly ni 35A, ya County Assembly ni 36A na kadhalika na kadhalika. Huyu presiding officer anapofanya hisabu ya kura baada ya uchaguzi, wanapoanza kuhesabu, anaanzia ile ya urais. Akimaliza ya urais, anajaza form 34A, anaiweka kando, alafu anaanza kuhesabu yale gavana na kadhalika na kadhalika. Kwa hivyo kujumlisha hizi kura zote za hizi nafasi 6 zinazowaniwa katika uchaguzi wetu inachukua muda. Umeona mpaka leo kuna mahali kwingi katika nchi ya Kenya ambapo hawajamaliza kuhesabu na kujumlisha kura. Kwa sababu hiyo inaelekea kwamba basi utapata kwamba presiding officers wanachelewa kupeleka zile form 34As na zingine katika constituency returning officer, ambaye ndiye ataleta hizo fomu zote katika ukumbi wa Bomas at the National Tallying Center. Kwa hivyo uchaguzi wetu, kwa sababu unafanywa mara moja na ni uchaguzi mara 6, hilo linachelewesha
rais, ugavana, mwakilishi wa kike, seneta, mbunge, mwakilishi wa
wadi. Kwa hivyo hao wote, sababu lazima presiding officers wa hesabu hizo kura zote ndio waweze kupeleka hizi fomu katika county returning officer, na county returning officer ajaze, kwa mfano kwa uchaguzi wa urais ajaze form 34B, kwa uchaguzi wa gavana ajaze form 38B, ili aweze kupeleka kwa county returning officer na kadhalika na kadhalika. So majambo haya yote yanasababisha kuchelewa kwa hizi muda mrefu kuja katika Bomas.
Jim, kucheleweshwa huko kumewaweka Wakenya kiwewe wakisubiria, sababu ni kana kwamba Wakenya hawajatuamini sana kuwaletea matangazo, wanasubiria sana Chebukati, sababu neno la mwisho ni lake Chebukati. Limeweka Wakenya kiwewe.
Limeweka Wakenya kiwewe, lakini sio ati Wakenya hawaamini. Ni vile sheria imesema ya kwamba ni IEBC ndio itatupa result ile ya mwisho. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wanawatazama na wanaona, lakini jinsi ambavyo vituo vya habari vimekuwa vikipeperusha hizi provisional results, ni kila station imekuwa ikionyesha results kulingana na vile wanahesabu. Kwa hivyo Mkenya akitazama NTV anaona candidate wake yuko mbele, akielekea KTN anapata candidate wake yuko nyuma, akielekea Citizen anapata Wajakoya yuko nambari 2. Kwa hivyo anashangaa Wajakoya nambari 2. Kwa hivyo anashangaa akienda KBC anapata. Kwa hivyo Mkenya kidogo anasema hapa, kwa sababu vyombo vya habari havizungumzi kwa sauti moja, ni mtu mmoja tu tutamsikiza, yule ambaye ni IEBC. Na IEBC pia walishasema hao kisheria wako na siku 7, kwa hivyo hatuna haraka. Koti zilisema ya kwamba hii process lazima ifanyike kitaratibu na kisheria. Kwa hivyo wanafuata sheria kikamilifu, ambao wanasema crossing every T. Wanataka kuhakikisha ya kwamba baada uchaguzi hakuna mtu anyosha mkono kwa IEBC na kusema ya kwamba walifanya jambo lolote ambalo si la kisheria.
Mambo leo, unafikiria kwamba IEBC inajiondolea mzigo na inatwika vyombo vya habari nchini Kenya mzigo huo wa kusema hatuko na makosa? Waulizeni wanahabari.
Ukiangalia katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2017, mahakama ya juu ilibatilisha matokeo ya ule uchaguzi wa urais kwa sababu ilionekana kwamba kupeperusha matokeo kutoka kwa maeneo fulani katika sehemu mbalimbali za Kenya haukufanyika kulingana na sheria. Ndivyo koti ikasema kwamba kwa sababu ile
shikilia hapo, niruhusu tu tushikilie hapo, sababu naelezwa kwamba kule ndani kwenye jumba hili la Bomas kunayo taarifa ambayo inatolewa na mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati. Hebu tusikilize kama imeanza. Wacha tumsikize Chebukati.
Bishop Alfred Rotich, Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Kericho, Reverend Canon Chris Kinyanjui, General Secretary, National Council of Churches of Kenya, that is NCCK, and Father Garaya Bernard, Deputy Secretary General of Conference of Catholic Bishops, Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, that is KCCB. So this session does not interfere with the verification process. And once again, we request those who have no role in the verification desks to kindly take their seating so that we allow those who are taking the verification of the statutory forms time to concentrate on what they are doing. Thank you very much. And allow me now to invite Bishop John Okinda, who will take us through the first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha. I'm reading from the book of Psalms 66, verses 1 to 5. Shout for joy to God, all the earth. Sing the glory of his name. Make his praises glorious. Say to God, how awesome are your deeds. So great is your power that your enemies cringe before you. All the earth bows down to you. They sing praises to you. They sing the praise of your name. Come and see what God has done, his awesome deeds for mankind. Allow me to read the second reading from the book of Matthew, chapter number 5, verse 1 to 12. Now, when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up on a mountainside and sat down. His disciples came to him. And he began to teach them. He said, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger for thirst, for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in spirit, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. For in the same way they persecute the righteous, they will persecute you. And may the Lord bless the reading of his word.
Thank you very much, Bishop John Okinda, presiding Bishop of Pentecostal Evangelistic Fellowship of Africa. We now invite the Most Reverend Jackson Olesapit, Archbishop of Anglican Church of Kenya, who will lead us through the Thanksgiving session to pray for patience and peace as the country awaits for the results. Welcome, the Most Reverend Jackson Olesapit.
Thank you very much. We are only a small team of a host of many people praying for the country at this time. And we who are here to call the nation to calmness and peace as we journey with our God so that Kenya will be blessed as we have always been blessed. Let us pray. Let us pray for the electoral body that has been charged to carry out the work of election. We pray particularly for the chair and his commissioners, the CEO and all staff across the country, that God may guide them to carry out this task with diligence and courage. May He pour out His Spirit upon them so that they may be strengthened to conduct this mission peacefully and to the ultimate purpose for which it was destined. Let us also give thanks to God for a peaceful election during the election period. Dear Lord, as we reflect on the journey you have walked with us as a nation through the campaign period up to the general elections, we are grateful. We give you thanks for enabling Kenyans to vote peacefully. As IEBC now continues to count and tally votes for the various elective positions, we pray that you grant them divine grace to count every vote with diligence and excellence, and also with integrity. May you grant technical ICT infrastructure that supports relaying of votes works well without any mishap. To the glory of your name, Lord, graciously hear our prayer. We now invite Bishop Anyolo to carry on with the prayers.
We pray for security agents. We pray for security agents that the Almighty God may bless them as we come closer to the end of our election process, and that they may undertake their responsibilities of securing our country from external and internal threats, so that we may be able to do our duties in peace, especially this time of electioneering, and that they may do their work without favor for the greater glory of God. We pray this through Christ our Lord.
We continue in prayer for peace. Almighty God, we pray for peaceful coexistence as people of different religion, ethnic identity, and political opinion. We pray that the order of life may grant us to accept each other as brothers and sisters. May we be united and restrain ourselves from divisive thoughts and actions so that peace may reign in our country. And may we embrace brotherhood and sisterhood as pillars of our social interaction. Lord, we pray that peace may cover this country of Kenya as the waters cover the sea. Bind us together, Lord, with cords of love that cannot be broken. We pray this through Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Prayer for patience. Prayer against anxiety as we await for the results. Almighty Father and God of all creation, we know that you express your will through people in a democracy like ours. As we await for the tallying an announcement of the results for various elective positions, especially for the president, we graciously and with humility ask that you gift us with the virtue of patience. Deliver us from all forms of anxiety, so that hoping and trusting in your will may be demonstrated in the final results. We ask of you, you who move and live and have our being, Lord, graciously hear our prayer.
We now want to conclude this session by continued thanks to God that He remains God to every individual, to our nation.
Mtazamaji, ni maombi ambayo yanaendelea kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas hapa jijini Nairobi. Maombi ambayo IEBC nasema ni muhimu kwa taifa la Kenya, na sisi hapa tunaendelea tu na mjadala ambao tumekuwa nao. Tunaangazia tu matokeo ambayo yamekuwa kitangazwa siku ya leo, ujumlishaji wa matangazo hayo na matokeo ambayo tumekuwa tukiyapokea hapa kwenye ukumbi huu wa Bomas. Na Jim, swala ambalo limeibuka leo na ambalo sisi wanahabari tumeelezwa kwa upana na urefu ni kwamba tumekuwa tukijumulisha lakini nambari zetu haziendanishi. Na nikauliza hapo awali, nilikuwa nimemuuliza wakili, je, IEBC inataka kutwika mzigo ambao huenda ingebeba kwa vyombo vya habari?
Si pengine. Jambo la kwanza ni kama vyombo vya habari vimekuwa vikifanya kazi kwa njia ya uwazi, kumaanisha wameenda katika portal ya IEBC wakachukua zile forms kutoka pale na hakuna ukarabati wowote umefanyika katika hizo forms. Hatimaye vyombo vyote vya habari vinafaa viwe na nambari sawa, zile ujumlisha zinafaa ziwe sawa hatimaye. Hata hivyo tunajua wakati wote ambapo unapata data, ukipatia data analyst yote, mara nyingi huwa kuna tofauti kidogo hapa na pale kwa sababu ya jinsi ambavyo walikuwa wanajumlisha formula ambazo walitumia, lakini tofauti hiyo haifai kuwa kubwa sana. La kushangaza itakuwa ni kama hatimaye IEBC itatoa results zake na tukiangalia na vyombo vya habari itakuwa tofauti. Hapo kutakuwa na shida sana sana katika uchaguzi ambao kuna vyombo vya habari ambao wamechukua wameonekana kuegemea upande mwingine. Itaonekana ni kwamba vyombo vya habari pengine vilitumika.
Mtazamaji hazungumzi kuhusu NTV. Sisi tunakuletea matangazo jinsi ambavyo yanatokea kutoka pande zote.
Vinaonekana, sio vinafanya, vinaonekana ya kwamba vinaegemea upande mwingine. Itakuwa ni kwamba vyombo vya habari vilikuwa vinatumika kisiasa.
Shikilia, naelezwa kule kwenye kaunti ya Mombasa wanatupa matokeo, wacha tusikize.
Once after issuing the certificate, I will give the Mheshimiwa a time just to say a word to each and every one of us, and then we'll proceed with the other part of our work. Sasa. Photocopy. Scan, yeah. Oh.
Mtazamaji, matokeo ambayo yanatangazwa sasa ni matokeo ya eneo bunge la Nyali kwenye kaunti ya Mombasa, ambako mwaniaji na tiketi ya chama cha UDA Mohamed Ali anatangazwa mshindi kwa kiti cha Nyali. Ni kiti ambacho kiko kwenye kaunti ya Mombasa. Mohamed Ali mnamfahamu sana, alikuwa mwanahabari mwenzetu, ametangazwa kuwa ameshinda kiti hicho kwa mara ya pili. Alikuwa mbunge wa Nyali. Mohamed Ali anazidi kupongezwa pale. Tunaona maafisa wa IEBC wanamueleza hongera na wanampa cheti chake kuhakikisha kwamba yeye ndio mshindi wa kiti cha Nyali, eneo bunge la Nyali, kwa mara ya pili mfululizo. Hapa studio tunaendelea, tuna matangazo kule Mombasa yakiendelea, wakihesabu sisi tunakueleza. Hapa kwenye eneo hili la Bomas wakihesabu, kisha mtazamaji sisi tunakufahamisha. India, kuna jambo ulikuwa unasema, nilikukatiza na Paul, ni samahani, ni sababu matokeo yakiingia tutawaeleza watazamaji.
Pale ambapo IEBC itatoa results ambazo zitakuwa tofauti na vile ambavyo vyombo vya habari vimetoa. Tayari tumeona vyama vya kisiasa Azimio na Kenya Kwanza wamesema wamefanya ujumlishaji na wote nambari zao hazifanani, zile ujumlishaji wao havifanani. Kwa hivyo kunao uwezekano ya kwamba hata vyombo vya habari tutakuwa pale. Katika hiyo confusion, hapo ndio kutakuwa na shida kidogo ya usalama, pengine Wakenya ni nani wataamini. Kwa hivyo IEBC ndio maana inachukua wakati sana na inafanya constituency moja baada ya nyingine.
When I say difficult, I mean in terms of my health. I was a little bit sick from the 6th to date. I'm still sick. I survived some assassination attempts by some groups. I was fought left, right by the state of Kisumu here in Mombasa County. But I just want to say that there is God in heaven. I also want to thank the great people of Nyali and the citizens of this country for going to ballot, voting peacefully, and going forward. I also want to tell my colleagues who have lost that there is another time, there is another chance. Now this is the right time to come together and let us build Nyali for the sake of the great people. Ningependa kusema asante sana kwa kuweza kufanya zoezi ya haki, uhuru na usawa. Vilevile nataka kutoa shukrani zangu za dhati kwa maafisa wote wa usalama, asasi za usalama, kwa kudumisha amani na kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna matatizo yote ambayo yanaweza kutokea. Nilisema kwamba hii ilikuwa ni uchaguzi mgumu na rahisi sana kwa wananchi. Mgumu kwa sababu ilikuwa mgumu sana kuanzia tarehe 6 mpaka wa leo. Pia leo nimetoka hospitali. Na rahisi kwa sababu watu wa Nyali, licha ya mambo mengi yanayoweza kutendeka wakati wa uchaguzi, walisimama kidete na kuchagua maendeleo, wakisema hawataka tena na kazi iendelee. Ningependa pia kufungua mkono wangu na kualika wale wote waliokuwa tunaweza kushindana wakuje sasa tuweze kushirikiana kufanya kazi kwa ajili ya watu wa Nyali. Zaidi ya hilo, nataka kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu jambo hili mwache Mungu aendelee.
Umechaguliwa kama mbunge wa naibu rais William Ruto, hisia zako kwa kuwa mbunge wake ni zipi?
Mimi ni mwenye furaha sana. Nimesikia kushushwa na ninataka kushukuru sana kwa sababu mimi ndiye mbunge wa rais mtarajiwa Dr. William Samoei Ruto, na ninataka kusema ya kwamba yale niliyatenda zaidi, yale maendeleo ambayo nilileta katika eneo bunge Turbo nitazidisha maradufu kwa ajili ya upendo ya watu wa Turbo.
Hawa hapa wanaokutazama ni wapiga kura wako, wakazi wako, hawa ndio utawakilisha kwenye bunge la taifa. Unawaambiaje?
Ninawaambia ya kwamba mimi nitawajibika kwao kwa sababu hawa ndio wameniajiri kazi kama mbunge wao. Kwa hivyo nitawajibika kwa kila hali kwa niaba yao. Asante.
Baada hapa pengine ahadi yako kwao ni gani?
Ahadi yangu ni kwamba nitawatendea kazi kwa njia ya haki, kwa njia ya usawa, haijalishi wale wamenichagua na ama wale hawakunichagua kwa sababu wote ni wana Turbo.
Asante sana mtazamaji. Huyo hapo ni mheshimiwa anaitwa Janet Sitienei Rotich ambaye ndiye mbunge mteule kwa sasa, na anasema kwamba yuko tayari kufanyia kazi wakazi ambao wamemchagua, na kukumbusha tu ni kwamba huyu ndiye mbunge wake naibu rais William Ruto katika eneo bunge hili la Turbo, kaunti ya Uasin Gishu.
Moja kwa moja kutoka kwenye kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, eneo bunge ambalo ni lake naibu wa rais William Samoei Ruto. Eneo la Turbo ni mbunge wake mpya ambaye ameshinda kiti hicho. Siku ya leo ni matokeo yatakuwa yakikuja kutoka maeneo yote humu nchini, na sisi hapa NTV tutakuwa tukikueleza akiingia, tunaendelea kukueleza. Mambo leo ulikuwa unasema jambo kabla tujaenda kwa breki.
Nataka kuwapa Wakenya muktadha wa ni nini kimesababisha sisi kuja kufika hapa kwa wakati huu katika upande wa kupeperusha matangazo IEBC inavyoyafanya saa hii. Kumbuka kwamba mwaka 2017 ule mpangilio wa kupeperusha matangazo ilikuwa kwamba presiding officers katika vituo mbalimbali kokote nchini walikuwa wanachukua zile takwimu za matokeo ya urais walivyopata wagombeaji wa urais wakati huo, na wanazifeed katika national system. Na sasa zikifika Bomas, hizi takwimu zilikuwa zinakuja kama takwimu numbers, hazikuwa zinakuja vile zinavyokuja saa hii. Na unakumbuka wakati huo hizo takwimu zilikuja kwa wingi sana mpaka ile system ya IEBC ikakuwa kwamba haiwezi kuendelea kufanya kazi kwa sababu zilikuwa nyingi sana. Kwa hivyo wakati huo unakumbuka kwamba media houses zilikuwa zimeweka pressure sana kwa IEBC kutaka kujua ni kwa nini hii system haifanyi kazi kwa haraka ili Wakenya waweze kupata hizi takwimu na matokeo ya uchaguzi kwa haraka. Sasa IEBC imefanya nini ili kubadilisha mpangilio huu? IEBC imebadilisha huu mpangilio kwamba saa hii wale presiding officers walikuwa wanachukua picha ya fomu 34A na wakitumia ile KIEMS kit, na wanatuma hiyo picha kwa mtandao wa IEBC. Kwa hivyo kwa huu mtandao yale ambayo utaona pale ni picha za zile form 34As kutoka nchini kote, na hizi picha ni zaidi ya 46,000 na kwa ukweli wakati zilikuja hapa sasa kamati ya IEBC ilisema yeyote ambaye anaweza kuzidownload na aweze kufanya tallies za vile matokeo yako afanye.
Hata mimi mwenyewe nikitaka.
Hata wewe mwenyewe ukitaka. Sasa jambo la muhimu ni hili.
Tutarudi kwako ndio malizie hilo jambo. Na mtandao huo Wakenya wamesema kwamba ni thabiti sana sababu wengi wameingia lakini haukwami. Kwa sasa tuko kwenye kaunti ya Mombasa ambako mwanahabari wetu Kevin Mutai yuko kule, atueleze tu kinagaubaga nini ambacho kimeendelea, atupe tu nani ambao wameshinda kwa siku ya leo.
Naam, shukran sana Mwitiriri. Kwa sasa mtazamaji, imebainika wazi kwamba saizi wakazi wa eneo bunge la Nyali wana mbunge baada ya kutangaza rasmi na tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC. Huyo si mwingine bali ni Mohamed Ali ambaye sasa amechaguliwa kwa muhula wa pili sasa baada ya kupata kura 32,988 na kumpiku mpinzani wake wa chama cha ODM Said Abdalla ambaye amepata kura 18,642. Mtazamaji, imekuwa ni kipute ama kinyang'anyiro ambacho kimeleta kivumbi na hisia mbalimbali na joto la kisiasa mtazamaji, lakini kwa leo imekamilika baada ya shughuli zima ya kuweza kujumuisha kura kutoka kwa wadi 5 katika eneo bunge hili la Nyali lenye wapiga kura 124,253. Hao ndio waliweza kujisajilisha mtazamaji kuweza kushiriki katika zoezi hilo la maamuzi mwaka 2022. Kukutajia tu wale wagombea wengine: Ferdinand Katana wa chama cha KADU alipata kura 264, Joshua Otieno kura 166 ambaye ni mgombea huru. Yasir Nur wa chama cha Jubilee alipata kura 889, Millicent Atieno wa chama cha Wiper alipata kura 904, Edward Makosewe kura 124 wa chama cha Pamoja African Alliance maarufu PAM. Jafeth Marine ambaye ni mgombea huru pia alipata kura 601 na Eric Gitonga ambaye ni mgombea huru pia aliweza kupata kura 1,135. Kura hizi mtazamaji ziliweza kupigwa katika vituo 195 katika eneo bunge la Nyali, na Mohamed Ali amekuwa ni mbunge wa pili kutangazwa rasmi na IEBC baada ya Rashid Bedzimba ambaye pia ametangazwa kama mbunge wa Kisauni baada ya kupata kura 84,747. Kwa hakika mtazamaji, sasa tumesalia na maeneo bunge 4 hapa kaunti ya Mombasa ambayo ni Likoni, Changamwe, Jomvu, Mvita na tutaweza kubaini ni nani, na hata Changamwe, na tutaweza kubaini tu kwa muda wote kuanzia sasa ni nani ambaye amechaguliwa kuwakilisha wakazi katika maeneo hayo katika bunge la 13. Na kwa hakika mtazamaji, pia tutafuatilia kwa kina katika tutarajia kupata rasmi kutoka kwa makao makuu ya kujumuisha kura kaunti ya Mombasa.
Nyingi sana wamekuwa kote kuletea taarifa, hawajalala. Kevin Mtai, usiku wa jana nimemuona tu kwenye runinga yako mida ya usiku sana, na wengine ambako tuko kote nchini kuhakikisha kwamba tuko pale na pale wakijumulisha tunakueleza. Tumalizie, utueleze ambalo ulikuwa nasema, sababu najua nimekukatiza mara mbili. Mambo leo
nilikuwa nasema kwamba wakati hizi form 34As zimeingia katika ule mtandao wa IEBC, sio kazi rahisi kuzidownload na kuweza sasa kuzitumia ili kujumlisha yale matokeo ya urais kutoka nchini kote kwa polling stations zaidi ya 46,000. So jambo ambalo limefanyika ni hivi kwamba wakati chairman wa IEBC alisema kwamba kila mtu sasa yuko huru aweze kujumlisha hizi forms 34As ndio aweze kupata results zake. Ilikuwa kwamba ndio media houses walikuja kujua kwamba hii kazi sio rahisi, na sio kila mmoja akona uwezo, kwa sababu
kibarua kimekuwa kigumu kwetu,
kwa sababu kufikia juzi usiku zile fomu ambazo zilikuwa zimetumwa katika mtandao wa IEBC zilikuwa zaidi ya 92%. Kwa hivyo kulikuwa kumebaki 8% tu ili tuweze kujumlisha fomu zote, lakini kufikia jana masaa zaidi ya 28 baadaye ilikuwa kwamba ukiangalia mitandao mingi wote walikuwa wamejumlisha karibu 25-30 ya hayo matokeo yote. Kwa hivyo sio kazi rahisi, inahitaji uwezo mkubwa. Ilikuwa kwamba yeyote ambaye alitaka kujumlisha hizi takwimu lazima angekuwa amejiandaa vizuri na zile mashine kubwa na zenye uwezo mwingi ili kuweza kufanya jambo hili. So jambo la mwisho ambalo ni la muhimu ni kwamba hili ambalo tulikuwa tunaliongelea ni kwa sababu gani kila mtandao uko na takwimu zake. Kwa sababu tumeangalia hapo awali kwamba kila mmoja alikuwa na uhuru wa kuanza kujumlisha anavyotaka. Na vile ambavyo sisi tungefikiria ni kwamba tunapoenda mbele itahitaji kwamba media houses waweze kukaa pamoja, wakubaliane juu ya ratiba ama juu ya mpangilio vile hii tallying inafaa kufanywa. Ama waweze kusema let's create a method ya kuanza kujumuisha hizi kura, ndio kila TV station isikuwe na takwimu tofauti. Ama wasipofanya hivyo, basi tutauliza bunge likae chini liunde sheria ambayo itasaidia kutupa mwongozo ambao ni mwafaka wa kutumika na ma TV stations kutumia kufanya hizi takwimu. Hiyo italeta kitu ambacho tunaita uniformity katika hiyo process.
Tujitetee mtazamaji, ni kwamba tulianza mipangilio, kila stesheni ilianza mipangilio yake mwaka jana, wakati IBC inatueleza kwamba tunaweza kujumulisha tukiwa wote. Kila stesheni ilikuwa ishaanza mipangilio yake ya uchaguzi mwaka jana, sababu kupanga uchaguzi ni kibarua kigumu sana. Hauwezi kupanga na chini ya miezi miwili ama mitatu. Kwa hivyo lazima tujipange kwa muda, miaka miwili hivi tukijipanga. Na tuseme kwamba ni mara ya kwanza kwa stesheni zote kujumulisha na kuhesabu. Kwa hivyo kuendelea mbele pengine tuwe na sheria. Unasema tuwe na sheria, Jimindia?
Kwanza nikisema kwamba mwaka huu ukilinganisha na mwaka wa 2017 ambapo vyombo vya habari vilikuwa vinatuambia jinsi ambavyo IBC inasema. Ukiangalia hata Marekani ilichukua CNN karibu siku 3 kabla kumtangaza mshindi. Siku 3. Na wamekuwa wakifanya hii kazi miaka nyingi. Kwa hivyo lazima niseme vyombo vya habari hapa Kenya vimefanya kazi nzuri. Kwa sababu kufika leo karibu vyombo vya habari vingi vilikuwa vimehesabu karibu kura milioni 12.5. Kwa hivyo walikuwa wamefanya kazi nzuri. Wangeendelea na ile speed ambayo walianza nao leo, pengine vyombo vya habari vingekuwa vimetuambia kulingana na nyinyi ni nani ambaye amekuwa rais, tukingoja kumsikia Wafula Chebukati atuambie nini. Hata hivyo sheria haipaswi, kwa sababu kuna ile freedom of speech na freedom of expression, na media inafanya kazi katika in that space ya kwamba unapoanza kusema ya kwamba media mnaweza kujumlisha, lakini lazima muanze na county 001 Mombasa hadi county 047 ya Nairobi. Unapoenda county 001 Mombasa na bado returning officer katika polling station hajatoa ile form 34A, lakini kuna returning officer county 035 ametoa form 34, mtangoja hadi huyu afanye. Kwa hivyo kulingana nami, kama form 34A vipo and available to the public, kila station ifanye tali kivyake, bora baada ya siku matokeo iwe ni sawa. Kwa sababu pale panapokuwa na tofauti kati ya matokeo, kwa sababu sasa kuna tofauti kwa sababu nyote hamjafika 100%, nyote bado hamjahesabu kura zote, lakini hatimaye kutakuwa na sheria tu kama kuna hayo jinsi ambavyo mnatuonyesha takwimu tofauti. Na sheria inapaswa kuwa tu pale ambapo labda bunge iseme vyombo vya habari havifai kuchukua sides wakati wa campaigns. Hiyo ndio sheria ambayo tunahitaji, ili vyombo vya habari vibaki kuwa objective wakati wa elections, lakini sio kuwa subjective.
Nirudie tena CNTV. Lakini niulize hivi, wakili Mamboleo, hapa nchini Kenya ni tofauti sana, hasa na Marekani ambako ni rahisi sana kwa vyombo vya habari kusema huyu ndiye mshindi, na huwa hawatangazi, huwa wanasema ni ile projection. Sababu wako na kile ambacho tunaita college votes. Hapa nchini Kenya tufanye nini ndiposa tuhakikishe Mkenya wa kawaida hana ile tashwishwi? Tukimalizia
hapo ndio nataka kutofautiana na ndugu yangu kidogo. Ukiangalia katika ule mtandao wa IEBC, sio kwamba fomu zimetumwa tu kiholela. Wakati hizo fomu zinakuja, zinaingia katika vijisanduku katika ule mtandao, hii inatoka hapa, hii inatoka wapi, kwa kila constituency. Kwa hivyo mpangilio tuelewe kwamba mpangilio utaleta uniformity. Kwa sababu gani? Na amelisema hivyo vizuri kwamba utapata kwamba kila mtu ameanza na yake. Hakuwezi kuwa basi uniformity katika matangazo. Ndio sababu Wakenya wanasema mbona NTV iko nyuma, ama mbona Citizen iko mbele, na kadhalika na kadhalika. Kwa sababu zile fomu zinapokuja zinakuwa kwamba kama ni fomu za constituency ya Webuye zimeingia katika sanduku la Webuye katika ule mtandao. So ile system ambayo itakubalianwa na wote ni kwamba huu ndio mpangilio wa kudownload this form na kujumulisha. Sasa wakianza wote pamoja, kama ni NTV imeanza Webuye, Citizen imeanza Webuye, basi wakimaliza Webuye tutajua katika Webuye mambo yako hivi. Ndio sababu sasa kwa sahihi auoni
sekunde 30 ndio turejeshe kwenye makao makuu.
Auoni mtu yeyote akisema kwamba hizi ni constituency fulani, tumefikia hapa, hizi ndio zimebaki. Ndio sababu unapata wananchi wako na wasiwasi. Ingekuwa vizuri zaidi tungekuwa na mpangilio wa haya mambo yanavyofanyika. Na wakikubaliana hivyo, sio kwamba hata iwe sheria, wakiweza kukubaliana kwamba huo ndio mpangilio, wafanye hivyo. Sasa italeta picha nzuri katika hizi media houses zote, na hakutakuwa na tofauti ambazo zinaleta wasiwasi katika wananchi.
Dakika yako moja pia kuongezea ni kwamba pengine pia tukubaliane ya kwamba vyombo vya habari vifanye tallying hadi pale ambapo tunapata form 34A 100% katika website ya IEBC. Hivyo inamaanisha kama tunataka kuwa na mpangilio ya kusema tuanzie Webuye, tunaanza Webuye kama form 34A zote zimeingia. IEBC wanangoja tu returning officers wakuje hapa, lakini vyombo vya habari tayari mnaweza jumlisha na kutangaza.
Shukran sana mtazamaji. James Mamboleo ambaye ni wakili, vile vile Jim Indi ambaye tunachanganua masuala ya siasa. Hapa ni ukumbi wa Bomas ambako ni kitovu cha kupika, kuhesabu, kujumulisha na kukutangazia matokeo ya urais mwaka 2022 chini ya uchaguzi wa mwaka huu. Mimi naitwa Frederick Mwitiriri. Sisi tuko hapa kuendelea, tuko hapa hadi usiku wa manane. Mkitutafuta bado tutakuwa hapa tumekaa tukisubiria wakitangaza, sisi tunakueleza. Mwelekezi wangu naliambia tuende wapi? Haya, nirudishe kwenye studio zetu jijini Nairobi, kisha watueleze tutaenda wapi. Matangazo hayakwami na hayasiti, tunaendelea na matangazo yetu. Turudi Nairobi.
Naam, asante sana Frederick Mwitiriri, kamanda wetu, jemedari wetu na macho yetu katika tovu hilo la kujumlisha kura. Hapo IEBC awali ilikuwa inaandaa maombi. Wanasema hapo wachanganuzi wangu kwamba joto likipanda, Chebukati ana mbinu zake mwenyewe za kujaribu kurudisha joto hilo la uchaguzi chini. Mara anatuletea kwaya, mara anatuletea maombi, ili mradi basi taifa litulie na liendelee kuwa na subira. Tunaendelea na matangazo haya ya maamuzi mwaka 2022. Kumbuka ni matangazo ya saa 24 kupitia lugha ya Kiswahili na lugha ya Kiingereza katika Decision 2022. Sasa tuangalie tu hali ilivyokuwa katika eneo la kaskazini mashariki mwa nchi, ambapo wabunge kadha wa kadha wapya wamepata nafasi. Wakongwe vile vile akiwemo Farah Maalim vile vile wamerudi katika bunge la kitaifa, watakuwa katika bunge la 13. Aden Duale ni miongoni mwa wale ambao wamepata fursa ya kurudi tena bungeni. Taarifa hiyo anayo Yusuf Mahat Abdi.
Kaunti za maeneo ya kaskazini mashariki ni miongoni mwa zile zimesajili idadi ndogo ya wapiga kura kitaifa. Kulingana na tume ya uchaguzi IEBC, ni takriban 55% ya wapiga kura walijitokeza kupiga kura Agosti 9. Sofia Abdinur alikuwa mbunge wa kwanza mwanamke kuchaguliwa katika mkoa wa kaskazini mashariki. Mbunge huyo sasa ametemwa nje baada ya Abdi Ali wa chama cha National Alliance kuchaguliwa kuwa mbunge wa eneo bunge la Ijara, kaunti ya Garissa. Abdi Ali amejizolea kura 7482 huku mpinzani wake Sofia Abdinur akifanikiwa kupata kura 1362. Katika eneo bunge la Dadaab, aliyekuwa naibu spika bungeni Farah Maalim Mohamed alichaguliwa kama mbunge kupitia chama cha Wiper baada ya kumbwaga mpinzani wake karibu Abdikher Dubo wa chama cha ODM. Abdi Omar Shuria wa eneo bunge la Balambala alichaguliwa pia kwa muhula wa pili kwa kura 3289. Mbunge wa Garissa mjini Aden Duale alifaulu kutetea kiti chake kwa muhula wa 4 wa chama cha 4 tofauti.
Wakenya wameona nchi ya demokrasia. Wakenya wamesema hatutatumiwa na viongozi. Wakenya wamesema, na jana uliona wafuasi wa viongozi wa Azimio, viongozi wa Kenya Kwanza, tulikuwa tunakaa pamoja. So tunataka sisi zote tushikane mkono, tuwafanyie kazi.
Kwa sasa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC wako mbioni kuzijumuisha kura zote kabla hawajatoa matokeo ya viti vilivyosalia. Yusuf Mahat Abdi, NTV, Garissa.
Naam, asante sana Yusuf Mahat Abdi kutoka Garissa. Ndivyo hali ilivyo kama nilivyotangulia kusema. Naibu spika wa zamani Farah Maalim amerudi tena katika bunge la 13. Ndiye mbunge mteule wa eneo bunge la Dadaab. Bila shaka tuna hamu kubwa kuona mambo yatakavyokuwa. Sirma ni mmoja kati ya vile vigogo wengine ambao wamerudi katika bunge la kitaifa kwa kuchaguliwa mbunge mteule sasa katika kaunti ya Ravin, katika eneo la Ravin kunradhi, katika kaunti ya Baringo, na vigogo wengine tu ambao baada ya kuwa kwenye kibaridi cha kisiasa kwa zaidi ya miaka 10 wamepata fursa nyingine na ridhaa nyingine ya wananchi ya kuwakilisha. Taarifa ambazo tunazipokea kwa hivi sasa, mpenzi mtazamaji, ni kwamba tafrani imeshuhudiwa katika moja ya vituo vya kupigia kura katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga. Tunaambiwa Kirinyaga County Tallying Center ni kile kituo cha kujumlisha kura cha kaunti. Katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga kumezuka balaa na polisi wamelazimika kutumia vitoza machozi kwa ajili ya kutawanya wafuasi mahasimu wa gavana wa sasa Anne Waiguru pamoja na mwakilishi mwanamke ambaye kwa sasa anawania kiti cha ugavana Wangoi Ngirishi. Bila shaka tutakuwa tunamtafuta mwandishi wetu Martin Mwangi na kutupa zaidi taarifa kadri zinavyoendelea katika eneo hilo. Lakini sasa tunaendelea tu kumalizia maamuzi mwaka 2022. Naendelea kuzungumza na wageni wangu hapa studioni, Daktari Alutalala Mukhwana, wakili, pamoja na Mama Maimuna Mwidau. Na pengine daktari, tu taarifa hizo za Kirinyaga na tafrani ambazo zinashuhudiwa zinakupa taswira gani kuhusiana na uchaguzi huu ambao wengi mpaka sasa tulidhani ni uchaguzi wa amani na utulivu?
Wajua, Kirinyaga ilikuwa na historia ya kipekee, maana ikikumbukwa mwanzo kabisa Mheshimiwa Ngirishi ndiye ambaye alikuwa chaguo la UDA mwanzo, kapiga kampeni kwa chama cha UDA, kawa kama ambaye yeye ndiye atakuwa tovu la UDA Kirinyaga. Lakini baadaye kitumbua kilingia mchanga, ghafla bimfu, haikueleweka ilikuwaje Waiguru akaja akawa amepindua serikali, ikawa sasa yeye ndiye atakayewania katika chama cha UDA. Inavyoonekana sasa, huo ni ushindani mkali sana baina ya Mheshimiwa Ngirishi na Mheshimiwa Waiguru, na tuombe kwamba kusiwe na madhara katika maisha ya raia, kwa sababu kweli ni kwamba siasa si lazima, maisha ni lazima, na ina haja ya kuumizana kwa sababu ya siasa, na polisi yafaa walinde doria kuhakikisha kwamba usalama unadumishwa. Jambo jingine ambalo taswira naipata hapo ni kwamba kakangu, katika siasa za Kenya kama ilivyo Afrika, ubabe ndio huamua kunakokwenda bendera. Wakati huu upande huo eneo hilo ubabe na UDA. Huyu Mama Ngirishi nafikiri independent, na yeye naye kwa kutumia mali yake na nguvu zake alizokuwa nazo pale mashinani ameamua kwamba hata kama upepo na dhoruba uelekea upande huu, mimi nitakaza mwendo mpaka nipate. Kwa hivyo ni ushindani mkubwa na mkali sana na uona pale Kirinyaga.
Tathmini yako mama kuhusiana na tukio hili?
Yangu nitaangalia kwa macho ya kina mama. Kwa sababu Kirinyaga inajulikana kuwa wanawake ambao ni wababe haswa. Ukiangalia Martha Karua na Bi Waiguru na sasa Ngirichi, yaonekana ile kaunti ni kwamba wanawake wana nguvu sana kisiasa na wana fursa kubwa sana. Kwa hiyo tukiangalia mfano wao tunaona kwamba wanawake wanatoka kwenye ule mfumo wa kuonekana ni wapole, wa kuona haya na kuona aibu. Hawa ni wanawake wababe sawa na wanaume.
Lakini mpaka mama ifikie ya nichanie nguo, nivute leso, nikuvue shungi.
Unajua, unashangaa kwa sababu ni wanawake, lakini wanaume hutiana makonde. Tumesikia Didmas Baraza ameua mtu huko. Kuna mambo mengine makubwa zaidi. Lakini sasa kwa sababu ya ule mvutano, na hao wote wawili pia ni watu wenye hali zao za mali ni kubwa. Kwa hiyo huu ushindani si ushindani wa watu wadogo ama watu hafifu. Ni watu wana nguvu zao za kifedha pia. Kwa hiyo tusishangae sana. Kila tunapokuwa tukienda tukikua na tukipata fursa zaidi, hata mtashangaa mtakuta visanga vingi vya kina mama ambao vitajitokeza kama vile vya kina baba ambao watu wengi hawaoni ajabu wakitwangana ngumi hadharani. Lakini huwa yapitukia, na ni jambo ambalo lazima lizungumziwe, ni kwamba siasa si vita. Siasa ni ubishano wa hoja na kueleza vile kila mtu atamshinda mwenzake, lakini sio vita kabisa za ngumi.
Hapo tu pengine umeleta muktadha mzuri, na nadhani tugusie tukiachana na Kirinyaga kwenyewe, lakini tuangalie swala zima hili la wagombea huru. Manake ndugu Lutalala hapa anazungumzia wagombea huru. Inavyoonekana ni kwamba katika uchaguzi wa mwaka huu wagombea huru hawajaweza kujipapatua vizuri kama ilivyokuwa katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2017. Hatujaona wagombea huru wengi wakitawala sana. Ukiangalia katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, wale ambao wana majina makubwa makubwa, lakini kwa sababu tu walisimama na kama wagombea huru akina Mishra, akina Buzeki na wenzake, wote wameambulia patupu. Akina Keter kwa upande wa Nandi. Inakuwa kuaje wagombea huru hawakuwa huru kiasi hicho mwaka huu?
Hawakuwa huru kwa sababu uchaguzi uliopita ilikuwa hakuna mfumo wa muungano. Kwa hiyo ile mawimbi hayakuwa makubwa kiasi hicho. Ilikuwa ni vyama tu vina pigana kila pahali. Lakini wakati huu kuna mawimbi ya miungano. Sasa katika wale walioingia katika muungano, wengine walipita na ule muungano, sio kwamba wao binafsi waweza kupita. Ndio maana leo utakuta Musa Sirma amerudi, Farah Maalim amerudi, lakini wangekuwa katika vyama mbalimbali wangekuwa ni vigumu sana. Sasa muungano umekuwa ni huu wa samawati na muungano wa manjano. Sasa mpaka ujiingize ndani ya muungano ndio utabebwa na lile wimbi pamoja. Sasa lile wimbi labeba taka, labeba makaratasi, labeba vitu vyote kwa sababu ni wimbi. Lakini lao ingekuwa ni vile vyama kimoja vya watu wanashindana, labda tungeona mambo mengine tofauti. Sasa mtu akiwa amekuja huru na leo muungano mmoja umekuja na timu nzima, wewe mgombea huru utapotea hapo katikati. Hata kama ni kiongozi mzuri, hutasikilikana kwa sababu watu wanaangalia wewe ni rangi gani. Basi sisi tuko mrengo wa rangi ya manjano. Kama wewe huko manjano wala samawati, uko mrengo wako peke yako wa mweupe, utapotea hapo katikati. Na ndio viongozi wengi wazuri pia wamepoteza nafasi, na viongozi ambao hawakutegemea hata kurudi tena bunge leo wamerudi tena bunge. Kwa hiyo tutapata mchanganyiko wa watu hapa, wale ambao wamefaidi tu kubebwa na wimbi wameshukuru, na wale wimbi likawatupilia mbali watabaki pia washukuru.
Naam. Na labda kaka, swala zima la kuwa na huru, mimi nitalitazama kwa taswira fulani. Na kuwaje tuko na vyama vingi? Hata kabla tujazungumzia wagombea huru, mbona tuwe na vyama zaidi ya 70? Je, 90? Kwa nini? Mbona katika nchi hii hatujafika mahali ambapo tunaweza kuwa na vyama viwili vikubwa kama ilivyo Marekani kwa mfano, kama ilivyo Uingereza, Conservative na Labour Party? Kwa sababu mara nyingi unakuta kwamba vile vyama vilivyoko ambavyo ni viwili huwa havina uwazi na demokrasia ili kuwezesha yeyote ambaye ana umaarufu katika fikra za mwananchi apate kuingia katika kile chama nawe chaguliwa. Kwa hivyo hii vyama vinakuwa ni vingi, na wengi ambao wamegombea kama wagombea huru walitaka kuwa katika hiyo miungano, walitaka kuwa katika hivyo vyama, lakini walikuwa si chaguo la wenye vyama. Kwa hivyo wababe wa vyama kwa kiasi kikubwa wamekuwa na uimla fulani kwamba namtaka fulani mwingine sitaki kumjua. Inabidi sasa maskini uanze kutapatapa ukitafuta kuwa ni mwenye huru.
Na kama kauli yako, kwa sababu tumeona uzoefu wa wagombea huru tangu mwaka huu 2017. Wako huru kiasi gani?
Wako huru kabla hawajaingia bungeni. Wakiingia bungeni bila shaka wataenda huku ama waende kule, lakini kwa kiasi kwamba wako huru.
Kwa msingi huo nadhani pana haja ya kuendelea kuwa na huo mwanya wako na wagombea huru. Kama wakiingia bungeni wanapoteza huo uhuru.
Kidemokrasia naona ni nafasi nzuri, maana kuna wengine ambao wamepita. Niko na rafiki yangu wakili ambaye amesimama Marakwet West, wakili Kiprotich ambaye amesimama huru. Alitaka kuingia katika UDA, katika Kenya Kwanza, kapigwa kumbo, kawania kama mwaniaji huru Marakwet West na amepita. Wakili kijana mdogo sana. Mimi ninavyoona ni kwamba atakaye kuwania apewe nafasi. Lakini nao wale ambao wanapewa nafasi wasiwe haja yao tu kutaka sifa, kuonekana kwenye runinga, kuonekana wakiitwa waheshimiwa. Wasiwe tu kama wale wachawi kutoka mkoa wa Magharibi ambao sifa yao ni kupiga tu kelele kule, unaposhtuka, unapopiga nduru usiku wanafurahi. Lengo liwe ni kwamba una nguvu, una hima na una uwezo. Alivyoeleza mamangu hapa Mheshimiwa Ngirishi kule, Mheshimiwa Iguru, una nguvu za kuweza kuhimili joto la kisiasa. Isiwe tu ni kuongeza idadi ya wanaotaka nafasi kisha tuwe na karatasi mrefu sawia na kamba ya kufungia ng'ombe kwa sababu wapiga walio huru ni wengi.
Asante sana. Tumalizie tu na Mama Fatuma Mwidau, Maimuna Mwidau, kumradhi kwa kauli ya mwisho. Mwelekezi wangu anazungumzia hapa, nachanganya maneno. Manake tunahitimisha sasa. Kauli yako ya mwisho, Wakenya wanapoendelea kusubiri hayo matokeo kwa hamu kubwa, wakiendelea kusubiri penduli itatua wapi, ni kwenye blue ama ni kwenye manjano, unawaambia nini?
Waendelee kusubiri, wasiwe na haraka kwa sababu maisha lazima yataendelea. Na ni muhimu tumalize hili suala la uchaguzi kwa usalama salimini. Tujue atakayeshinda ni sawa, itakuwa ni amri ya Mungu, itakuwa ni riziki yake. Atakayeshindwa naye pia itakuwa ni sawa, atakuwa amejaribu. Atakayepatikana kwamba ndio rais, atakuwa rais wetu wote, sio rais wa wale waliomchagua. Kwa hiyo tuombe Mungu kwamba tumalize haya masuala kwa usalama.
Inshallah. Asante sana. Tungependa tuongeze zaidi lakini muda haunasi, mpenzi mtazamaji. Nirudishe zangu shukrani za dhati kwa Daktari Altalala Mfana, wakili mtajika na mfuatiliaji wa karibu wa masuala ya ibuka humu nchini, pamoja na Mama Maimuna Mwidau kutoka Mombasa mpaka Nairobi kuja kuzungumza nawe na kutoa taka za masikioni kuhusiana na hali halisi ya mambo humu nchini. Bado tunaendelea kukuuliza, je, wewe kwa mtazamo wako unadhani penduli itatua wapi? Itakuwa ni njano kwa upande wa William Ruto au itakuwa ni buluu kwa upande wa Raila Amolo Odinga? Tuombe Mungu bora yote iwe salama. Mimi ni Salim Swale kwa niaba ya mwenzangu Nuru Abdulaziz ambaye tulishirikiana naye katika matangazo haya, na kwa niaba ya wale wote walioshiriki kufanikisha maamuzi mwaka 2022 nasema asante sana, kutakia usiku mtulivu. Usiondoke hapo ulipo. Haya ni matangazo ya saa 24. Wenzangu katika kitengo cha Kiingereza watakuwa wanaingia na Decision 2022. Hivyo basi na usiguse hicho kidude, usikikokotoe hata kidogo. Mimi ni Salim Swale na kutakia usiku mtulivu.
This is NTV.
Jake cleans and kills 99.9% of illness-causing germs and COVID-19 in your home. Jake, your family's guardian against germs and COVID-19.
Mkubwa, yes sir. Nimekama hapa biashara.
Umetoboa na hiyo Lexus yako.
Hai, agwesi mek. Mkubwa.
In the Cooperative Bank pre-owned car finance scheme, anyone with an income can walk into a second-hand dealership and drive out with a car that best suits them. With financing options from Coop Bank, it's that simple. Talk to us to find out more.
Japo tuna tofauti,
kila moja wetu ana sauti. Stop the bus. Tuinuane. Ushirikiano wetu. Tuinuane.
Tuko pamoja, maishani tuinuane.
Kenya Revenue Authority would like to remind all VAT-registered taxpayers to upgrade their ETR in order to enjoy the following. 1. Faster processing of VAT refunds. 2. Simplified VAT return filing. 3. A fair business environment. 4. Ability to verify the validity of the invoice. And 5. Automated activation of the ETR. What's more, upgraded ETRs available in 4 categories, suitable for all businesses. Visit www.kra.go.ke for the approved list of ETR suppliers. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Magic.
Kenya, Kenya.
Mimi naitwa Sam Kona. Mimi ni commissioner katika tume ya uwiano na utangamano wa kitaifa NCIC. Nataka kuwasalimia Wakenya wote na kuwaambia kwamba Wakenya, naomba sehemu yote ya Kenya mlipo, mimi naona tupige hii kura bila noma. Tusiwe na shida yote. Ukiambiwa na mwanasiasa anakupatia pesa ndio umpigie kura, mwambie utaki pesa, unataka sera zake. Mwingine akikwambia kwamba uende ujiunge na vikundi vya haramu, mwambie wewe una silaha nyingine, silaha yako ni kura yako. Na tukienda kupiga kura, kumbuka kwamba baada ya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu, Kenya bado itaendelea na wewe utabaki mahali ulipo, na jirani yako ndio utakuwa na yeye, na nchi yetu itaendelea kunawiri.
Nachagua amani. Kabila langu ni Kenya.
And I know that Riara University is going to make my dreams come true.
Registration is ongoing.
Running a business online or on social media? Haya basi, mteja wako amekupigia na anataka bidhaa kutoka duka yako ya social media. Tayari mmekubaliana price ya bidhaa. Step ya pili ni kumtumia pay link ya ChapaPay kulipia. Sasa mteja wako akireceive link ya kulipia ataweka details zake alafu alipe. Hiyo payment itaingia direct kwa bank account yako with 100% security. All you have to do now is to deliver the items to your customer and the deal is done. Running a business online or on social media? Receive more customers by accepting online card payments. Call 0703 027 000 or visit the nearest branch to sign up for free.
We all start differently, but we can all start with the strongest protection. Because some start early, others start late. Some from little homes, others from big ones. Some start together, or all on their own.
It doesn't matter how you start, as long as you start strong. With new Colgate's Maximum Cat Protection. Now with Fluoride Arginine for more strengthening power, so that you can give them the start to their day. Colgate. Start strong, stay strong.
Kwa majina naitwa Mwangi K. Gethenji. Mimi ni mwandishi wa habari kutoka kaunti ya Laikipia, na kikubwa kabla na wakati wa uchaguzi na baada ya uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022 ambao unakuja, na wasihi sisi wote wa Kenya tuweze kudumisha amani na kuhakikisha kwamba taifa lipo na utulivu. Na ulize na kauli kwa vijana wenzangu, tafadhali tusikubali wanasiasa watutumie vibaya, kwani hili ni taifa letu. Wa Kenya, kumbukeni mahala ambapo tumetoka. Mliona jinsi ambavyo mwaka 2007 jinsi ambavyo taifa letu liliweza kurudi nyuma sana kwa sababu ya ghasia na kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na amani. Kwa hivyo mimi nawasihi Wakenya wote tuweze kudumisha amani na tuweze kufanya maamuzi sahihi tunapowachagua viongozi, kwani hao ndio watatuhakikishia mustakabali wa taifa letu la Kenya.
Inspired by Kenyans who are doing what they can to make a positive and lasting impact, Safaricom Foundation is uplifting communities by bringing their dreams to reality through Ndoto Zetu.
Changamoto ile kubwa ambayo ilifanya tusifaulu kwa kuuza maziwa, kupima na jack, kurudisha kwa jack tena inaharibika haraka.
Sasa tu kwa tunapata profit mzuri, lakini wakati tumereceive hii machine kutoka Safaricom Foundation, hata tunauza zaidi, tuko na profit mzuri. Asanteni sana Safaricom Foundation kwa kutujali.
Do you have a dream to uplift your community? Apply online on www.safaricomfoundation.org/Ndoto Zetu or visit any Safaricom shop near you. Application deadline is 22nd August 2022.
Ndoto zetu, uwezo wetu, Safaricom Foundation.
Kenya Revenue Authority would like to remind all VAT-registered taxpayers to upgrade their ETR in order to enjoy the following. 1. Faster processing of VAT refunds. 2. Simplified VAT return filing. 3. A fair business environment. 4. Ability to verify the validity of the invoice. And 5. Automated activation of the ETR. What's more, the upgraded ETRs are available in 4 categories suitable for all businesses. Visit www.kra.go.ke for the approved list of ETR suppliers. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
We love their excitement and sheer energy when they join us at St. Paul's University. We take time to mold and equip them with skills that change lives. We nurture them to be innovators whose ideas impact the society. We inspire them to release their unbridled gifts and talents. And that's because we enjoy seeing them turn into balanced, mature and productive leaders in their chosen fields. Leaders with the tenacity to keep going when everyone else has folded up. Be one of them. Join our September 2022 intake, download an application form from our website and enroll today. Or visit any of our campuses in Limuru, Nairobi, Machakos or Nakuru. This is St. Paul's University, your university of choice.
This is NTV.
We are into the third night of the long wait for the final whistle. Kenyans are anxious for news on the next president 2 days after the tight vote.
By law, IEBC has 7 days from the date of elections to release the outcome of the presidential vote. Chairman Wafula Chebukati, in an early address, assured that the commission is doing all it can to ensure the results are out on time. My name is James Smart.
And I'm Smriti Vidyarthi. We are coming to you live from the Nation Centre. We're also live from the Bomas of Kenya, the Nerve Centre, and from elsewhere around the country as we keep an eye on the other races. Our night coverage begins right now.
Well, let's now link up with our Leila Mohammed, who has been holding fort at the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya.
That's right. Leila Mohammed coming up on our screens in just a moment. Leila, all eyes on the Bomas of Kenya. Anxious Kenyans waiting for those results. What can you report at this time tonight?
Well, let me step outside of the screen so that you can have a glimpse of what is happening here at the Bomas of Kenya. Much activity, more than we've seen in the last 48 hours. This is the second or the third night after this critical election, election. What you're seeing on your the presidential agents, if I can just pick them out. The lady who has been here since morning, just about to leave. This is the deputy governor of Nyeri County, the outgoing team. She's part and parcel of Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Presidential agents. Paul Mwangi has also been here all day. On the other side, Uasin Gishu County Woman Representative, just having our back to our camera, Gladys Boschele leading the Kenya Kwanza team. Many of them sitting here, Moses Kuria and Governor Josephat Nanok, just at the law here, just to show you how many of their representatives are here. Earlier we took you through what was happening at the tables. There were 6. They had to add a few more at the far end. Maybe Eric, if you can show them on the other side, those critical officers that have been awaited for since counting started. Those are the constituency returning officers ready with their documentation. Once a table is free, then they come up to where other IBC officials are. So if you look at this particular table, they're just finishing up. The next one in line will be able to walk straight here. There will be 3 IBC officials. There will be that returning officer, and there will be 4 agents from the presidential teams, as well as observers just going through the paces of looking through what is happening, and the whole process of verification and just looking into those documentation and signing the various documents that are needed will be going on. Wafula Chebukati making only one announcement or after the initial report that he gave us, and this is for Webuye East constituency, where the numbers as they stand, William Ruto 16,412, Raila Odinga 13,720, Mwaure Waihiga 110, and George Wajakoya 249. There about 48,950 registered voters in that constituency, and the valid votes were 30,491, with 384 votes rejected. Speaking about those Form 34As that are currently being uploaded on the portal, looking at the picture, we are at 46,195 of those Form 34As have been uploaded out of 46,229, which brings us to a tally of 99.99%. 0.93%, which means quite a small number, but critical number as well, of those Form 34As need to be put up on the portal. So those of us, like us in the media, who have been downloading and giving you those critical numbers, can continue with the tally. This will be the second night, an all-nighter for many who are here. Wafula Chebukati insisting that he has 3 more days to go before he can be under any pressure of any sort to make that critical announcement. And like you just said, James, the anxiety among many Kenyans for this whole process to probably come to a close is really high. And Wafula Chebukati understands that. Earlier, he brought a team of religious leaders just to pray for this country and to read the Bible and to give Kenyans a bit of calmness and understanding. And the particular Bible verse they were reading and the words they were choosing were just to calm the nerves of Kenyans against anxiety or against any other wishful thinking that probably this could be done within this night or not. Wafula himself insisting that as much as this is a slowly painstaking process, it is critical that accuracy and transparency and just having objectivity in terms of undertaking this process is what many Kenyans are able to get out of this entire process. So it'll be an all-nighter for the team at the Bomas of Kenya. While they make those announcements, we'll be bringing you up to speed with the next few constituencies, because since that announcement was made, these tables behind me have been quite busy and many have come and gone. So we are there's a possibility that many more might be announced within the next few hours, if not up until morning, as we are here as well to get you those details as they come, Smriti and James.
Absolutely, absolutely, Leila. Just before I let you go, the prayers are very comforting, and that's very nice. But Kenyans are waiting better for those results. The question of now things now moving to the next level. We are now done with almost Form 34As, and what's happening around you is, all the returning officers who have come back and are physically now verifying the Form 34As that they have, so that we create this Form 34B. Do you have any indication of how many returning officers have arrived at Bomas as we speak at this hour?
Well, maybe I can just take a look and count for you. I can see maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 already on the other aisle of this facility. And the tables are 4, so those are 12 plus maybe 4, 16. The ones that I can see physically here at the tallying center, maybe more coming in. Wafula Chebukati and his team not really giving us the numbers. By the time we were asking those questions, only one constituency, and that is where Buye East had come, and they were giving us figures of 103 Form 34As and 101 Form 34Bs. So I'm just giving you what I can see, like I said, on the floor of this amphitheater, and not much details from IEBC. They haven't come back to us to give us numbers in terms of how many have already arrived. Wafula Chebukati as well, after those prayers, him and his team leaving without giving us any details or indicator or when next there will be another briefing, if at all there will be this evening.
Leila, it looks rather busy and also calm in the background, which is always a good thing. But give us a sense of what the atmosphere has been like there during the day. What's the energy been like? Because it's exhausting for many of these agents working out the maths. And have there been any disagreements or any issues of concern at the Bomas of Kenya today?
Well, from the vantage point that I had seated in this amphitheater, a lot that you can see, a lot that you can be able to read in the body language of the people coming in, their faces, their expressions. The critical point is that either of the parties of the 4 individuals who are vying for presidency, once they were in this tallying center, they were very cordial with each other. They had small conversations. They had jokes amongst themselves. There were moments where they were having discussions in small numbers between themselves. And these were people from opposing sides of this campaign. At some point, those agents were looking into the IEBC members at about 2 to 3 p.m. They were asking the IBC officials to come here, and it's what seemed like there was a bit of confusion was just to get a better understanding of the logistics, who will sit in what table, how many agents will be able to be allowed to sit on those tables. And IBC has been critical to insist that they do not want the many number of people who are not necessarily seated on the tables and working on those Form 34As, just to step aside and give the team that is working down here the opportunity to do their job well and without any confusion. They are, however, allowing one or two major agents from the opposing councils just to do a tour of the hall on the floor of the IBC amphitheater here at Uchaguzi Center, and just to get an understanding of what is happening. Earlier in the day, several international and diplomatic agencies have been here. One critical attendee was Meg Whitman, the US ambassador, just 2 weeks old here, coming here also to check what is going on. There were the European Union observers as well as other local and international observers who come and visit the IBC offices, and they're brought here to just catch a glimpse of what is going on at this particular facility. However, IBC, when they were giving us their brief earlier, they were insisting that these agents who are coming here have already been given a lifeline to check as IBC is uploading. Other than this portal, they have something else where they can also be tabulating those results as they come. So once you're coming here, you're not coming to tabulate again, but just to verify those documentations and to sign where the dotted line is to be signed, so that the process can move as fast as possible. In terms of making those announcements, they have been very few and very wide in between, and that's possibly what is causing so much anxiety amongst Kenyans. IBC staying calm, looking at their faces. Wafula Chebukati and his team not showing anything in terms of emotion on their face, only insisting that we need to just take a step back and be calm and be patient, because those 7 days they are provided for in law are not yet over, and it isn't over until the fat lady sings again and again and again. I will always remind people of that statement. So patience will be critical in the next few hours.
All right, Leila Mohammed there, reporting for us at Bomas of Kenya, the Nerve Center. We're waiting for that fat lady. At some point, the fat lady will sing.
And just so you know, that fat lady is a man, Wafula Chebukati. We are waiting for him. All right, Leila, thanks. Let's now shift focus and head to Meru County. NTV's Ngina Kirori has been covering that county for us. But at this point, I'm told that, in fact, we've got to shift to Martin Mwangi.
All right, let's get into the situation in Kirinyaga County. Martin Mwangi should be there. There's been a lot of conversation the whole morning about who's winning Kirinyaga. There's been congratulations and uncongratulations, if you like. Martin, what's happening in Kirinyaga County?
Yes, James, this has been a county full of drama throughout the day, beginning from yesterday. Last night, there was a lot of drama, and where I am currently is the county's main tallying center at Kerugoya Catholic Church. And what should be happening here is that the main governor candidates should be announced, winners of gubernatorial race announced, and the Senate race, and also the women representative race should be announced here. But that process has not begun yet, because the county returning officer, that is Jane Gitonga, asked all the supporters of the main gubernatorial candidates, that is Purity Wangui Ngirishi and Anne Mombi Waiguru, to vacate these premises because they still have some work to do. That is after the Kirinyaga Central Tallying Center was stormed by some supporters, demanding that they want to see the official tallying sheet for the governor, the governor candidates, and that did not happen. And what ensued later was that there were chaos that ensued in that place, and also some materials were damaged. So that is what is happening here. They are trying to retabulate the data that was collected at the Kirinyaga Tallying Center, and after that they will be able to give us the main what they have collected so far. And right now there has been some chaos outside this center because there are some disgruntled supporters who feel that this election has not, the gubernatorial election has not gone in a manner that they would have wanted it to go. And so we are still waiting for we are still waiting for the county returning officer to give a declaration of who will be representing these counties in those 3 positions. But what I can tell you right now is that we have received results from the 4 constituencies in this Kirinyaga County. And what I can tell you so far is that the incumbent governor, Anne Mombi Waiguru, is the one who is leading, and in their constituencies, she managed to get 19,670 votes. In Gishogo constituency, she managed to get 36,675 votes. And just to update you, in that Gishogo constituency, there was a retallying that took place after Purity Wangui Ngirishi came in with her lawyer, that is Ndegwa Njiro, and they demanded that they want a retallying to take place. They want the gubernatorial race in that constituency to be retallied, and that happened. And after the retallying, these are the results that came in. She managed to get 36,675 votes. And in Kirinyaga Central, which has just concluded a few minutes ago with a lot of chaos, she managed to get 26,178 votes. And in Moya constituency, she managed to get 30,565 votes. And her main challenger, that is the current woman representative for this county, Purity Wangui Ngirishi, in their constituency, she managed to get 21,025 votes. In Gishogo constituency, after the retallying process took place, she managed to get 21,285. And in Kirinyaga Central, she managed to get 24,861 votes. And in Moya constituency, she managed to get 38,426 votes. And what I can tell you so far is that there has been a lot of drama. We are all waiting. We do not know when the county returning officer will be giving an official declaration of who will be leading, who will be in charge of this county after this whole process has taken place. So it has been a lot of drama. We have been following up on it throughout the day. There were allegations that some ballot materials, some voting materials were still being brought in today as at midday by allegedly a county government vehicle. But those materials that were found, they were taken to Kenyaga police station, and where investigations will be taking place to find out what materials were there and what role they had to play in as they were being brought into Gishogo Tallying Center. So right now, I can tell you that we are still following up. We do not know what will happen, but there is a lot of security. Security has been beefed up outside this station, and we are still waiting. It is a heated. It's still a heated race between them, and we are still waiting to see who the county returning officer will be announcing after the whole process has been concluded. And right now, I take it back to you in studio, Smart and Sweetie.
Martin Mwangi reporting for us in Kirinyaga. We are waiting with bated breath on what's happening in that race, the governor's race between Governor Anne Waiguru, and Ngirishi. We'll come back to you when you have an update for us.
Some big names there and key races. All right, from that, let us now go to Kakamega County, and we can link up with our Zacchaeus Mwasame, who's got a brief on the incident with MP Didmus Baraza and that alleged shooting. That happened in Bungoma, but you're in Kakamega. The regional commissioner has spoken. What did she have to say?
Thank you so much, Smithy. We are at the Kakamega County Town Center here at the Kakamega High School. We are just touching base to find out what is happening. Here we will be giving an update of the results that we have in regards to a different number of seats here. But like you rightfully mentioned, the Kakamega Western Region Police Commander, that is Peris Kimani, today gave an update to the media in regards to the incident that Kimilili Member of Parliament, the former Kimilili Member of Parliament, and now the MP-elect for Kimilili, Didmas Wekesa Barasa, allegedly shot a bodyguard of his competitor, that is Brian Khaimba. And that has actually elicited a lot of reactions from politicians, from the supporters there in Kimilili and the region and in the entire country. And today, the people charged with the responsibility of the security came out to put it clear that they are now looking for him, and actually they have given a demand for him to come out wherever he is. Remember, today his lawyer, George Haminwa, went to court to look for an anticipatory bail pending arrest. I don't know how far that has gone, but we do understand that the security agents are saying they have already enforced the search for the MP who actually went underground. Today there was an incident constituency was he was supposed to be issued with a certificate, but that did not happen. His chief agent went for it, and they did not give him because they want himself to come out and receive it. And in regards to the security update, this is what Ms. Peris Kimani, the Western Regional Police Commandant, had to say earlier on.
To report to the nearest police station. He is not assisting himself by hiding. Let him come and face the law. It is immediate. I don't want to give you a deadline. I'm saying it is immediate. You report now. You are Kenyan, you are around, you are seeing us. Please report to any police station together with your firearm. What if he doesn't? What happens? Remember, we are catching up with you. We have employed all the avenues. We will close in to get you.
Well, that was her sentiments, and she says in her own words that she is not going to leave any stone unturned until the MP is in custody. Before I let it go, lastly, maybe just to mention, because we are looking at the numbers and we are the tallying center, we have just been informed that the results for the two constituencies, Kakamega County has 12 constituencies, and so far at this tallying center, they have already received the results from two constituencies, and therefore we are waiting for the others. And we said earlier on that ODM is commanding at least 10 constituencies, having people, the MPs in 10 constituencies leading with the two in ANC. And something else, and civility, James Smart asked me earlier on, and I have to clarify this because there have also been issues going on in social media that Khalwale is likely to lose or the senatorial race. Remember, Khalwale is vying on the UDA ticket, and from the provisional results that we have already received, Khalwale is actually leading. That one will be confirmed by IEBC, but from the provisional results we have received, Khalwale is leading, being trailed by ODM candidate Dr. Brian Lee Shenga. And therefore, we don't have much for now. We'll be giving you an update of actually the results, receive them, but from now, I now want to take you back to studio for more updates from the rest of the country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Zacchaeus Musame there from Kakamega High School, where it's the county tallying center. But for now, though, we would like to take you to another interesting place that has been happening, and that we're talking to the KICC Center, where is the Azimio Command Center. Our very own Kennedy Muredi is there and has been holding fort for us in the afternoon. Kennedy, did we expect any press conference? What is happening at the command center?
Well, a very good evening to you, Smart, there in our Nairobi studios. Well, I can tell you that the hopes of having any press conference today have just died down with the night as it goes. We are actually the only camera that has been left in this particular media center here at the KICC, where we had expected that we will have a press conference as early as 9 o'clock today morning. But every minute there has been a serious build-up to everything. But this evening, when it got to about 8:30 o'clock, then all hope of a press conference died down. There is no senior official from the Azimio One Kenya coalition who has come here. there has not been anybody. The only person that we saw was the press secretary for the Raila Odinga presidential campaign, and that is Dennis Onsarigo, who kept calling on us here to stay on, promising that there will be a press conference, but none has happened so far. So probably within the next 10 minutes, we'll also be clearing and waiting and starting this cycle again tomorrow. However, there have been plans that have been made since morning today, probably they put out a red carpet, they put out a flag, and these flags were both Kenyan and the Azimio One Kenya flags that have been put out here. There is even a room that has been set out for the dignitaries that have been invited, and the new leadership that has been brought in by the elections through members of parliament, through members of county assembly, governors, and probably even the president, if they will get that position. And that room has been set out on this other side and this other room. So this room here is the media center, but we have been keeping on since morning and nothing has happened this yet. What we're also understanding, Smart, and you are a political reporter for so long and you would know, is that the both camps, that is the Azimio One Kenya and the Kenya Kwanza teams, have been playing mind games on each other as they try to gauge the position that is there right now. So I can comfortably tell you that nothing is happening tonight, and most of the journalists here are now folding up to go back into their bases to start this whole news cycle again tomorrow. We do not know when Chebukati will be giving the real information on who has won the presidency, but there are those that are projecting probably by Saturday or Sunday. So tomorrow we stay on here again. There is also talk that they will be bringing all the members of parliament from either Nairobi or all the other regions that have won, and they will be coming here and they will be speaking on behalf of the coalition. But as of now, the voices were outside the gate, probably celebrating, have died down. The people that were expecting to give a press conference here are also not coming, and we are folding up.
Mureithi, was there any indication as to what that press briefing was going to be all about?
Smith, I'll tell you, there was no indication. What we do know as of now is that both sides, that is the Azimio One Kenya and Kenya Kwanza, have been claiming victory to this minute. So both of them, the moment one side hears that the other one is calling a press conference, then the other side also calls a press conference. And the probability is that they were either coming in to calm their regions and their supporters who are anxiously waiting for the way forward, or some of them were coming to announce the results as they have tallied from the various tallying centers that they have as political parties and political coalitions. Those are some of the things that we expect that they will come and do here. But as it stands right now, all have failed.
All right, Kennedy, thanks very much coming to us from the KICC, the Azimio Command Center. And on our screen on the other side here is Melita Oletenges from Kiambu. He has shifted location to the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and that is the Kenya Kwanza Command Center.
Absolutely.
Melita, nothing happening at the KICC. What's the situation like at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa?
Well, indeed, Smirti, we are coming to you from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. This is the communications center for William Ruto, the UDA presidential candidate, and we have pitched camp here for the better part of the day, just to see what is going on here. But news just in is that we are not going to have a press conference from the Kenya Kwanza camp tonight. That has come from the communication team of the UDA presidential candidate William Ruto. Of course, we are keeping tabs on what is happening here. We've seen his supporters filtering into the auditorium here at Kware. They have been here for the better part of the day as well. And of course, the stage is set. As you can see, this will be the official communication center here at Kware. Of course, any communication that will be from the Kenya Kwanza camp will be communicated here. And of course, the media are allowed here to follow on anything, any build-up, of course, touching on the election process, and of course the tallying. Remember, all the Kwanza camp has had their own separate tallies, and we've been waiting with just to hear what say. I can see Dennis Itumbi standing by. I'd just like to speak to him for a minute, perhaps. Thank you so much. Perhaps, what would you like to say?
Thank you very much and welcome. We are concerned. A few minutes ago, Davis Chilchil and Chilchil, who is basically the chief of staff of William Ruto, and Wanjohi Githai.
Melita Oletenges coming to us live from the Azimio Communication Command Center. I beg your pardon, the Kenya Kwanza Command Center there at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. We will, of course, get more from Kennedy and Melita probably tomorrow now, since there is no action this evening.
All right, so we'll have to wait for that. Tomorrow we'll do this dance again. We will go to the command centers, both sides, and tell you if anything happens. But for now, though, let's take you to Meru, where our very own Gina Kirori has been holding fort for us this entire time. We do understand earlier today that some returning officers were arrested following some incidents there in Meru. We can now catch up with Ngina Kirori. Ngina, what happened to that incident, and what do you have to tell us about what's happening in Meru?
Yes, indeed, James and Simriti. First of all, the anticipation here in Meru County is palpable, particularly outside the gate of the institution where I'm at. That's the Meru School, which is going to be the county tallying center. Just a few minutes ago, one of the candidates for governor arrived here, so there's quite a bit of background noise behind me. But going to the incident that happened today in South Imenti constituency was that we reached here early in the morning to try and find out how the tallying was going. And then shortly afterwards, we had some commotion just inside the hall, and it turned out that one of the presiding officers of Kionyo polling station had come in with his Form 34. So what happened last night is that one of the IEBC officials who was there
Well, Ngina Kirori there attempting to come to us, but yes, technology does what it does best. We will try and link up with Ngina in this time, in this bulletin.
That's right. At this point, though, we're taking a quick breather on Decision 2022. Our coverage continues in just a moment. Don't go far.
Chachimbitisha, uondoke Butsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
Kenya Revenue Authority would like to remind all VAT-registered taxpayers to upgrade their ETR in order to enjoy the following. 1. Faster processing of VAT refunds. 2. Simplified VAT return filing. 3. A fair business environment. 4. Ability to verify the validity of the invoice. And 5. Automated activation of the ETR. What's more, the upgraded ETRs are available in 4 categories suitable for all businesses. Visit www.kra.go.ke for the approved list of ETR suppliers. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru tujitegemee.
Hi guys, I am Patrick Mutheki Washira. I am a journalist based in Kenya, and this year we have elections that come 9th of August. I'm calling for peace. Let us maintain peace before, during and after elections, because at the end of the day, we need each other. Be your brother's keeper and let us have peace, credible and fair elections.
Newsday South Ultra Concentrate is my mom's choice. 1. It is 4 times more concentrated. 2. It's ready to use. No need to dilute. 3. It's packed with 4 times more fragrance. And it smells so good. 4. One bottle gives you 40 washes. That's 4 times more washes. Newsday South Ultra Concentrate is 4 times more concentrated. For 4 times more washes and for 4 times more fragrance.
know that Riara University is going to make my dreams come true.
Registration is ongoing.
Boss. Unaona venye unapenda hii kuku yako? Hivyo ndo tunafaa kupendana kama Wakenya.
Hiyo ni ukweli papa. Inafaa tupendane kama Wakenya.
Kweli? Abiria wapendwa, mnajua ni wakati mwingine wa uchaguzi mkuu. Uchaguzi unatupa fursa ya kuchagua viongozi tunaopendelea, lakini hata tukiwa na tofauti gani za kisiasa, lazima tubaki kama Wakenya tunaopendana na kushirikiana kwa umoja na uwiano.
Sisi yote ni Kenya moja na Kenya ni yetu sisi yote.
And together we are destined for greatness.
Together we are destined for greatness.
IEBC, your vote, your future.
Chachimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
Mkubwa, yes sir. Nimekama hapa biashara.
Umetoboa na hiyo Lexus yako.
Hai, agwesi mek. Mkubwa.
In the Cooperative Bank pre-owned car finance scheme, anyone with an income can walk into a second-hand dealership and drive out with a car that best suits them. With financing options from Coop Bank, it's that simple. Talk to us to find out more.
Join our September 2022 intake, download an application form from our website and enroll today. Or visit any of our campuses in Limuru, Nairobi, Machakos or Nakuru. This is St. Paul's University, your university of choice.
Almost 250,000 people die on the road in Africa each year. Follow these safe steps and help save lives. Drivers and passengers must always wear a seatbelt. Ensure children are safely fastened. Keep small children out of the front seat. So when you're on the road, follow safe steps and save lives. We all have a role to play in road safety. Together, let's make Africa's road safer.
Chachimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
Now this is a celebration. The finals, when 60-foot prayer can get answered at the buzzer.
It's more like 61 feet.
You gotta be great from game 1 to game 7. Because when the champagne stops popping, does anybody know what's left?
Legendary status, my man.
Yes, Dirk. Exactly. Oh my greatness.
Dave, this line is not going down, and you're burning up. But I'll sort you out, my friend. See that barrier? Go for it. Yeah.
Bing bang bing. Bum, bum.
Chachimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozart bet.
Kwa mapenzi my baby keep it burning. Magic.
Get the latest and credible news on the general elections. Subscribe to the Daily Nation Election News. Send the word election to 20688 and stay informed on coalitions, defections, resignations, election candidates, and many more. Daily Nation, the truth.
Chachimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozart bet.
This is NTV.
It's 10 minutes to 10. You are watching Decision 2022 coming to you live from the Nation Center. We're bringing you everything you need to know during a critical time of the race to House. Remember, we'll join Mark Masai later on at the Bomas of Kenya. He's got a panel. We will also engage our panelists right here at the Nation Center. But time to delve into the numbers.
Of course, I mean, we've had the reporters, you've had the situation on the ground. Right now, our very own Dan Mwangi is standing off on the other side of the studio to take you through the numbers. What do we expect? Where are we currently? Dan, please take it away.
Thank you very much, James and Smriti. And I'm not alone here. I'm with Tom Wolf, so we could try and make some sense of the numbers. And context is always important. So context in regards to some comparisons to the last election. And even before we look at that in its entirety, let's see where we are today. Right now, as we speak, let me just get the numbers. Anyway, so the numbers currently. This is 2017, so we'll be comparing 2017 to 2022. We'll be using these maps, and I'll explain how in a short while. 2022, this is, let me first expand this page. This is the version that only shows the version that only shows the map. So I'll just go back to that first of all. So this is the 2017. Let me go to 2022 on this one. So we have the map here. So Tom, first of all, just for the sake of context and understanding, what would be important, or what is identifiable now when we compare some of the numbers in 2022, as much as they're provisional, but we've got quite a significant chunk of them, to 2017, especially when we think about Raila Odinga, still being a presidential candidate, and William Ruto, he was part of the presidential ticket back then.
Sure, Dan. Obviously, at the moment, most Kenyans and others are mainly interested to know who is going to win and by how much. But it should only take us a moment, as you suggest, to take a step back and look at a couple of other issues. First of all, by how much of a win, and with what level of general acceptance that the election was conducted according to the law and the Constitution. But then to move to what you are addressing, to get in some inside of the numbers and make a few comparisons that we have time for with the pattern in the last election. Not just from an academic point of view, to try and measure the influence of individual leaders, either in their individual capacity or the ethnic groups that they represent, but also what these numbers in particular constituencies represent for what is going to have a major influence on the policy, and I can say behavioral content of whoever is running the next government. Because in any democracy, although leaders at the national level and even subnational serve all of the citizens in their electoral units, their first obligation is political, to address those people who voted for them, especially where they had articulated policies that were different from those of their opponents. So in looking at these shifts from 5 years ago to now, will give us some idea, I think, of how both of those issues could be addressed by further research in more detail.
All right, so let's get into it. Let's sample some of the counties where we can kind of look at the performance in 2017, 2022. Maybe we can begin with, let's begin somewhere in central Kenya. This may be misbehaving now, but let me first reset the Zoom. So I will, let's see, let's try, let me reload this page so that we can, yes, here comes the map. Let me just expand this page a bit. It should sort that out. That said, however, let's first of all look at 2017.
Which county should we start with?
Let's start with Nyeri County, which currently has had a UDA wave in regards to the members of National Assembly so far. A number of those who have been announced, and also we just see we'll see the how it's performing.
And that's where the Kenya Kwanza deputy presidential running mate comes from as well.
Exactly.
Of course, in
yes.
Mathira.
Yes, in Mathira, which is in Nyeri County. So in 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta ticket, they had 8.3 in Nyeri County. Raila Odinga had 1.2%, and the numbers he had were 4,000 in regards to just absolute numbers. Now, I'm trying to see how to, let me see whether I can open.
And of course, I know
yes,
one of the main reasons that you picked Nyeri among some other central counties is because, unlike the 2017 contest,
yes,
when Raila Odinga had somebody from Lower Eastern as his running mate, this time, and you will remember, he identified Honorable Martha Karua as his running mate, not from Nyeri, but from Kirinyaga. The day after, the Deputy President, William Ruto, identified Honorable Gachagua as his running mate. So even if she comes from a different county, it was assumed that she would help him get a certain proportion of votes on the mountain,
yes,
of which he got almost none last time, as you just mentioned in Nyeri. I think you said 1%.
Yes, it was 1.2. Yeah.
So the question was, especially given, I believe, the 4.6 million voters in the Mount Kenya area as a whole, given the inroads that the Deputy President has made over the last 5 years in other parts of the country that had been previously Raila or opposition strongholds, like Western and Coast. The big question is how much, with the support of the current president, outgoing, and his running mate, what kind of inroads, at what level would he be able to make in this very vote-rich region around the mountain?
Okay. Yeah, so I finally managed to crack it. So we have the...
I was giving you a little
Thank
time
you.
to do that.
You play well. Put it here. Thank you. So far, the provisional results show that William Ruto is at 84%, and Raila Odinga is at 15%.
So he's multiplied his vote basket 15 times.
Yes, actually, yes. In terms of the absolute numbers, this last time he had 4735. Now he has 46,710 so far.
That must be because in general there's a lower turnout overall.
Okay, but we see right now he has 10 times what he had in terms of almost 10 times what he had in 20.
Okay, it's 10, not 1.
Yes, 10 times in terms of the numbers.
The numbers of votes.
The numbers of votes,
Right.
yes, not the percentage.
The percentage, yes.
So what does this say? Because William Ruto, yes, is taking a huge chunk of Nyeri County as it stands, and Raila Odinga not so much, but it's more for Raila Odinga than he had before.
Well, you ask a question which, as our other panelist, Dr. from the University of Ed will say, you have to do the research on the ground after the election and find out. We cannot assume, or it would be academically irresponsible to assume that the only reason that Raila Odinga has increased his percentage in Nyeri so much is because of the ethnic identity of his running mate. People may have, even if he even had picked anyone for a running mate, he might have had a substantial improvement in his totals this time for other reasons, either related to the policies that he's offered, or also perhaps the endorsement from the president, separate from who his running mate is. So we'd have to go on the ground, and whether through individual interviews or focus groups, or whatever, speaking to opinion leaders to find out how they could explain that. And in particular, we would have to, or what I would suggest, if you can give me some research money, we tracked down some of these 46,000, almost 47, who voted for Raila this time, and asked them who they voted for in the last election. And we know from the figures you gave me that 95% or 99% who voted against Raila last time voted for Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto, and asked them why they changed. And you may have seen in the newspaper day before yesterday an article I wrote where I addressed this issue of people all over the country who said they had voted for Raila last time, but this time we're not voting for him, why they changed, and we got that attribution. But this is more specific, and that would really help us to get a better picture of what was motivating voters at that level. So give me a couple of weeks or whatever to get to the field. I love Nyeri. I'll go back. I'll see if I can find some of these people, and then I'll give you a report, and you can pay me for that.
Well done. I'll you send me an invoice, and so we'll come back to that later. So that's Nyeri County, where we have UDA presidential run from, so we could see how it plays out. We'll come back later in us to look at Kirinyaga, where the Azimio One Kenya candidate running mate is coming from. That is Martha Karua. Then we'll look at
some other places,
places which have the coast and the likes. We'll come back to that after this. But first, let me hand you back to James and Smriti.
All right, Dan and Tom Wolf, thanks so much. More from you later on. Now we move out of the Nation Center and we head to Kisumu.
Absolutely. Our very own Bernard Dong has been holding fort for us there. And Bernard, do we know the results, the final results? I hope you have something for us.
Now, next time, if you
Well, Bernard Dong there was waiting for us to give us an interview with the returning officer in Kisumu. We're expecting the final results at that tallying center. We do know of the contests there that have been settled during the day, and the presidential results as well coming from Kisumu.
That's right. We will try reconnect with Bernard shortly, and we are also going to take you to the Bomas of Kenya later on, where we will link up with NTV's Mark Masai, but we can now go back to Kisumu. Bernard.
Can you hear me now? Is the sound fine? I'm positioned at
Apologies for that. We to audio. Let's now shift focus. I think later on we will be speaking to our panel here in studio again, just assessing where we are. James, as we were saying earlier when we began, Kenyans are getting a little bit anxious as we wait for the results. It seems to be taking a long time, but as per the law, Chebukati has 7 days in total to announce those results. And he doesn't seem pressurized. He looks fairly calm, doesn't he?
That's the thing. I think with the results of the Supreme Court of 2017, the IEBC has definitely learned some lessons and decided to essentially turn the questions of results onto the Kenyan. So you have the public portal. No one is, trying to play market with the numbers. The question is just how much work it takes for one to download the files, then tabulate them, and then sort of try to make sense
and
of
anyone can access that portal, so anyone can attempt to do it.
You can start it right now, and hopefully you can tell us your results in a couple of hours.
Good luck. All right, more from the IEBC and their briefings tomorrow. Nothing expected later tonight. But we can take you to Nakuru now and bring you some news from there. And the National Assembly Deputy Speaker Moses Cheboy and Kimani Ngunjiri are two big names who have lost their seats as members of Parliament for Kuresoi North and Bahati, respectively, with a majority of legislators in 10 constituencies in Nakuru County winning a second term.
Our very own Bridget Ghana has been holding fort for us in Nakuru and brings us these reports.
Sirikwa member of County Assembly Alfred Mutai is the Kuresoi North Member of Parliament elect after thrashing the incumbent Member of Parliament and National Assembly Deputy Speaker Moses Cheboy. Mutai won by 25,365 votes against Cheboy's 20,395 votes.
Na mimi nataka niahidi ya kwamba wakazi wangu wa Kuresoi North tutafanya kazi through what we call consultation, through public participation, and that is how I used to operate when I was an MCA.
Jubilee's Irene Joki taking the mantle from Kimani Ngunjiri by 34,308 votes, becoming the first woman to win the MP seat in the constituency since the advent of multi-party politics.
I want to tell all my opponents, karibuni sana. We are all from Bahati. Hakuna kazi zingine tumekuja kufanya apart from working for the Bahati people. So I welcome them that we work together and we set the ground setting tuweze kukutana siku ingine when it comes to politics. But now the focus is working for the people of Bahati.
Jubilee's Samuel Arama won a third term as Nakuru West Member of Parliament with 34,000 28,899 votes against UDA's Daniel Kamau, who garnered 29,345 votes. Kamau says he shall be moving to court to contest Arama's win.
I'm just happy that the Nakuru Town West constituency people, they have given me another term in kazi wamenipatia, na walinipea kwa sababu mimi nafanya kazi mzuri. Kwa huwezi kurudi baada ya tatu, you have not been working well.
In Molo, UDA's Kimani Kuria was re-elected for a second term as Member of Parliament, breaking a 34-year tradition where no Member of Parliament was re-elected in that constituency.
And I pledge to you that as I break the jinx and I serve as a second-term MP for the people of Molo, you will never regret re-electing me for the second time.
In Naivasha, Jane Kihara of UDA emerged the winner with 44,882 votes against John Kihagi's 24,891 votes.
The great voters of Naivasha, they have entrusted me with the leadership of this constituency. I cannot thank them enough. We were many, we were 10. Coming to vote for me, it feels very nice. It's not been easy. So I can only say thank you.
Martha Wangari has won a second term as Gilgil Member of Parliament. Samuel Gashobetu has been re-elected as Subukia MP. David Gikaria has also won a second term as Nakuru East Member of Parliament. Charity Kathambi has been re-elected in Joro. And Joseph Tunui has also won a second term in Kuresoi South. All of them are UDA party candidates.
All right, that was a report by Bridget Ngana from the county of Nakuru. Now we take you to Kisumu, where NTV's Bernard Ndong can bring us some more. Bernard, what do you have for us this evening?
Right, Smriti and James, of course, I apologize for the earlier technical hitch that we had, but by and large, as I was mentioning and I was explaining to you, I'm stationed at the county tallying center. Now, there are different levels of proofreading in terms of just identifying the respective results that we have from the different levels, specifically from the point of contact, that is the voting, and then onwards to the constituency center. And now we're currently at the county tallying center, and this is the Kisumu County Tallying Center at the Tom Mboya Labor College. Of course, standing next to me, this is a returning officer of the county of Kisumu. They've spent, of course, several hours just trying to proofread what brought in by the respective deputy officers in the respective constituencies. Remember, Kisumu County has 7 constituencies, and so far, Bwana returning officer, first of all, thank you for joining us live on NTV. Just to give us an update. I know you're very busy, but you've managed to have a bit of a break just to give us an update in terms of what to expect later this evening. First of all, how many constituencies have brought in? How many deputy returning officers have brought in the material that is required?
Thank you for asking. So far, 3 constituencies have brought the results. That is Seme constituency, Nyando constituency, and Muhoroni constituency. And we have been able now to go through it, summarize the results. And a few minutes ago, I was able to announce the results for the various candidates for the position of governor, position of senator, and the position of women rep. Okay. Yes.
Now, I'll just quickly read through some of the results that he shared, because he can't actually announce that those are the official results. That only happens after he's received all the 7 constituency forms from the respective deputy returning officers. So I'll just read out briefly. For the senator, what he read out a few moments earlier was for Professor Tom Okinda, that was 45,214. For Nyando constituency, 58,116. For Moroni, 35,946. That's specifically for the senator position. Remember, this particular level, they're going to be announcing for the senator, the governor, and the woman rep. For the woman rep, so far, what he mentioned was for Seme was 36,682, for Ruth Odinga, and then Moroni was 44,466. I'm just going through just some of them. I don't want to bombard you with a lot of numbers. I'm sure most of you are having information overload, but it's understandable given this time that you're in. And finally, for governor, is Anyang' Nyong'o for Seme, 43,031, Nyando, 29,705, and Moroni, 38,904. Bwana Aru, just for us to understand, you have 3 constituencies so far. There are 4 more that are expected. What is the status?
We are so far Kisumu Central, the results have already arrived in, together with the Kisumu East, and what we are waiting for is the results from Kisumu West and the Nyakachi constituency. And those ones should be arriving in the next 30, 40 minutes from now.
So once they arrive, when do we expect for you to officially declare the governor of Kisumu County, the woman rep of Kisumu County, and the senator of Kisumu County?
Yeah, of course, once the results arrive here, I have a team of presiding clerks, presiding officers, and also clerks, whom we are working together to analyze the results, summarize them, collect them, and then from there we should be able now to announce all the figures. But from now, I'm imagining in the next 2 to 3 hours, should be able to announce all the positions. That is the position of governor, senator, and women rep for Kisumu County. Yes.
Thank you very much, Bwana Ero. I'll allow you to leave now so that you can just continue the work. By and large, what he's saying, it's going to be another long night for the entire team here, but understandably, they have to ensure that everything ticks all the right boxes. He just stated for us that so far we have 3 constituencies that have brought in their respective forms as is required by the law, and that is Seme, Nyando, and Muhoroni. He mentioned that Kisumu Central, you can see in the background there, a lot of activity is still ongoing. So 2 other constituency deputy returning officers had arrived a few moments ago. We're expecting Nyakach and Kisumu West as well, the respective deputy returning officers to arrive. And just now, once again, the process will continue. Hopefully, we'll be able to have the formal declaration of the governor of Kisumu County, the official declaration of the woman rep, as well as the senator in the course of this evening. So what we're expecting perhaps is another long night for the entire team here.
Well, thank you very much, Barantong. They are bringing us to speed with what's happening in Kisumu and that final expectation of the final results being announced for the county of Kisumu, the final results of the governor there. We will go back there when things do change. Right now, from Kisumu all the way, crossing counties to Kilifi, our very own Elijah Oko is standing by. Elijah, what do you have for us? All right, we apologize for that. Elijah Oko was in Kilifi County, where he also would be bringing us to speed with the total results there from Kilifi County. Elijah, could you now hear us? Please go ahead.
Yes, Martha, thank you very much. Well, in Kilifi, it has been quite slow. We have not been able to give you any numbers per se, but for the Kilifi people right now, at least I do have some numbers. The negative part is that we have not really been given concrete numbers despite the duration that they have taken to verify, to count and verify. Just to put it into context, we have only been given, out of the 7 constituencies, we only have results for 3 constituencies, that is Ganze, Malindi and Rabai. Right now we are at Pwani University, which is in Kilifi North constituency, and all that we have been given is the presidential results. So for the parliamentary results and the MCA, we have not been given that information, despite the verification of the ballot boxes being finished at 4 a.m. this morning. With this 4 a.m. is when we left the Pwani University, and we were told that we should be back here by 7 a.m. and or 8 a.m. thereabout, and we will be given the rest of the results. But unfortunately, up till now, as we are speaking, we have not been given the results for the parliamentary election. So just to put it into context, the voter turnout has been absolutely low in Kilifi North. The total voters in Kilifi North is 116,742. Unfortunately, the voters who came out to vote were only 52,684, and that is provisional voter turnout, just because we've only tallied that from the presidential results that we've been given. And just to give you the numbers of the presidential results, it says in Kilifi North, Raila got 39,278, Ruto 12,797, Wahiga 147, Wajakoya 462. Well, this right here, this county is mainly an ODM stronghold. In the previous parliament, they did have all of their 7 MPs coming from ODM, the governor, the senator, together with the women representative. But this time round, this time round, it has been a little bit different because in Rabai there is a PA MP who has managed to clinch that seat, and he goes by the name Anthony Kenga. PA is the Pamoja African Alliance. They've managed to clinch that seat. In Ganze also, we do have a PA candidate who emerged victorious, and that is Charo Kenneth Kazungu, garnering 24,497,000 votes, and beating Teddy Mwambire of ODM, who is the incumbent, who got 11,482. However, because of the delay in announcing the votes, we did have a few heated moments during the day, and Owen by the MP of Kilifi North did confront the officials of Kilifi North constituency, that is Mr. Hamisi, the constituency returning officer, together with the county returning officer, Hussein Gire, because they were not announcing the results, because they told us at 8 a.m. they're going to announce the results, and so far they didn't announce the results. So there was a little bit of tension, but somehow the police managed to calm the situation down, and right now they're continuing with announcing of the results. We've just been given the presidential results. We're still waiting for the member of parliament results. So we also got a Malindi results, and we'll be giving you more results. They're just provisional results. Once we get the official results, we'll be giving you more updates. So there's still a long way to go in Kilifi County, but don't you worry, we'll be giving you all the information that you need.
All right, thank you very much, Elijah Oko there, talking to us from Kilifi County. Results are not yet there, but again, as has been the protocol, once anything is on the field, we'll be able to bring you live. So no cause for panic yet. But right now, I'd like to introduce the panel in studio. I do have Dr. Tom Wolf, who has been with us, and you've seen him on the Super Bowl talking to us through numbers. We also have Advocate Isabella Bara, Karibu Sana. Thank you very much. And Dr. Colin Sodote, lady, gentlemen. Great to have you this evening. The first question, obviously, you have to deal with it now, because it's the question of waiting, and Kenyans are waiting and say, well, it's taking too long. Why is it taking forever? And we're waiting patiently, and our patience is almost running out. And the answer is, where are you going? But Dr. Dote, maybe a better answer.
I think it's important that we understand what we decided, because we seem to be judging IEBC based on the standards of 2017. In 2017, they were announcing provisional results. So all those, by now, since we already have all the Form 34As, they would already have announced, because it announced what's been transmitted, the figures transmitted, waiting for the final documents to verify. You just be waiting for them to now give the certificate, but they announced. In 2017, a decision was made that no, you cannot announce provisional results. You must announce final results, and that those final results are from the polling station and from the Form 34A and 34B. The Supreme Court also then said the public portal must, which was in the law, must be made available. So all that IEBC has done is what they were required to do, which is to provide the public portal available and to wait for the for the Form 34A and 34B. Unfortunately for us as citizens, we complained, and when they gave us what we wanted, they're like, no, I've even seen some lawyers saying, this thing that IEBC has done, why is something they should never do. And I'm like, we were all in court saying that's what they should do. The real issue is a very basic one, and I was saying this last night. The real problem is that our elections lacks trust.
Yes.
And because we lack trust, we put all manner of things. So when you do this, and if you look at the commissioners, they are being extremely careful, taking all the things. We were told to do this last time, we're doing it. So even the steps required, I listened to one of the commissioners talking about there are 4 verification steps. The steps required are huge. And because our people, our politicians want to win at all costs. So you're looking for all manner of ways to try and find a way. But if I'm losing by 5 votes, is there a way by which somebody can fix it?
I guess the big question really is, when might we know the final results? Do you have any sense? Would you be willing to give us your sense on that? I mean, would it be maybe Saturday, Sunday? I know we have until Tuesday, but the IEBC chair did say that he would try work quicker if possible.
I think let me give you a good indication. Just a short while ago, you showed us Kisumu, and the county returning officer was saying, I have 3 results. I'm waiting for how many? 4. Those 4 returning officers eventually must find their way to Nairobi.
Yeah.
So they need to finish first with Kisumu and then come here. IEBC, thankfully, I said we have a chopper to bring them, but they must first finish. My suspicion is that latest, sometimes tomorrow, all those forms will be here. And the returning officers will be here latest tomorrow. So if that then happens, I think that good estimate, Saturday, we should be able to have the results. That's my quick guess.
Okay. Isabella, what are you hearing from your people on the ground? The general sense we're getting is that Kenyans are getting a little bit impatient, although everybody is being urged to, remain calm and exercise patience. But from where you sit, what are things like on the ground?
Well, thank you, because you didn't, put me in a cocoon where I'm supposed to talk about issues of, transmission, politics and
Right.
everything. So on the ground, we're happy to tell you that. And Smirti, things are a bit tensed, and not to sort of cause any alarm or whatever, but things are tense, specifically because now we are seeing civilian to civilian assault. In 2017, what we saw during that particular time of arrest was that, law enforcement officers were, going into houses, injuring people, eating their food, sexually assaulting them, shooting and killing, arbitrary arrest, and things like that. But now the funny thing is the law enforcement officers on the ground have kept their calm. They have stayed, whatever they were supposed to stay, and they're keeping the peace. But now the thing is we are seeing civilian to civilian sort of fights. People are assaulting each other.
Where are we seeing this?
Well, we have seen first and foremost the issue of Didmas Baraza. That's something that we wanted to speak about, because that is an aspirant who now allegedly has killed someone. That's not something we spoke of much in 2017. We've also seen other aspirants brandishing, their ammunition and fighting. I think we've seen something in Homa Bay, we've seen something in Suba. And I think when these things now start happening, then we are wondering, are we going to get to a place where we have more opportunistic crimes than we expected? Because in essence, what we normally think about is, police injuring other people. So things don't look good on the ground. We have received reports today as at 6 p.m. during our situation meeting. There's some form of unrest, specifically in the area of Dandora and Kiserian, but we are hoping that that's just possibly people being a bit impatient. But just as Prof has mentioned, we are hoping to have the results as soon as possible, because then we are thinking that this unrest in the small communities may build up to the national level, and that's not something we want to see. We don't expect to see people moving from their hometowns to other places because of that particular unrest. So I'm hoping that the results come in as soon as possible.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Wolf, technically there's something that is happening here. For the last 3 days or 2 days, we finished with all Form 34As as a concern of tabulation. IEBC has announced one Form 34B that they've finally verified this today. And as to Dr. Odore's point, perhaps this evening when we spoke to Leila, there were about 12 returning officers doing the verification process. So perhaps in the morning we'd have maybe 15 or thereabouts. So in essence, we've moved from the bigger problem where all the forms have been uploaded on the site, and now everything has happened on the ground, and possibly the returning officers are trying to make their way here, finish with the county, and we'll have more results, more real results, which is the county, the constituency results, which give us a better sense than the Form 34As.
I think that's true. It seems from what I've become aware of, I was doing various things the last couple of days aside from being here, there doesn't seem to be, I think Smriti was referring to this, nearly as much tension, controversy, as in the last 2 elections, where by this time we had already heard a lot of accusations of things that were alleged to have gone wrong. And that gives me one other idea, and that is the question of a petition. I have no idea whether either of the 2 sides or both have had lawyers gathering information as they examine all the aspects of this process. But I would maybe throw a question back to you as a Kenyan. looking at what happened with the petitions of 2013 and 2017, would you say that they have strengthened Kenya's electoral democracy? And however you answer that question, and I won't put you on the spot because you're having me as the commentator.
I'm the interviewer. I'm very confused on something.
But I'm addressing
right
Kenyans through you, if you get the idea. How, or put it this way, maybe in a more neutral way, whenever anyone who's involved in an election has doubts about its integrity, under what circumstances does that strengthen in the longer term electoral democracy when such a petition is filed and heard, especially given from our surveys pretty high levels of confidence in the integrity and independence of the Supreme Court? Maybe we'll come back to that later and we'll see if the petition is filed. But, and I know our filing a petition, if they're aggrieved, it's mainly to try to snatch maybe victory from jaws of defeat or whatever. But I think it's very important to look at the wider impact on the electoral system and the level of integrity in the way elections are run.
No, we just forgot to almost one quick question on the question of the petitions and what happened. We do know from 2017 that for sure we do not want the IBC correcting anything on Form 34A. They should announce it as it is.
Right.
Dr. Doty, just check on that.
It's not just about we do not want, they will not correct. and the chairman said that yesterday. Form 34A is final, but they are very fine because there might be errors. And if there are errors, they actually have designed a document where they record those errors. So they will record the errors and take the Supreme Court saying, Form 34A from Collins's polling station recorded this, but the actual figures will actually be this. It has this mistake, but they will not correct it because that is final. That's what was said in 2017. They will not make any correction. I think the second thing, just to respond to Tom, while the law provides for petitions, I think at this point in time, there are two things we should be focusing on. Number one, that a lot of the things that were the subject of concerns from 2007 have been addressed progressively. That's why you see less contestations. And we pray that it remains that way. Because at the end of the day, we all want that the elections are credible, free and fair, and that the people accept and we go on. Nobody wants a petition. It exists as an option, but I think at this point in time, our focus as a country should be on the results ending and us knowing who the winner is.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. We've got to just shift focus for a little bit to the Bomas of Kenya, but we'll certainly be coming back for more on this discussion. Let's take you now to Mark Masai. He is at that Nerve Center with his panel of guests before we then return back to the Nation Center. Mark, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's just Agatha, who's just crossing over, one of our producers here. The behind the scenes people that we appreciate because they make sure we're coffeeed up, caffeinated in the system so we can stay up. It seems like it's going to be a long night here at the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center. And I'm joined by a panel here, some couple that were with me yesterday, but I'm glad to have been joined by two who are, fresh, give fresh perspective from at least what we were discussing yesterday. And right next to me, I have Sheila Masinda, the executive director at the Transparency International Kenya, and she'll tell us how and why she is here and what capacity and experience has been. And Rafael Obonyo, public policy analyst, you were with me last night in the same spot, in fact, and Professor Ben Sihanya, who has a problem with me, not a problem really, he wants us to go with first name basis. Sawa Ben. He is a constitutional professor and advocate, and right next to him is Gladys Boss-Cholet. And congratulations, she has been declared the woman representative for Uasin Gishu. No small feat there, that's a big deal. So congratulations on that. And I believe now your focus is onwards, forwards for the bigger declaration that the nation is waiting on from the Bomas of Kenya. And speaking of which, Leila Mohammed is at Uchaguzi Center, which is right behind us here, and where the action has been picking up from the early morning. And it'll be definitely a beehive of activity in the next several hours as more and more returning officers bring the physical, the papers here. The national tallying verification and the tally. and to have the official position taken and declared by the IEBC. Leila, you could start by telling us the update in terms of the first RO who came here, how many we've had so far, if possible. You've been able to keep a tally on that, and how the next few hours are looking like, because everyone is asking when.
Well, Mark, if I had a crystal ball to tell you when exactly Wafula Chebukati would make that announcement, I could and I would, and it would be an amazing opportunity to do so. However, I don't, and I may not be in a position to tell Kenyans when exactly this will happen. What we can just do is make the mathematics count and pray for the next 48 hours to go as fast as possible. I know the process is painstakingly slow, I beg your pardon, and then maybe it will be pulling and stretching a little bit of the anxiety of many Kenyans across this country and in the diaspora. Remember, for the presidential vote, we have 291 constituencies that will be tallied this particular evening going forward, the 291th being that vote from the diaspora. But let's just paint a little picture of how these documents are coming here at the Bomas of Kenya once they have been tallied at the polling station and the announcements have been made. They are signed by the agents and the returning officer travels, whether they choose to come by air or by road, the fastest means possible to get to Bomas of Kenya. Kenya is quite big, Mark, all the way from Turkana in the north down to Loitoktok in the south, and Mombasa and Mandera and Marsabit. Those are far-flung areas. Majority of those individuals will be brought here probably by air as fast as possible. So once they come in, they will be ushered into this hall using an entrance on that other side, just next to where the IEBC chair and his team are able to make that critical announcement. And then when they come here, they will sit on the other side of the alley. You can see the men and women just going through the papers. Those are the returning officers from those constituencies. I was able to count 12 in the earlier link that I gave you. There could be more at the moment, but the major issue that is going on is on the floor, where there are 7 tables, and each of them you can see there's a gathering of many people, including IEBC officials and the ROs themselves and the agents for presidential candidates, as well as just the senior agents going across the table to find out whether that verification and collation process is happening. This has been happening since late in the afternoon. The first time we got a glimpse of how many have come in was in their first briefing in the mid-afternoon, and we were told it is only one gentleman from Webuye East constituency with 103 Form 34As and 101 Form 34Bs who had arrived since polls closed and tallying had begun, which means he had finished all his business and he was the very first person. This is interesting because here in Nairobi County, we are in Langata constituency, and even those records from this county are not yet here, even at the county tallying center. Majority of the seats are yet to have been announced. Just to get you a better understanding of how long and laborious this process is, many of those presidential agents having just to sit here for hours on end and chatting amongst themselves and taking time amongst each other just to go to the floor and see how their colleagues, the other agents who are seated on those tables, verifying the numbers, whether they tally from one document to the other, and if there are any corrections, they will be their first line of defense in just speaking up I beg your pardon, some of those errors, if there are any, and being the people who will sign those documents. And these documents will be handed to the national returning officer for the presidential seat, that is Wafula Chebukati, and these will be sealed and kept in a specific lock and key, and only to be removed if there is the possibility of a Supreme Court appearance, whether or not one of the candidates who feels that this has not been done as transparently as they would have wished, Mark.
Leila, as you have just gone through the process you have experienced so far at the Uchaguzi Center, it seems that long hours still ahead. And for those who are asking when they can have or hear a final declaration from the IEBC chair, it will take a little longer than perhaps we would want to admit or you would want to hear. And that is a viewer back home who's been probably glued for most of the time that they're able to, when of course they're not consumed by other duties or commitments of the day. But I can tell you a lot of anxiety, a lot of expectation coming from here at the Bomas of Kenya. And that is why we actually have the panelists here. Besides just being gracious enough to let us disrupt your time here and the duties that you have here, the core duties, and discuss the process so far, there's a reason why each and every one of you are here. And I'll start with Gladys. Besides bagging it now, the woman representative was Ngishu, again, congratulations. There's a reason why you're here. Tell us the capacity, in what capacity you're here, and your experience so far of the process.
I'm here as one of the deputy chief agents for our presidential candidate, Dr. William Ruto.
Okay.
Yes.
And how's the experience been that you have been observing and following? Has it been seamless as you would wish, or is it in your rating?
Yeah. No, I think the performance of IEBC and the process has been extremely impressive.
Right.
And I'm speaking as someone who has managed elections before and observed many elections across the world. So it's a very tough job. It's very difficult. You'll have things going wrong here and there. But on overall, they have done a sterling performance, because there will always be hitches in elections. It's a huge operation. But I must say, I can see the growth of the Electoral Commission from the time it started the new electoral process in 2010, then in 2013 and 2017. And I can actually see the step-by-step growth in changing the laws, in improving the system, and learning from the mistakes they made. Like a lot of this, if you look at the electronic transmission of the results has been impressive. By yesterday, they had done 99.7%. As you know, and without, so far the ones we've checked don't have errors. The errors are very, very minimal, but they are actually an exact copy of what was announced at the ground in most of the cases, which means that the problems we had in 2017, where we had a discrepancy between the various forms, has changed. The Electoral Commission learned a lesson from using text results to be electronically transmitted. So you'd take what is in the Form 34A and key it into the KIMS kit. And you could make an error when you're keying it in. But now they changed the law, they changed the system, and made sure that it's an image copy of what was the hard copy announced at the polling station. That's a great improvement, because it's reduced the margin of error. So yes, just the fact that they've learned from their mistakes and have made some improvement is impressive.
Yeah. Professor, for you, from where you sit, I saw you earlier at the Uchaguzi Center. It's been long hours here for you. You could explain just your capacity here, why you're here in terms of the duties there at the Uchaguzi Center, and what your observations have been on the process so far.
Thank you so much, and good evening, viewers. I'm here as part of the Azimio legal team.
Okay.
And also a consular professor. I've been following election laws and processes for a very long time, because Kenya has had serious challenges in elections. And so it's been an important area for us to study. And the 2010 constitution has improved things quite a lot, but there are still a lot of challenges.
Yeah.
So this time over, IEBC has improved on so many issues compared to 2013, 2017. And some of these include the following areas, maybe just three main areas. Number one is that if you looked at 2017 and even 2013, you would see that it was the data on elections were only shown by IEBC. They had said media houses could not do that, and that was number one. And number two, there was the issue of a constant change in the as they reported the results, and there was a constant the variation of from one candidate to the another was basically like in a straight line curve, which then brought in the question of using an algorithm.
Yes.
Because that's not a normal curve in an electoral process. A normal curve in an electoral process would vary depending on the data that is being input from one stronghold to another. And I think that's the third point on the process this year, is that's why yesterday and today we still say that the Maina K decision, which has made us accept that the media can report on what they are getting. Of course, as of now, they are reporting from IEBC data.
Yes.
But actually, it was foreseen in Maina K that they could pick the data, of course, from the polling station directly, not necessarily from the portal. But as of now, I think they are saying they're picking it from the portal, which is okay. But then the variation seems to change depending on the data that the criteria that each media house is using.
Right.
And again, we agree, probably in the future, we need to have a methodology on that. But of course, there have been major challenges which would not recur in the future, which I know may have affected some. Take the example of the question of the KPMG audit report. There was a question of the stakeholders, and especially the political parties and presidential candidates needed to have this audit report in good time to internalize and say, what were the issues and how can we resolve them in reasonable time, the KPMG report or audit report. There were the issues about forms 30, especially forms 34A and 34B. There were so many issues which ought not to have occurred because the election regulations which are contained here, this is a volume of some of the most important laws in this country.
Right.
It's intellectual and spiritual security. It's not, so the general regulations are still the same, largely the same as they were in 2017.
Yes.
So it was not easy to understand why IEBC was had to be told so many times to do the right thing with respect to forms 34A, 34B. What do I mean? Form 34A is the form that picks the results at the polling station level, which according to the case of Maina Kiai are to be final and can only be challenged in the election court. And Form 34B picks the results at the presidential election results at the constituency level, the 290 plus diaspora 291. And there is a time that the IEBC said that they had printed books 1 and 2 of Form 34A. And we were saying, why? There's no basis for that. And then I'm glad that later on book 2 was shelved. The other issue was that Form 34B were not printed initially, and yet they are in the regulations, and the regulations are not changed, so they were printed. So these are issues which need not have recurred. The question of the register, it was, I think, only the Court of Appeal gave a decision on the eve of the election,
right?
And basically saying exactly what we got in the NASA case in 2017, that you could use the register in case the KIMS kit has failed totally, and etc. But these are issues which could have been implemented much earlier.
Right.
And of course, there was also the question of procurement, which there was a big debate on the identity and the reputation of some of the agencies that were procured on important issues. Lastly, just in this permutation of the arguments of the debate, the issue of Mombasa, Kakamega, it's not still easy to understand. By the way,
Yes.
it's not. The explanations are not easy to understand. Given also that by coincidence, or I don't know, these are also these strongholds of a presidential candidate. And the gubernatorial elections were not and the idea, the statement was that the ballot papers were mixed up, and there was sufficient time to have done a proofreading of this.
But the
These are issues
but the
which
presidential election in those areas still went on.
the issue is, as you know, in this country and in many countries, many times people go to, some people have a specific seat that they are interested in, or 1 or 2, 3 seats.
Right.
And the Kenyans, many of them tend to be definitely MCA and the president, and many times also governor, and that can affect turnout. And indeed, in Mombasa and Kakamega, there were also related issues about identifying the voters, etc. So we don't know whether that was linked to the fact that there was a problem.
Did it translate as a coincidence, or you think it was a target?
I still don't understand, and I'm not in the business of speculating. As a serious lawyer, I don't like speculating. I just say I don't want to understand. You know, when you were speaking, I wasn't speaking, and
but it's
that's
a
part of the rules
conversation
of
we
the
can have.
game.
People can interject.
Sorry, that's not speculation. It's not speculation to say I don't understand, because it so far it defies explanation, the reasoning,
yes,
the evidence, and given that there was enough time to do all this proofreading and to even involve the key stakeholder, all these processes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me hand it to Rafael Obonyo. Your capacity here, observation so far, and Sheila before we take a break and then get into the issues that you've raised.
Thanks, Mark. And it's a pleasure to be here once again. And I'm part of the Election Observers Group with the United Nations, but also with a youth-serving organization called the Youth Congress.
Yeah.
You know, in this election, we have almost 18,000 observers, both domestic and international. And I'm part of that team with the interest of just supporting the electoral process to ensure that there is inclusivity, there is transparency, there is accountability, and that Kenya is making progress in terms of strengthening, of course, its electoral system and democracy, because election is an important process for us to strengthen our democracy in terms of peaceful transition of power. And so all of us are really interested in that. In terms of my observation, my experience throughout this process, but most importantly at this tail end of the election, I think, let me start with the positive things. I think one is that we've seen endeavors and remarkable endeavors to ensure that these elections are conducted in line with 3 key things. One is the constitution, that the IBC, or rather the electoral body, ensures that all the constitutional elements that are required are adhered to. So we've seen that there's that endeavor. It might not be perfect, but there's that endeavor. The other thing is, of course, ensuring that this election is conducted in line with the Election Act 2011, which stipulates on how we should be conducting election, which is quite remarkable. We've seen that. The other thing is that this election is largely being informed also by the 2017 Supreme Court ruling that annulled the presidential election. And so we've seen also endeavors towards ensuring that we not find ourselves in the pitfall where we were in 2017, because the Supreme Court ruling, the judges did say that if they are confronted with the same facts, they will arrive at the same conclusion. And what that basically means that if IBC does not address the irregularities and illegalities that led to the nullification of last election, then we will get back there. So we've seen that that endeavors. Of course, there are a few things that haven't gone very, very well.
Yes.
And for me, one on the use of technology. While we are trying to adopt technology, which is great,
yes,
I think the Constitution provides that the technology must be simple, must be accurate, must be transparent and accountable. So we need to ensure that. So as we embrace technology and as we adopt technology, which is a great thing, because I think that is where the world is going to. And if we want to ensure that there is credibility in our election, then we need to adopt technology, but let's ensure that it is not complicated. It is simple that anyone else can be able to utilize it. The other thing is the issue of course, it is a positive element of this particular election that we now have, and of course, this is also based on the Supreme Court ruling. We have the public portal, which also helps to enhance transparency and accountability. And IBC is saying, look, we are now inviting anyone else, the media, civil society, political party, to, access this Form 34A to be able to help with, you can do your own tallying.
Okay.
That is a great thing. But again, while we are doing that, we must ensure that there are certain guidelines. Because, for example, now we've seen media reporting, but it's causing even more anxiety and confusion because people have been asking how come there are variations in terms of various media. So I think we need to have, like we were saying yesterday, we need to have a sort of methodology and a guideline that will ensure that we do not confuse the public more or cause anxiety. So those are some of the points I needed to put across on that.
Sheila, I don't know if you'll be gracious enough to forgive me, not hold it against me, if I took a break and give you the opportunity to start with the opening remarks, because my director tells me, because you're national television, you can't say no.
Well,
we'll take a quick break, Sheila. We'll start with you in terms of your position here, who you represent, and what you've observed so far.
Sure.
Others have had their opening remarks in terms of that, and so we'll be back from the Bomas of Kenya in a moment. Stay with us.
Now this is a celebration.
The finals, when 60-foot prayer can get answered at the buzzer.
It's more like 61 feet.
I mean, you gotta be great from game 1 to game 7.
Because when the champagne stops popping, does anybody know what's left? Legendary status, my man.
Yes, Dirk. Exactly. Oh my greatness.
Dave, this line is not going down, and you're burning up. But I'll sort you out, my friend. See that barrier? Go for it.
Bing bang bing. Bum, bum.
Chachimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
Kwa mapenzi magic.
This is NTV.
Welcome back, and we're discussing while we're on a break, Sheila, Raphael, and Professor, as well as Gladys, we were laughing about the voluminous book of Professor that is here for spiritual and intellectual security. So, Professor, do not intimidate the rest of us. I only came with this and the laptop Sheila has. In fact, Sheila was kind enough to donate this. So, but feel free to refer to it if you want to. But yes, Sheila, we were to start with you in terms of your capacity here. I know you represent the Transparency International on a daily, but here at the Bomas of Kenya, what has your experience been?
First, you have to promise to keep us safe from that big, big
Yes.
book of laws. But it's good we can cross-check in case we do any misquotes on the Constitution or any other electoral
That's right.
laws, as
That's right.
Prof says. But for me, thank you, Mark, for inviting me. I've been here since yesterday for domestic observation as part of Transparency International Kenya. We are part of the different groups which are monitoring the elections, and have been monitoring over a long period, more than a year. One of them is the Uchaguzi platform, and we have been monitoring various issues in regard to the use of technology, of results, and of course this is where it's all happening, just to see some of the issues that we have raised. We have met with IEBC just to address some of the concerns that we had, right from voter registration to issues around communication, coordination of different electoral
Clearance of
agencies.
candidates.
Yes, my pet topic. Clearance, verification, vetting of candidates, the campaigns, use of public resources. So there are many things that we have been monitoring as a group. But for this particular exercise, it's to just see how the tallying, verification and tallying process is ongoing. Of course, my interest is to ensure that it occurs in a manner that is transparent. And so far, I think as my co-panelists have indicated, we are seeing a more transparent process, where all the Form 34As have been, not all. I think the last I checked when we were inside the hall was about 99.90
right.
forms that had been uploaded. 99.90% of the polling stations had uploaded their forms. So it's good that we are able. I mean, I was actually I observed in my constituency, which is Langata constituency, where we are now, on Tuesday, and so it was good to go back to the portal and just check the particular polling stations where I observed in South Sea, and just to check and confirm that the photos I took photos of some of the forms at the point where they were signed by the different agents of the different parties, just to confirm that what I have on phone is what is there on the portal. So it was good to see that. So more transparency, access to information. Of course, it's a deluge of information, and many people are unable to deal with it in terms of the numbers. And that's why we are seeing different numbers from media. Of course, political parties have called already had claimed they have tallied their numbers as well. But all the same, it's a good way forward. I think also in regard to, as also has been mentioned, adherence to the law. I keep hearing reference to that, as the law says, and I think in regard to some of the provisions that we have within our election laws, but also what has come out from some of the petitions that have been presented before. For instance, the Maina Kiai case, which has brought us here where we are in terms of the transparency and the finality of the presidential results as announced at the constituency level, and I think it's good what we're seeing. I think what I've also observed is, which I think needs some improvement, is the issue of communication. It was kind of a bit of a disappointment when the chair came and said that they're going to start, giving the first set of announcements, and they only announced one constituency, I think of Webuye East, and a collective sigh of I don't know, the frustration, disappointment. It's just one thing we've been sitting here, but then we also understand this is a process that has to there needs to be, people need to be meticulous in this, because we've seen some of these issues and processes contested. So we appreciate why we have to take it a step at a time. But you can feel the impatience, not just here in the hall, but even outside the hall, because I think many of us are dealing with a lot of communication and questions from outside. What's happening? When are they going to announce? What's happening now? And so on. So, but I think that said, and we understand that it has to be, but a process has to be undertaken, and you have to ensure that the details are taken in and so on. But I think the communication can still be improved.
Right.
Even if it's just like every 3 hours, just tell us, where are we in terms of the verification? We've been sitting there all day. So how many constituency, forms have you been able to verify, and so on, so that we know, that the process is moving somewhere. Yes. Because we sat there, but we didn't really get this information. And then there are also many other things happening, so that we are at least all together on one page and people are a bit more calm. The other aspect, I think, which I have not seen much coverage of, but maybe it's because we've been in the hall, but also is the camaraderie, if I can say, between the politicians. I saw Gladys spending a lot of time speaking to Edwin Sifuna. Yes. And they seem to be having a kind of a tete-a-tete, and I was like, actually took a picture of it. He was my student. Yeah, good. Because there was at some point we were getting messages that what's happening at Bomas? Yeah, there's a drama, there's crisis. Yeah. And I'm like, I just took a picture and I said, this is Gladys and Edwin, and then I think Kipchumba yes. joined them later. And I said they're having a conversation, and they were laughing, and Edwin left and then came back again and joined them. Yes. And there was a time Maina Commander came in, and Moses Kuria gave him a big peck on the cheek, I think, and a big hug. And I was like, this is what Kenyans also need to see, right. And I hope that the media is capturing those, that kind of those the bromance, between these two sides. Yes, yes. Even as we are all people are anxious about it, but just to show that it's calm here. People are talking to each other, and it's not what I think is being portrayed out there, that right. there's all this contention and tension, and you can get through it. I think those are some of the things. Just one last thing is, of course, there was reports by observation missions, EAC, the East African Community, and also the African Union. And there were key things that came out in terms of IBC's preparedness, the issues around some logistical challenges, youth participation in the election. So I think it's important that I hope that we are all documenting this as different stakeholders. At least I know as civil society we are, but also more importantly also for IBC and even the political actors, because I think there were questions, issues raised that need, a collective action by stakeholders in terms of addressing some of those preliminary issues they see in regard to the conduct of the elections.
Just wanted to add one thing. Yeah, and feel free to now interject, and it will be, of course, respectful as we continue with the conversation.
Actually, two. One is with regard to the electoral cycle. I feel like IBC left so many things up to the very end, so they were really caught up, and they were trying to implement so many things to, closer to the election, and that makes it very, very difficult for them, but also for anyone else who wants to engage. So I think if we want to have free, fair, and credible elections, I think we must also ensure that we utilize the 5 years, not the last few weeks to elections. So I think it's also very, very important. Another thing is the issue of results. While there is appreciation of the voting day, the election day, the voting went on well in terms of use of KIMS. I think IBC, while they have 7 days to declare the presidential winner, I think we must also take note that, Kenyans have been waiting, for these results, and 7 days is quite a bit. And I've heard people casually saying Kenyans should go back to their normal whatever, but it's very, very difficult for Kenyans. So I think we also need to sympathize with Kenyans. And if there is a way we can fast track this process, yes, constitutionally, IBC has 7 days, but truly it will be important for them to pace up without necessarily compromising the process, so that if there's a way we can reduce the time for announcement of the results, I think that will be very, very important.
And I don't know what, yes, Gladys.
Just to talk about that, I think it's a valid concern about the 7 days. But when you look at it practically, actually we are victims of what we designed as Kenyans. If you look, people say many things about the Kenyan electoral system. They say it's very expensive, but I tell them it's not the fault of IEBC. When we as Kenyans don't trust the manual register and demand to have an electronic voter identification method with 10 fingers, not 2, 10 fingers. That's a technology heavy equipment.
Yeah.
So it is expensive. When we say as Kenyans that we want to have 700 people maximum per polling station, it means you have to have 8 officers. So it will be the 22 billion Kenyans divided by 700, then you times 8 officers. It costs money.
Yeah.
When we are afraid that someone is going to make fake ballot papers, and we demand to have 7 security features in our ballot papers, it costs money. When we also are taking extra safeguards to say that the from each of the polling stations, the forms must go to the constituency level, get a Form B, and then bring it physically to Bomas of Kenya. It costs money.
And it takes time.
And takes time.
Right.
And so some of it is as we legislated it. But again, for good measure, we've come from a very bad history. After 2007, we had the Kriegler report that inquired into what caused the election violence. And then there were recommendations from Kenyans on what should be changed. And people like Transparency International were part of that process. And so all these were recommendations made to ensure that there was safety. One of the findings in the inquiry is that we used to have dead voters on the register, which is not a problem really. But the problem is the dead voters did in fact vote. That's why we got the electronic voter identification system.
Yes.
So all these are things that if you look at everything we're doing at the moment, you must look at it within our history. Why did we put that system? It was because this has happened in the past, and to ensure that it doesn't happen again, that is done. If you look at what is happening today in in Bomas, as a verification process is going on, because we know what caused the eruptions in Kenya in 2007 is that the results were there was no transparency, no one knew what was happening, and then suddenly results were announced.
Yeah.
So the process of having the results electronically transmitted and put in a public portal is actually seen as a way of managing the political temperatures and creating a mood of acceptance. So people are helped to walk through the process of the announcements. The fact that, and because of that, even though it may be slow to bring the results, people already know what the results are because they've been in the public portal.
Yeah, and,
so
and,
yes.
and I don't know, because the gentleman here had an opportunity last night to speak about the media part to play in this relaying of the results.
Yeah.
And it's been, a debate out there. I don't know if you think or feel that it helps the situation or it makes it somewhat worse.
Like I said, Kenya has been learning lessons, and I think it's true. Having all the results in the public portal sent immediately after announcement from the polling station is a good thing because it enhances transparency. Because believe me, by now, everyone knows what the result is. The only
Is it everyone,
issue,
you mean the main contenders, main participants?
yeah, the main contenders, the main participants, and the media houses who have the capacity and the capability to be able to tabulate those figures, because the tabulation takes a bit of time.
Okay.
But I think going forward, it is something I've noted on my notebook. The recommendation going forward, there has to be guidelines on the methodology that the media will use to tabulate the results, because some of the tabulations were dishonest. There was one that I saw some tabulations, and I made some phone calls, found out I asked what method are you using.
Yeah.
One of them I can give as an example. In Wasingishu County, they had only tabulated votes amounting to 123,000. We have 530,000 registered voters. And then what they had done is tabulated all the polling station in Nyanza.
Okay.
So what happened is, when you look at the figures, it was skewed. They were correct in putting it at 52 for Raila Odinga, but they had used the wrong methodology, and it was not an honest full disclosure of the method they had used. And I remember mentioning to some of the media houses, and I said, you must give a full disclosure,
yes,
yeah, of what method you have used. If you put a tabulation there and put figures there, you must say, we have only tabulated the following number of polling stations, and 50% of those polling stations are from so-and-so's stronghold, and the others are from so-and-so stronghold. So that way, I can take the figures, understanding the methodology, because you can do the calculations, be correct, but use the wrong methodology. So going forward, there has to be guidance for the media and for anyone who wants to publicly post the results. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, the Secretary General of Azimio, ODM, did post a result.
Yes.
And that was about 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
And I remember I responded to him and said, it is not possible that you could have tabulated the results and got it and comprehensively by that time. Because we know to be able to tabulate those results, you have to go into the public portal, you have to download each form one by one, because the system doesn't allow you to do bulk downloading. And then enter the 44, that time it was 44,000 that had been posted by IEBC, and tabulate the 44 into an Excel sheet, sub-county by sub-county, in order to come up with the figure. And I told them, I don't think anyone has the organizational capability to be able to do that in that short number of hours.
And this one, I believe, let me just give an opportunity.
And I did even calculate how long it would take. And I said you'd have to have 1,300 people working for 8 hours in order to be able to do that tabulation in a record 5 hours.
Well,
and that is not possible. And eventually, Twitter did pull down that.
Yeah, but I believe you're referring to Edwin Sifuna.
Yes.
And I mean, there's a tweet is
and
still
I did
there.
raise it with him just now.
The tweet is still there. And Prof. Sihanya,
I think it was flagged out by Twitter as wrong information.
Yes, but it's still on, and this was 10 hours ago at least. And he says, but he gives a disclaimer: this is our tallying system. You are allowed to have yours. Now that we are clear, and he numbered 46,142 polling stations out of the total, and he gave the figures there. I mean, anything off with that? Because you also made reference to something that he did tweet, and this was in response to the capacity there with or lack of to be able to undertake this tallying process.
Thank you. And I think these are very important issues. Three, briefly. One is about methodology and guidelines, and we exhausted that yesterday. We talked about the question of methodology and guidelines, which can be agreed by the media houses. We agreed that there is probably need for self-regulation, so that, and then lastly, of course, legislation would be necessary, partly because also our experience with the role of pollsters. Now, I think opinion polling in Kenya is a more organized science than it was, say, in 1997 or 2002, partly because of the legislation on opinion polling and surveys, and where I think it's much better as of now.
Yes.
So I think that's the one way to go, and I think the media houses have tried to explain themselves, and also the IBC chair addressed that issue today. So number two is about yesterday there was a debate from the UDA representative on this panel, and again they're harping back to it, the question of the Sifuna tweet, and whether candidates and political formations and political parties can actually release what they have, and whether they have capacity. There's a rumor here that they need 1,300 people, that they need 8 hours, and there was a suggestion yesterday, and there's the one now from UDA again that no party has that capacity. Please, Azimio is a very large political formation with a history. It's not a 3-month, 2-month operation. It's been around. Its key members have been around. Jubilee has been around. ODM has been around. They are not formed the other day at night. So they have capacity. They have been in this game, and they know, and they don't need to announce to everybody that do you know what? We are just recruiting 300 data crunchers, etc. No, the capacity is there. And what Sifuna published, and he has stood by it, and we've been discussing it even now, that is the position. The data is there, the information is winning this, and that was just a brief.
Yes.
And lastly, the question of many of us have been urging vigilance, prayer, and kutulia, because there's a lot of fake news, propaganda, and rumor from Uda. And I can give you just a few examples. There's a lot, so we need to be careful about this, because this is what is also going to affect the idea that we should be sharing information about elections. That the media should share, which we support in principle. The media should do what they have been doing. The political formation should also share.
Okay.
And of course the candidates. Of course, IEBC ones are regarded as the official ones.
Yeah.
But the threat is that UDA has brought a big threat to this process.
How?
Fakeness, fake news, propaganda, rumor. Take a few examples. They called Langata for Korir. They called Malindi for Aisha Juma. They said Ledama Olekina had lost Narok until they call it for tonight.
To be clear though, to be fair, Professor Sihanya, are you saying UDA representatives, supporters, or a position taken by UDA
a position taken?
Because that particular incident and experience we had on the first, I think it was 2 nights ago, it was on Twitter. And you know, on Twitter, of course, there's a lot of people who can speak, and it's faceless. So much as you would say the propaganda is them, if they didn't take an official position as a party
and not disowned
and put out a statement.
This is so serious that NTV as a neutral arbiter need to listen a little more. Tonight, this evening, Dennis Itumbi, a well-known UDA spokesperson, has tweeted that the chief of staff and the communications director were under arrest, kidnapped. In fact, it took one of them to now try to change that story. All these election matters are very sensitive. And the excuses that used to be used by whether Electoral Commission of Kenya before or IEBC, telling people don't say anything about elections, was partly because of this. So UDA can easily get us back to too much micromanagement and control of
in their argument, they might say what you're saying is also rumor, is also propaganda. Just to give, for fairness, Gladys, before I take another breather, a response to that. Yes, a response to that. First of all, if you know, Davis Chichir is well, is in good health. Actually, my colleague has told me they've spotted them here. If you could just respond, because you know your side is under, you know.
No, I'm a bit amused. You know, I always knew Professor Sihanya as my classmate, who was one of the top students, who always spoke to the fact and the law. That's why you see him with the huge book here in front of him.
The issue is not me.
Yes. So
I'm
debating UDA, not you.
No, I'm just saying. So I'm surprised about
you, please.
I'm surprised that.
Let her continue. Let her continue.
Yes, I would have expected him to be able to make a distinction between what officially has been reported and stated by UDA and what has been reported by individuals between in the UDA. Who are UDA members. So I think there's a distinction among that. Okay. So yes, I think you have to wait for an official statement by United Democratic Alliance for you to be able to abrogate anything that has been said to the political party. I think that's common sense.
All right.
And I think on the issue of what's been said in Twitter and so on, on this one, when I refer particularly to the one of Edwin Sifuna is the Secretary General of ODM. So when he says something, he's speaking as a Secretary General. You don't see our Secretary General tweeting on a specific point if it refers to the party. We normally have a proper press conference at the party headquarters or at the presidential campaign center to be able to make that statement.
All right.
That's all I can say.
Obonyo and Sheila, really quick before my director wants to kill me already.
No. I just want to say that I mean, we have a great opportunity again based on the Supreme Court 2017 ruling that is helping us to strengthen transparency and accountability in our electoral process. For example, this establishment of the public portal, yes, very, very important. But I think we need to utilize that in a way that does not cause even more problems. And one of the ways to ensure that is, I mean, what we said yesterday, and we continue to emphasize, that even though we are given access to the portal, there has to be guidelines. And we've seen, for example, political parties, for example, really misusing that portal. All of us know that now we are getting primary information from the same source. It is not possible that a particular formation will have different results from another political formation.
All right.
So truly, we need to ensure that parties, everyone who is accessing that portal uses whatever information that they get from there responsibly and not just to serve their own interest.
Good point, Sheila.
A quick one is one. I mean, the sources of misinformation and disinformation in this particular election are playing out in this particular in these last 2 days, in regard to the results and how each side is calculating. Maybe we need to all maybe go back to math school to math class and learn how to hesabu. But I think that we have laws regarding election offenses. We have the Election Offences Act, and Article 81 of our Constitution is very clear in terms of election offenses and how they should be treated. But I think this is one aspect. I think maybe we might need to look at it seriously as an election offense, because it has a potential to actually, raise such, even conflict and disputes in this country. And this is what we've been trying to avoid since 2007, because looking at everyone is now talking about it, and it's been a source of fights, in various groups and so on, about which side is telling the truth. But yet some of this information actually could be false. I'm not saying that, but clearly if there are two sides and each is saying that they've totted them up and each is having different figures, clearly there's one side then which is not saying the truth. But for me, I'm looking at it as a source of misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and the potential that it has to cause conflict. On the issue around media, I agree with others who have said that we really need to look at how maybe in the future this process can be harmonized. I don't think this is a place where we want to compete and say that we are better than media house A or B, that we have we have the numbers and so on. So I think maybe a bit of coordination in the same way we did the presidential debates. It was very good coordination, and that ended up in a very good quality product that is quite memorable and was quite, I think, had impact for many Kenyans. Maybe this is that approach, that model can also be taken in regard to the transmission of results by the media.
I mean, there's something we all agree on there, criteria that needs to be used in the tallying of the results. So let's take a break on that point of agreement across the panel and hand it over to the Nation Center for a bit with Smriti Vidyarthi and James Smart.
Thank you very much, Mark Masai, and the panel there with a very, very engaging discussion about sort of like what we need, a format of some sense on how to sort of tally these results, a question that I think will occupy hearts and minds in the next few days. And obviously, as we do the elections and finish the elections much later, find out if it's possible for us to do this in a much more I think, better way.
That's right. That's right. All right. Before we now get back to our panel here at the Nation Center, let's just bring you some other news stories of the day. And elections observers deployed to monitor Kenya's electoral process have called for calm and patience as the country awaits the results of the just concluded general election.
Well, representatives of the Joint African Union, COMESA, the East Africa Community EAC, Commonwealth Observer Groups, IGAD, the International Republican Institute, and the National Democratic Institute observer missions have urged supporters to refrain from any acts of violence during and after the tabulation of results.
Well, they commended the Electoral Commission for carrying out the electoral process transparently thus far.
The mission commends the IEBC on the successful use of technology in registration, voter identification, and transmission of results. It has improved efficiency and increased transparency of the election process in Kenya. We recommend that the problems relating to Kim's kit should be identified and the necessary corrective measures be taken for better performance. The presiding officer there, I said, how is it? He said, the voter turnout is wrong, low. He says, if we can get to about 50, we'll be lucky. I asked him, why do you think is the case? He says he can't know, but maybe there is apathy. Why there is apathy is a matter that we need to sit down and dig into it better.
The group was concerned about the impact of the manipulation of social media to influence the perception of voters. And in that regard, we note that the Commission had proactively engaged social media platforms to restrict misinformation and disinformation.
Kenya has an opportunity not only to move beyond its past of disputed elections, but also serve as an important model for all of Africa and all democracies around the world.
Would like to appeal to all political actors and stakeholders in Kenya, including the great people of Kenya, to continue to maintain peace after the results of the elections are declared. We implore all of you to embrace peaceful resolution of disputes that may arise from the electoral processes. Fortunately, there is the opportunity to use the courts of law, so please make use of that avenue.
Meanwhile, in Bomet, patients seemed to be wearing thin. Supporters of Governor contestants Hilary Barchok of UDA and Isaac Ruto of Chama cha Mashinani took to the streets to protest the IEBC's delays in announcing the outcome of the gubernatorial race.
Well, police had to use tear gas to disperse the supporters. Here are some of sights and sounds from that incident earlier on today. Well, that was earlier on today. The situation in Bomet County. Right on, we will get our reporters on the field to tell us if the situation has since calmed down and the results been announced. But back to my panel here at the Nation Center. Our panel, Professor Collins Odote. Thank you very much for submitting for correction.
You're used to that.
It is going to midnight, so you know the levels of frustration are dropping by. But we've been here until the results are announced. Professor Collins Odote. We do have Isabella Obara and Dr. Tomo. I hope I got, and we are all in this place just to confirm that no one is leaving our panel. Let's switch conversations, quite briefly, and this situation that we've had today politically, that both the Azimio and Kenya Kwanza have been playing sort of mind games, if you like, calling press conferences. Yesterday, we saw this sort of announcement of results, which Mark's panel sort of tried to delve in and get to the bottom of that. What's with that? What's happening with this sort of period where we are waiting for results and the political class doing something to sort of feed into the anxiety or, build onto politics?
I don't know why I keep going back to 2017, but you remember this era of fake news and this era of using misinformation and disinformation took a toll. I think came to the fore in 2017, and just watching my two colleagues, both Professor Sihanya and Gladys Shelley, that we also talked to, that the fact you can see, even at that point, everybody saying you give fake information, the other saying you give fake. And if we agree with both, then it tells you the challenge we have. As said this here, I think on the day of voting, that I suspected that if you are a political party that had agents across the country, you would have your results somehow by yesterday, because you don't have to download forms. the actual results will already have been sent to you and just enter them into a screenshot. So if you can see what they're doing, they're actually playing mind games with Kenyans, which is dangerous. Dangerous because throughout the entire day, the number of information that people have called, then you discover it's not true, including, no, today's news is not by you, it's by somebody else. No, the panel is not Tom, the panel is James. Then when you check a few minutes ago, you say, but I'm seeing Tom. So I think it is unacceptable. It's nice that they're saying, the media should develop some guidelines, they should do what, but what is much more important for me is the levels of misinformation and disinformation. Speaking for myself, there would be no harm if we're seeing different figures, as long as we knew they were from same portal. But as you see the different figures, they are much more interested in knowing, are these figures favoring us or not? I'm sure across the entire day you saw jokes like, if you are supporting yellow, go to this TV station.
Yeah.
If you're supporting blue, go to this TV station. If you're supporting Reverend Wahige, go to this one. And if it's Wajakoya, go to this one. It just tells you the levels in which people want to go to all lengths to ensure that we have different versions of the truth. I think it is unacceptable. I think it's important that as a country we recognize that if we set ourselves certain rules, we need to live with them, however painful that they are. And those rules must apply both when they favor you and when they don't favor you. Because the consequence of not living with the rules is to live by the jungle. And what we have seen throughout the entire day is living by the jungle, where someone just wakes up and I see some things and I'm like, but this guy is in my village in Asumbi. This information that they're posting as if they're in Bomas. They cannot be in Bomas. I think we just must grow up much more. And the political parties, the politicians must lead in that growing up.
All right, thanks for that, Prof. Isabella, just to refer to what the Observer mission's comment were, one of the missions said that this election and here in Kenya could be a model for all of Africa. What are your views on that?
Well, that's a beautiful statement. It's quite beautiful. But then again, as a civil society organization, that feels very airbrushed, right? It's quite airbrushed. And to be quite honest, just like Prof said, we need some growing up to do. And I understand that they are watching from another angle, but we on the ground have a different perspective. Smirti, it's all fun and games when it's on the screen, yeah, on the phone. Up until now, it translates to bodies, arrests, deaths, and now real bloodshed, yeah? However, let me update you. When we spoke first, I was talking about issues of, assaults and things like that. And I have, now checked my records, and we have had an issue in Mount Elgon. I don't want to mention names because formal reports have not yet been made. We also had something in Suna West, yeah? And these were two aspirants, one brandished and someone threw a panga in someone's car. We are hoping that we can receive these particular reports tomorrow in the morning, and we'll be happy to share the same. I think if we are in the business of security and human rights, these are some of the things we need to bring together. And if we are here tomorrow, I'll be happy to share. We also had an issue in Nyaribari Chache. And it's nice to just mention, because then when we do that, some of the people involved or people who witnessed that know what exactly we're talking about. And so when we have things like this, we get a bit worried. But on the growing up bit, politics has infiltrated the social media to a dangerous level, yeah? And you know for a fact that you are a person who has a social standing and you understand things a little better than, the regular mwananchi, but proceed to do what it is that you're hearing Professor Sihanya and they speak about. And when we look at the current electoral laws, and I think that's the Election Offences Act number 34 of 2016, we have the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution that has now been clothed with prosecutionary powers. That includes investigations and prosecution. They have started now looking at the things that are happening, specifically from the 8th up until today. And from what I have on my end, let me just highlight for you, because efforts that are being made towards investigating and prosecuting electoral offenses must be spoken about. Right. It's quite important that we do that, because then if we don't investigate and prosecute, we will have the same issues or possibly even worse come the next elections. And from the panel that was at the Bomas, you heard Sheila speak about, the changes in which we've seen in the law. In 2007, whatever happened, pushed for what we have now as the IPOA Act in 2011. And from that particular point in 2013, you saw us starting to embrace technology. Now here we are, we've embraced technology, we've seen the differences. Are we then going to work towards having a better elections compared to this, or are we going to change it a little bit? So I wanted to, let's look at that transition, how it translates to enjoyment of human rights, what then that means for us now, because I mean, it's pretty much done. We'll have someone, on the State House, White House, or whatever, or you people like to say when the First Lady sings.
The fat lady.
The fat lady?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Chebukati,
When they do that, because it will be done, I think it's more or less done, we need to start now working towards what will we enhance from the lessons we've learned right now. You've seen the way they were handling people in Bomet. Only tear gas and a few batons here and there. In 2017, it would not have been the same thing. In 2007, it was worse. Can we then work towards a place where we know that the civilians or the electorate are well aware of how to conduct themselves when they are maybe, dissatisfied, or when they are anxious, or when they are upset about something? So then we even now get rid of what it is that we are seeing. We wouldn't even need to use tear gas canisters. And I'll have you know that anytime we're speaking about transmission, what is right, what is misinformation, malinformation, it has a direct translation to the security of the people. I had told you about Kiserian. When we were just seated here, I was told that everything was under control at the moment. No one has been injured, no formal complaints made. However, now in Kibera, we're being told that things don't look good. Really? You can imagine we're seated here in a very nice air-conditioned studio, but these are the things we're receiving. What do things look like on the ground? So when you, as a party leader, party official, are making these particular comments on the social media, truthfully, we are regressing.
Okay.
We are regressing, yes.
All right. Just before we go, Dr. Tom, you'll allow me to go to get an update from Migori, where our very own Bernardo Juan has been holding fort for us, just to give us an update. Bernard, what's happening from where you are?
Well, thank you very much, Smart. It has been an active day here for IBC officials receiving results from 7 sub-counties. What's happening now as we speak, they have finalized everything, and also only what's remaining here is at least to the presiding officer, the returning officer, Mr. Ben Mosati, will be announcing officially to Migori County residents the winner of the gubernatorial seat, the winner of women rep seat, and also the senatorial seat. And of course, as we speak right now, I can see Dr. Ochila Yako, who has managed to actually emerge the winner in the gubernatorial seat, and also Fatuma Mohammed, who has managed to defeat her opponent, Benita Gatti. And also, I can also see Eddie Okech here. They are really waiting to be given officially the certificates. And of course, as you can see the returning officer Ben Mosati preparing everything so that in the next few minutes he will be officially announcing the winner. And of course, the Migori people, county residents, will be knowing who will be succeeding the outgoing Migori County Governor Zachary Okoth-Obado. If I can tell you, Mark, Smart, out of the 8 sub-counties, we managed to see that Ochilo managed to win in almost 5 sub-counties. And of course, Fatuma Mohammed also managed to do the same. When you talk of constituency, I mean the parliamentary seat, we saw ODM party taking over. In Rongo, we saw Paula Bore emerging the winner. Awendo, we saw Walter Win emerging the winner. And also, even in Suna West, we saw Peter Masara, Sunais, and Junet Mohammed. And also in Uriri constituency, we saw Mark Nyamita. Apart from these apart from the 6 constituencies in Kuria West, we saw Robbie Matthias becoming the winner there, beating ODM candidates. And of course, we saw Kitayama Morias winning in Kuria East. And of course, remember Kitayama and also Matthias Roby, they are still supporters of Dr. William Ruto. And remember, as we speak now, I will be leaving you with the exact pictures as soon as we see how Dr. Chila Yako, Fatuma Mohammed, and also Eddie Okech will be receiving their certificates anytime from now.
All right, Bernard Ojwang, thanks very much coming to us live from Migori with that update. Let's continue this discussion in studio. Tom, you wanted to contribute to what we were discussing earlier with Isabella and Professor.
Yes, and also some of this very interesting discussion, lively from Bomas. In some of these issues, in particular, what I wanted to say about the kind of opportunistic use of either contrasting information or the lack of information that can be verified or at least taken as real fact with regard to a couple of things that were said. And one has to do with all due respect, how you people in the media are reporting. And we've had comments about the inconsistencies in the methodologies. I did see Chair Wafula Chebukati this morning in one of his statements explaining, and it's maybe something that you people have done or other networks may have done. I saw it, that back in March, I invited media representatives, I forget the name of the organization, to discuss how these results might be reported through a consortium. So everybody was working together. The kind of labor was divided. There would be one team that was using an agreed method of extracting these uploaded 34As, and that would be made clear to viewers or the public consuming the output of this undertaking from time to time. Instead, what we've all seen and what was mentioned, I think, by Prof. Sihanya, different media houses were showing different vote totals and thereby different vote figures. And most confusing or irritating, maybe for me personally, was the information we were not getting. Not once in the course of the day or the last 2 days, but especially today when most of these 34As were available, did I see a list of the 47 counties on the screen, letting us viewers know from whatever media house what was the proportion of polling station results from each county that any media house was reporting. So even if we know that almost every polling station has a different number of votes, but nevertheless to tell us that from Migori County, we've got 63% of the polling station results that we're giving you, and these are the numbers. And then people could say, can just refer to what are the registered voters. We know roughly what voter turnout is. If there's 27 whatever percent remaining, and I know what side of the political contest is more influential there, I can do my own calculation, but I didn't see any of that.
Right.
So you can defend your profession in a moment.
I wasn't going to defend my
want.
profession. I would far from it.
Oh, go ahead.
But Prof was going to do that.
You want to do that before I give my next point, Prof?
Yes.
Actually, just a very quick thing.
Yeah.
You know, we must recognize that these 46,000 forms were available in the public portal for anybody to look at them.
True.
I think we all are complaining about, the media should have had a systematic manner. They have done this. Can you imagine if the media waited until today when Wafula Chebukati announced the first results from 36A, from 34A, that's when they were giving it. Just imagine that. They have gone the extra mile of getting extra labor to crunch the numbers. If you looked at whether, and all of us had the opportunity. The political parties complaining have the opportunity of crunching those numbers. Researchers like ourselves have the opportunity of doing it. We must recognize, colleagues, that yes, there may be some shortcoming, but for me, I think the glass is half full, not half empty. Because if we look at it that way, the media would honestly have waited for the results and just started. Somebody is actually aggregating. We should be asking ourselves as a country, as they go to the public portal, what mechanisms do we have as we wait for a full aggregate them, and then for the media to be able to report what is being aggregated?
I mean, we heard Gladys Chalet talking about how much manpower it would take to do a certain task in a certain number of hours. And I'm not looking for an excuse, Prof, to be lazy. All I'm saying is I think the media houses collectively, but at least individually, should have from time to time explain to viewers why they're seeing different results on different networks. The other thing about the kind of vacuum that can be filled by naughtiness, and you gave some examples. And that has to do with the absence in Kenya of any election poll, exit polls here. And it was actually, I don't know, former or current Secretary General of Jubilee, Honorable Tuju, who was being interviewed today on one station. And he said, when he was praising the media in Kenya and the way they've been reporting, maybe contrary to what I've been saying, he said, of course, they do the same thing in the US or other developed countries. Well, with all due respect, that's not correct, because the way they report elections in the US is not by going through the equivalent of 34As. They do exit polls. Now, sure.
And for those who perhaps are watching and don't know exactly what an exit poll is, could you explain
An
that?
exit poll is a systematic program of interviews with people having come out of polling stations, with the polling stations selected, distributed around the country according to the documented number of registered voters in different parts of the country. And there's a systematic way of picking, say, every 10th person who comes out to randomize who's interviewed. And every interview team at a polling station or individual has a quota of the interviews they have to complete. And they don't just ask people who they voted for. They also get the basic demographic information of age, gender, education level, religion, occupation, whatever else would be relevant, political party affiliation, so that once you have your data, you can then weight it to represent the electorate the same way we do with household pre-election surveys. But it's very systematic, and it also gives an opportunity when the whole experience of voting, the administrative, how long you've stood in the queue and so on and so forth, you can ask questions about the electoral process in a way when it's very fresh in people's minds, rather than waiting a week or 2 weeks or a month later. But the main point is that these things, the operations are expensive. And we know that Nation Media Group is not like CBS doing a poll with the New York Times.
And what exactly would the exit
but
poll
the fact,
achieve?
Sorry?
What exactly would doing an exit poll achieve? How would it help?
As soon, I mean, just turn on your CNN or whatever, the moment any election in the US is finished, and immediately they'll come out with what the exit poll
So you're
showed.
able to make projections and
And,
say, yeah.
and if you go back to just these last two rounds, the recent presidential elections in France, where Macron had to go into a runoff with Marine Le Pen because they got 50% in the first round, with the socialist candidate, whose name I'm just forgetting. You can compare, and I invite you to do it in your spare time. Look at the last polls that were done before those elections, pre-election polls, and then look at the exit polls on the day, and you'll see how much closer they were. I mean, you'd hardly have to tally up any ballot papers because they're so good. I mean, unless you get a bias where people who voted for one party or candidate refuse to be interviewed because they hate posters or whatever. So I'm not saying they're ever the legal substitute. All I'm saying is that when you don't have an authoritative exit poll done for whatever understandable reasons, and you have media houses which are using rather mysteriously different methodologies, and even in the most basic in terms of how many votes have been, or 34As have been added up as of a certain hour. Because there were many times a day when I saw one network had a total of 1 to 2 million more votes in their total than another media house. Maybe they didn't have as many people, but you didn't know where the different figures were coming from.
Right. And
so all I'm saying is that in the absence of more confidence in the information that the public is able to get, we'll have the opportunities for the kind of naughty and perhaps sometimes insightfully dangerous fake news that's out there. And I just want to finish by tipping my hat in thanks to this nonprofit NGO, Cord for Africa, that has been identifying fake news related to the election, working with the National Cohesion Integration Commission, among other clients. And I met one of their fellows at a forum the other week, and he said, and he showed me later, they were identifying 6 to 7 fake opinion polls on average per week. Wow. Some of which we'd been aware of because our logo had been bandicad on some fake numbers, and they came to our attention. But I think that kind of integrity, perseverance, and control is really useful in a situation where we have such vacuums.
All right, and just before James picks up Very briefly, how much does an exit poll cost out of interest? That much? Okay.
I don't want to give a false figure. The last one that I know
Roughly.
was done here was in 2013, a national exit poll by some expatriate researchers. And I would have to check this, and I can check it soon.
Right.
But I think it costs somewhere between 30 and 40,000 US dollars.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you.
I don't know if you
It's a very time-consuming and
Yeah.
effort-engaging undertaking.
Okay.
Great. So this
And it requires approval from IBC to be in the vicinity of the polling station.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks. Tom.
Go ahead.
So just to finish up on this point before we go to the real numbers, the point that we're picking up right now is obviously the difference of how we're tabulating the results and we're getting it this time based on 2017, right? That we had, the Supreme Court actually, giving us a whole method on how to make sure these results are not only counted, tabulated, and those are the final results. The thing is this, Prof, the blame game right now of supposing there's sort of, and you point about this earlier on, supposing we have a difference of, an issue in X number of polling stations, and it becomes substantial enough, and this goes to the Supreme Court. Are we saying then that the Supreme Court in this sense is not only just the final arbiter, but they've become sort of IBC, that they've removed that role of IBC in the polling station where things we could disagree on now has to go to the Supreme Court? With its limitation of time as well.
You can see I'm smiling.
Yeah.
I'm smiling because I made the point that in 2017, if I remember telling the judiciary in 2017 that the greatest issue in this election, that election is going to be technology. I said that the issue in this election is going to be something around the register, and it's going to be something around maths. So you need a statistician. So your question makes me smile, because if we have a contestation in this election, the contestation is going to revolve largely around numbers, because as you see from what we've been projected throughout, it's a very small margin. So the questions about are the figures accurate or not are going to be critical. What is important to keep in mind, though, is to remember the Supreme Court has 7 days. Even like the forms, you can't expect them to look at it throughout. So two things that I think are important. Number one, if it ever went to them to crunch the numbers, what the Supreme Court must most likely do is what they did in 2017. Every team get your statisticians, go and look at the forms, tabulate the maths, and come back to us with a report, because they can't do it on themselves on their own. That's the first thing. But the second thing, and that's why I go back to political parties. At the end of the day, the accuracy of this process cannot be done for you. It cannot be done by the media by saying you didn't tally well. It can't be done by the Supreme Court. It must be done by, one, the IBC staff who are in charge must do a good job at the polling station. B, the political parties must have agents to verify that the IEB staff has done the good job. Because if they have done, when the things move up the chain, because remember, from each of the polling stations, they move to the constituency tallying center. So at that point in time, the Form 34As must already be accurate. That's why your agent signs. So when we go to the tallying center, the constituency level, all we should be asking ourselves, are they entering the correct figures? Is Form 34B then correct? If that happened, the only thing we should be worrying about at this place is how many forms? 290. But because of what Tom said, a lot of people are lazy, a lot of people are distrustful. You want to repeat the entire process over and over again and blame everybody for every problem.
I just want to weigh in on this particular discussion. And I'm seated on this panel, and my thought just goes to how the media is doing all these things in terms of numbers and whatever. But I would want to urge you, Smithy and Smart, every single time we sit on these panels, I'd request that we also prioritize, outside of the numbers, what they are directly linked to. And I think every single time I'll sit here or wherever I go, I'll speak about human rights, because there's a direct link as to what all these things we're discussing here impacts the regular mwananchi. I know for a fact that we are holding it so close to our hearts, who takes it and who does what. But I can tell you there are people who've not opened their shops for 2-3 days.
Yeah.
We've limited their rights to enjoy the economic, right and whatever. There are people who are traveling. We've limited their right to freedom of movement. There are people who at this point cannot speak or express themselves. So I feel like we also now need to get to a place as media and whoever, let's prioritize these discussions outside of just the numbers.
All right, more from all of you in a moment. We will cross over to Dan Wangi, but what you're seeing on your screens are live images coming out of the Bomas of Kenya, the IEBC chair and his team there. We're expecting to hear from Wafula Chebukati.
Yes, from 34, these constituencies, from 34Bs, I think.
So 34B.
34B.
Yeah.
So I suspect he has more, and shortly he'll be coming, but I'd like you to Dan Wangi, so that he can take us the numbers as we wait for Wafula Chebukati and the team to take us through.
All right, thank you very much, Smart and Smriti. Yes, so we look at the numbers. Before we get back to our comparison, just a quick update in regards to what the numbers are looking like on the elections.nation.africa platform. Currently, the number of polling stations that have been tallied are 41,347 of 46,229. That's about 89% of the polling stations. And so far, none of the candidates has 50%. William Ruto is at 49.9% at 6.633 million. Raila Odinga at 49. Well, it's updating now. 49.38%. Yeah, minor change. So William Ruto is now at 49.94% at 6.633 million. Then we have Raila Odinga at 49.3%, 6.609 million. George Ojakoya, 59,205 at 0.44%. David Waihiga is at 31,172, that's 0.23%. The last two gentlemen are yet to hit a collective 1% of the votes so far.
Although you were about to prove me wrong, something I said last night, when I said I had written before the election that the combination of the two minor candidates, if I can use that term, would have to be 2% to force a runoff. If this, as you've just pointed out, were the final totals, we would have a runoff because nobody has gone to 50% plus one. And I said, I think last night, I think there's be only one chance in 50 that could happen. Maybe I've got to knock it down to maybe one chance out of 30 now. I mean, it's still very remote in my mind.
Because
but
we have about 1 million or
yeah,
so votes to count. So that could be the determining factor. So let's look at the numbers. We had already uploaded Kilifi County. We're looking at some of the counties that are sort of had been seen to be on one side. So Kilifi County, the coast had largely been an ODM zone. In 2017, Raila Odinga had 83.63%. In terms of actual votes, he had 274,179 votes. So far, as per the provisional results, he has 71.7%.
So that's a drop of 15%?
Yes,
from 86
about
to 71?
No, from 83.
83.
So that's about 12%. William Ruto has 26.99, which is more than what they had in the total tally when they were as Jubilee Party, 15.12%. So we are seeing the ratio in terms of actual numbers. Jubilee in 2017 had 49,575. William Ruto now has 76,000. So we are seeing, even just based on that, even before we factor in the increase in number of voters altogether, but in terms of the percentage, the ratio, we see that there's an increase in terms of the influence by William Ruto on that side.
Absolutely. And I think this is the kind of information that should make us think more carefully about our assumptions as to what constitutes a stronghold of any political party, coalition, or even an individual. I mean, from the point of view of research, again, we would want to go down on the ground and look at those 50% or the increase to 26. The figure has just disappeared here.
I'll get it back.
William Ruto at 27% rounded off. And we'd want to interview these people and could do a political, economic, as well as demographic profile and find out how do they differ from the 71% of the people who voted for the other side, for Raila Odinga.
Okay.
We can assume a place like Kilifi is fairly homogeneous ethnically. We know there's quite a mixture of people in Mtwapa and so on, and Kilifi town and so on. But it really, I would hope, would discourage
Okay.
people from making general statements about one zone being a stronghold or a zone of somebody without actually first looking at the numbers and how they can change. Because as you know, neither Raila Odinga nor William Ruto is a Giriama or a Jibana. They don't come from the coast. And neither of their primates are coming from the coast. So what is changing these numbers? As I say, for people like Prof over here, and maybe me if I get the spare time, it's a research challenge to figure out what are these dynamics, because it's not ethnicity, so it's got to be issues of some kind or another. And that's what I think our challenge is, to understand the numbers going beyond just showing the contrast.
And sometimes you find some of the factors which are not as directly identifiable include things like people voting against the other person, you know, where I mean, I'll do all I can to vote against person X, so I will give this other person my vote. So
And you have to figure out, where do these negative motivations come from?
yes,
absolutely.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to, we promised, guys, we'll get to Kirinyaga County. But before we get there, let me hand it back to Smriti and Smart for a bit, then we'll come back here.
All right, thanks, Dan.
Well, it's midnight.
It is.
It's today already. Yes, that's Prof, it's today. I mean, I should be announcing the day like that. It's today. It's midnight. We've been with you, and this coverage continues. Decision 2022 continues until the result is announced here on NTV. In spite of, you know, the infractions of the numbers and, you know, the difference of the numbers, this is what it is, and here we are. Just, Prof, just one little thing before we go back to Bomas. The question on the, just to clarify, that supposing on the portal there are unverified or unmarked, you know, or differences of Form 34 is, IEBC can do nothing about it. That's a question that has to go to the Supreme Court.
But you see, what forms are they, what results are they calculating? They are calculating the physical forms that come, not the forms on the portal. Because the physical results are the ones that get delivered by the returning office. That's why.
And those are the ones that they're using.
Yes.
Right.
So supposing the discrepancy between what's in the portal and the physical forms.
You just not.
So nothing can be changed.
You
because
can.
remember that whatever was announced at the polling station is the final result.
Right.
But if they need to change something, it's documented and it goes to court.
Yes. And as they are announcing the final result, just to get it clear, as they are announcing the final results, what they will announce is the original Form 34A as aggregated into the original Form 34B. So you can't change the results in Form 34A.
You know, it really does seem like such a complex process. Would there be any easier way to carry out this election?
Yes, there would.
What would that be?
It would take trust. All these things is a basic issue. Is the basic issue that we as a country do not trust ourselves. Even the introduction of too many of the electronic processes is not for efficiency. Technology is supposed to only address efficiency. If you look at what we have, is this process more efficient? The answer is no. Because 2 days later, we are still struggling about how to download and record forms. Yet, in reality, by today, we should know the winner. Right. But because we don't trust each other, everything must be documented, rules must be put in, and when you put new rules, we get new explanations to then just try and get around it. I think the last issue I wanted to get to Tom, which is about what will cause a runoff. Now, if you...
Sorry, we've actually got to interject because I believe there's some issues in Turbo, so we need to cross over live to Lois Wangoi to get an update as to what exactly is happening in that area. Lois, bring us up to speed.
Good evening, Smriti and James Martin studio. So we are at the county tunneling center, which is situated at the Eldoret National Polytechnic in Eldoret town. So there has been a problem with the incoming of the voting material and the tallied documents from the Turbo constituency tunneling center. So most of the leaders have been there. Let me just ask my camera to just get to the action itself so that we're able to capture part of it, so you can see the governor elect, the governor Jackson Mandago there with the returning officer for Turbo constituency. They are in some altercation. Yeah, so the governor there just trying Smriti, you're trying to get you the best shots possible. The governor, they are just trying to come into a talking table with the Turbo constituency returning officer. So that is where the problem is. He has just shown up, and reports indicate that the whole team here in Uasin Gishu County was trying to look for him. Yes, now we have it a bit better. Now that is Governor Jackson Mandago, and on his left-hand side is the Turbo constituency returning officer. Yes, and a bit of an altercation here in terms of words. And really, this is the governor expressing the dissatisfaction that many of the residents of Uasin Gishu have had with the Turbo constituency returning officer. We still don't know what made him not to turn up for all these hours, but there seems to be Hi, Governor. Can you talk to us? Governor, this is NTV.
You guys have been telling.
Governor,
Hakuna kitu inaendelea, kwani nyinyi hamna macho?
Because you're the one who's been able to bring all this.
Just to give you a perspective of what was happening, what happened, we are at the county's main tallying center at the Eldoret National Polytechnic in Eldoret Town. So after all the other 5 constituencies had brought their voting material and the necessary documents from the 5 county constituency tallying center to the county main tallying center, there was one constituency that had not brought their material and their documentation. That particular constituency is a Turbo constituency. So from around 7 p.m. to around 11 p.m., most of the residents of Uasin Gishu and IEBC officers, everyone else had gathered here, all other material had gathered here, but the results from Turbo constituency tallying center had not gotten here. So what has brought a lot of anxiety is the fact that at Turbo constituency tallying center, the results had already been announced and the voting material had already been packaged to find its way to the county tallying center. So we don't know what exactly happened between the Turbo constituency tallying center and the Uasin Gishu County tallying center. From that tallying center to this particular county main tallying center, it's about a 30 or 40 minutes drive. And around 7 p.m., I remember even my colleague Nick did an interview after the governors and the senators, after the Turbo constituency returning officer rather made the pronouncements and gave the numbers and even announced the member of parliament elect and the members of county assemblies elect. And so the disconnect was after he made all those pronouncements and filled all the forms, why did he take so long to arrive from that particular constituency tallying center to here? So that means when it comes to the leadership of the county of Uasin Gishu, and mainly the areas of the governor's position, the senatorial position, and the women representative position, those tallies, those reconciliated votes have not been announced because they're supposed to be announced from here. But that announcement cannot be made because that particular returning officer from Turbo constituency, I don't know what happened. Perhaps he had his own challenges. We're here to speak to him in all fairness to understand what transpired. He didn't make it here in the preferred time of the voters and the other constituency expectations. So at the moment, a bit of calm and quiet. We can see the governor of Uasin Gishu has taken to his seat. He's here with his family. We can see a number of leaders. The IEBC team is still here, and they seem to be up and around in numbers. And the returning officer for Turbo constituency is also taking to the seat. Yes, that should be him. And we hope any time from now there will be a consensus, and that will allow for the tallying here at the county main tallying center, and from which we expect that now we will be getting the results of the governor's results at the women representative seat and the senatorial seat. So for now, maybe I can take you back to James Smart and Smriti in Nairobi. We have consensus here. Let us see how this transpires and see if the operations that are supposed to go on here, which is the reconciliation and the announcement of the winner for the governor's seat, the reconciliation and the announcement in numbers of the winner for the senatorial seat, the reconciliation and the announcement of the winner for the women representative seat will happen here at the county official tallying center. It is situated at Kapseret constituency at the Eldoret National Polytechnic. For now,
Thank you very much.
Lois, thanks very much indeed. So just to summarize, a bit of commotion there at the tallying center there in Eldoret, and a bit of commotion, but it seems things have now settled.
Seems like the passion of what happens in polling stations, and this happens all the time.
All that to do with the delay in declaring some results.
So it happens all the time. But Prof, just before we went, you wanted to react to something that Prof had said.
Yes, I think it's good that Tom says that he is reducing the chance of that happening from 1 out of 50 to 1 out of 30. Because a lot of the times when you think about runoff, we only think about the numbers that the third and the fourth person gets. We forget to talk about the margin of difference between the two candidates. Because if you look at the results currently now, irrespective of what is outstanding, we know there's outstanding around 1 point something, close to 2 million. If the candidates maintain the percentages they have over those votes, if they get the same percentages so that the difference does not change, you'll have a runoff. So the second thing that's critical in terms of looking at the runoff is the difference between the candidates. Because currently, if you do your math, we have 14 million, or give or take, that's the turnout. 0.1% of that 14 million is 14,000 votes. So if you just talk about a difference of 0.3%, that's 52,000. So you don't even need to get too much of number 3 and 4. What's critical is what margin does number 1 and number 2 have between each other. That's what's important in terms of looking at the figures.
Right. Just before we took a break, and just to bring Isabella back to the conversation before we go back to Bomas, the question of waiting and anxiety. I think at this point we perhaps have to be fair to ourselves, because this is our process. That the waiting is part of the legal process that we instituted by ourselves. There's really not much we can do. We have to wait, unfortunately for all of us.
I agree with you. Waiting is not the problem here. Waiting is not the problem, and it has never been. I'm taken back to the Electoral Offences Act. They define the electoral period being right from when you start the nomination process through to when we even gazette winners. So we have no problem. Waiting has never been the question. It's how we wait. Is there a widespread disregard for rule of law? Yeah. Are we protecting literally every other person who we are supposed to protect? Do we have, I keep going back to shops closing, because the moment you see an economic hitch, that's when it translates into something else. Are we then deploying security personnel given the needs assessment that was done prior to the elections? Waiting is not the question. There are notable human rights questions that come in during the waiting period. I mentioned something yesterday, and I said, you have to go to work if you're working from the office and you need a hibernation kit. That's something that we need to talk about, because waiting doesn't have to be a problem. I give examples of countries that have voted, have taken part in either national or general elections, but they didn't have to go through what it is that we're going through. Waiting has no problem. And I know Prof and Tom and Dr. Thomas speaking about, the numbers, matters transmission and everything. But then again, there is a pinch that people feel. So the political class will have the anxiety, and the people are counting, and the people you brought to your table to help you with whatever it is, that those ones have a different type of anxiety from we who are on the ground. Our anxiety is different. So for me, that's why I told you before we went on the break that outside the numbers and what is being transmitted and what that looks like, there's another bit that we're not looking into that we should look into moving forward. So outside the numbers and the margins and whatnot, what does it look like for us on the ground? I'm being told again that there's bonfire in Kibra. I just feel like I'll keep trying and bring this particular panel and this discussion to that small level where we may not look into, and we like to cry foul later on when things have now gone bad. We need not get there.
All right, we will delve deeper into that aspect when we come back, but we've just got to shift focus now and take our viewers to the Bombers of Kenya. Once more to Mark Masai and his panel. I certainly hope that you're keeping warm, Mark. You look warmly dressed tonight. It is just past midnight. It must be cold, but the conversation is pretty heated as it was yesterday.
That's right. It helps to have these warmers here. Let me just, the secret is now out. Oh my goodness, I think I disconnected it. But yes, these things are really helping us down here, keeping us warm. As well as you can see the difference in my wardrobe. It had to be the case. But the conversation is also still keeping me warm in terms of, possible scenarios, what we can expect, depending on how this will go. And yes, the focus here at the Uchaguzi Center, the National Tallying Center, the Bombers of Kenya, still trailed on the chairperson and the commissioners who are currently at the Uchaguzi Center, and they haven't left, so they're keeping watch as the activity of going through the verification of the papers, the physical papers that have been submitted by the returning officers from different constituencies. It started earlier today, and is continuing into the night, and I don't believe it will stop. There's no sleeping for them, and as they do that, Leila Mohammed has also been keeping tabs on the activities, the developments there, and what we can expect in terms of the process that will play out once a returning officer has arrived here at the Uchaguzi Center. And she did give us an update earlier, and we thought that things had closed in terms of possible updates from the IEBC and the lead commissioners. But I see that the chairman, Chebukati, is still there alongside his other main commissioners who are in charge of this particular process of the verification of the materials that are being submitted here at the Uchaguzi Center. And yes, we still have a panelist here, Sheila Masinde from Transparency International Kenya, Rafael Obonyo, public policy analyst, and Professor Sihanya, and he's also here in his capacity representing Azimio. And Gladys Boss-Cholet had to leave and join her team here at the Uchaguzi Center. She is here as an observer to follow the process of verifying the papers, as she's here to represent one of the front runners in the, I'd say, the main contenders for the presidential race, and that is William Ruto. And she had to leave to follow that process so far. So I believe we can now get an update from Leila Mohammed. Is there going to be an update from the chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, before I engage my panel here?
Well, Mark, that's the expectation of many Kenyans, especially those of us who've been camping here at the amphitheater. But what is going on at the moment, if I can just take a keen look into what Wafula Chebukati is doing, is probably just receiving those original documents and verifying for himself before a handover and changeover can happen. What many are not aware of is when the returning officers come here at the Uchaguzi Center, as much as they will be collating those figures with others, whatever documentation the agents and other IBC officials are looking at will be copies, but the returning officer will keep the original document in his hands. It doesn't exchange hands until he sits there before Wafula Chebukati to hand him that piece of documentation himself and ensure that the signatures by both officials, Wafula Chebukati and the returning officer, are done just in case there are questions around how did the paper trail transfer from one hand to the other. So basically what we are seeing up there is what will happen. Mark, this may just be one of the few long nights that Kenyans are expecting. Many across Kenya within the polling stations that or the tallying centers that are continuing to burn the midnight oil, and this will not be a different scenario here at the Bomas of Kenya, where Wafula Chebukati has been in a position to make announcements and leave maybe latest midnight or even 11 p.m. But it looks like it will be one of the first of many long nights here at the Bomas of Kenya, because like I will always continue to say, the process is slowly and painfully tasking, not only for the IBC officials, but also sometimes you can feel some bit of questions on the faces of the many agents and Kenyans who are just seated and looking at what is happening on the floor of this facility. Many just going into the center where the fire has been lit to get a bit warm, because it's a bit chilly. It's cold actually inside this Uchaguzi center, and it looks like it's going to be a little bit colder going forward. So that gentleman walking away, having given Wafula Chebukati that piece of documentation, and the two gentlemen going through the paces of confirming what has been handed to the other is correct. And after those signatures, one gentleman leaves and another walks to the table again, and the process begins and continues afresh. The gentleman there just saying hello to the various chair commissioners from the IEBC and the CEO Marjan Hussein Marjan, and then taking his seat there and beginning that conversation with Wafula Chebukati. This is critical, Mark, because at the end of the day, Wafula Chebukati will be the officer who will need to account for what is going on here and the process, and how slow or fast things were happening and going on. And he has been critical in insisting that he has 7 days from the day's polls close, which was Tuesday last week, and the beginning of counting. He has 7 days to ensure that all is well, and the presidential announcements will be made after all has been tallied and all the documentation has been collated and verified. And Form 34C is what he will place his signature on and say this is what has been agreed upon by the returning officer, the agents, and the IBC officials here who are doing the collating and the verification of those documents. Many are now just standing up because the last 1 hour has been quite busy. Everyone putting their heads down on the different tables as the other officials over there just go through the paces of counting the number of Form 34 A's and B's that they have come with from their various constituency tallying centers where they made announcements for the MCA and the Member of Parliament before handing some of the copies to the county returning officers, where the announcements for the woman representative and the Senate and the gubernatorial seats were made in those centers. So it seems like there will be more activity here going forward, because the last 48 hours, at this hour, many of us were just wrapping up after Chebukati had spoken and going home, or maybe just in places to rest and waking up at 5 in the morning. But as at now, it seems like it's a bit busy as ever. Observers standing and having discussions with each other, and as well as the key agents just going to the many tables, 5 or 6 of them here placed at various positions, and the IBC officials burning the midnight oil at the floor of this facility with the returning officers with their documentation. Someone can have as many as 100, depending on how many streams were in each polling station. If they had maybe 30 streams and each stream had about 1,000 people in line, then you can imagine how long and painstaking this process will be. As much as there is so much anxiety out there, many Kenyans asking questions on social media and sending calls, asking those of us who are here at the Bomas of Kenya, when do we think that final announcement will be made? But as we are ably relaying to you this information and details live, you can see how slowly and painstakingly this can be. But IBC insisted, as much as it is hurting right now, once the official tallies are made, he wants them to be as accurate and objective and as transparent as possible. Mark, maybe you have any other questions that you may want
Yes,
to send
definitely.
my way?
Definitely. Just to clarify, because you've been following this process all through, and there's a lot of information and disinformation or misinformation, I should say, about what's happening there. And there were reports of some drama earlier. Just clarify about that. And I'll also ask something about a supposed kidnapping. But first of all, the issue about whether there was drama earlier today, and just to let the people know what the correct position is.
Well, Mark, I've been in this room since about 4 in the morning, and I haven't seen any action in terms of there being any form of physical aggression from any party or the other. The groupings that I've seen have been cordial discussions, and if there were any questions that were raised, then they were done in quite cordial engagements. The only confusion that was there was just before the first officer who had come here with the documentations from Webuye. The groups were trying to sit to understand how the logistics would be, and maybe the back and forth between the IBC walking across the floor and looking at the tables, and Veronica Minor being on phone and talking to the vice chair, Juliana. Maybe some people would have misread the situation, but what I have seen, even between the members of either side, I've seen the agent for George Wajakoya engaging different personalities here very cordially, people from the Kenya Kwanza and the Azimia One Kenya Alliance engaging themselves on the floor and having a bit of banter and chatter. And when they had questions that affected both of them equally, they would go to the other side and just have a chat. And many of them I've seen when they walk in, they shake hands and they have a bit of discussions with each other, and they joke and they make some banter between themselves, and they throw words at each other, but there hasn't been any form of aggression that might cause any concern or alarm. And when you ask questions around a purported kidnapping, the gentleman that you're asking about is actually, I'm looking at him where I'm seated, and he's on phone, and he's been on phone for the last hour or so, just taking calls. We have been able to photograph him here. Before those concerns were there about his kidnapping, he was here with the Kenya Kwanza team, and a few minutes later he has come back, and he hasn't left this hall ever since, just doing rounds of communication, either taking calls or sending texts. Mark.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. And in fact, that gentleman that you mentioned there is the UDA Communications Director, Wanjoy Gedai, and DP William Ruto's Chief of Staff, Davis Chirchir. There was concern as to whether he was indeed arrested and kidnapped at Bomas. And unfortunately, Gladys, who was with us, didn't say it on record, but she did clarify to us that there was a slight incident where vehicles were involved in accidents, and in trying to bring the authorities or whoever did the case intervene, took their phones away, and that's why they were not accessible, and that's why there was this hue and cry, and in fact, that led to the clarification that they are safe. So Davis Chirchir and Wajoy Gedai are both safe and sound, as Leila has confirmed. Thank you for that, Leila. I'll let you continue with the following of the proceedings there and the developments, if any, but it seems like it's just long hours of a lot of paper trail, following the paper in terms of verifying the details from the forms that have been submitted by the returning officers. So just stand by there, of course. Actually, no, sit by, because I wouldn't have you stand by for that long, because it's long hours, as you've said, and you've committed to staying on for the whole night, actually. So salute to you, Leila. And yes, my panel has also been here sitting by in the cold, and thank you for that. Sheila, before we took a break earlier, we were making the point of, besides what has been said about the media and in the tallying of the results that we have right now, and that has gone to a good number, covered the good number of the Forms 34A that have been uploaded on the public portal by the IEBC. There should be some guidelines, but not just the, and I need this point to be brought back up again and emphasize the political players.
Yeah, I said there are concerns high levels of misinformation, disinformation, fake news. It seems that now either we have a plethora of platforms, particularly virtual social media platforms, which people can use, and also tools that are being used very rapidly to create wrong or information that's not really true. And that's really a concern. We saw that in 2017, but this year, actually this last 5 years, it's just escalated to a level that I think really needs to be managed and regulated, possibly. So that's one area for me, perhaps, after this election, that we really need to look at, because people have misused those platforms. And we've seen that today, even in terms of how people have managed, the numbers that they have. I think perhaps in future, even as we appreciate the levels of transparency and access to information in regard to the results coming out from the polling stations, and being transmitted and electronically, and then we are able all to access them. I think that maybe for even as media, we said we need to have guidelines. The methodology needs to be quite clear in terms of how to do it. I think in the US, they've managed this to some extent in terms of how they cover and how they even communicate in terms of how many states or places that they're yet to maybe say cut the results. So that you're very clear in terms of, okay, so what's missing? But here, I think we haven't been clear. So what have you counted? Which states? Which constituencies? I think here maybe what makes sense is constituencies. Right. But I know this is an area we're just getting into. But I guess with time we'll build up that practice. But for politicians, I possibly would recommend that this information should be theirs for. There's a way that you can use information, but for your own consumption, as because you're then waiting for the verification process which their agents are doing together with the IEBC clerks or officers, and so they should be able to collate that information and use it to validate whatever comes out of this national tallying process, rather than everyone then going out to the media and calling the election for themselves. I really think we need regulations around how they consume this information, and probably have restrictions in terms of publication of this information from politicians.
Prof, you would clarify this for us in terms of whether there's any legal restrictions or parameters guiding the tallying of these results that have been made public. But I believe, based on your argument of media needing to have this guideline, we'll get back to that. I'm told we have an update from the Uchaguzi Center from the IEBC. Hold your thought on that.
To be announced. But before I do so, let me reiterate that the results announced by the Commission are the official results. As I indicated earlier, sometimes yesterday, we allowed the media to tally results, and we say that the public should know that the media is telling results for purpose of reporting, and there should be no anxiety around the disparities between the different media houses, because the source of the results is the same from our public portal. We also allowed candidates to do their own tallying, and the tallying by candidates is for their own consumption and to assist the agents in carrying out the exercise we are doing here of verifying the results. The candidates cannot and should not attempt to declare themselves using their own verified results. That's the work of the Commission. And for presidential candidates, that's the work of the National Returning Officer. So that needs to be made very, very clear. Now we have results from Baringo Central constituency in the county of Baringo. Registered voters, 45,949. Total valid votes cast, 34,906. Rejected ballots, 168. Odinga Raila got 1,656. Ruto William Samoei, 33,162. Wahiga David Maura, 26. Wachakoya George Luchiri, 62. We also have results for Oljorok constituency in Nyandarua. Registered voters 60,199. Total valid votes cast 39,867. Rejected ballots 296. Odinga Raila 7,579. Ruto William Samoei 31,982. Waihika David Maure 140. Wachakoya George Luchiri 166. We also have results for Kathiani constituency in Machakos County. The total registered voters 60,224. Total valid votes cast 37,999. Rejected ballots 260. Odinga Raila 30,984. Ruto William Samoei 6,624. Waihika David Maure 91. And Wachakoya George Luchiri 300. We have results from Kangundo constituency in Machakos County. Total number of registered voters 60,796. 60,796. Total valid votes 38,671. Rejected ballots 330. Odinga Raila 29,808. Ruto William Samoei 8,405. Waihika David Maure 93. And Wachakoya George Luchiri 365. Lamu East constituency, County of Lamu. Total registered voters 22,047. Total valid votes 14,703. Rejected ballots 436. Odinga Raila 9,564. Ruto William Samoei 4,639. Waihika David Maure 48. Wachakoya George Luchiri 452. So those are the 5 results. The verification is ongoing. We have about 80 returning officers in the House, and this exercise will continue. We have observed that we need to fasten up. We shall increase some more desks so that we can move a little bit more faster. So we ask for your patience and thank you all for your cooperation.
I don't know if that's going to be the last update, beg your pardon, from the chair of the IEBC, but certainly not from the IEBC, as other commissioners are also on duty to make any announcements and updates on the constituencies that have now successfully reported the numbers. And this is especially the focus being on the presidential results. And he has just reported from 5 constituencies there. Wafula Chebukati will be getting the breakdown on that and the specifics, and as to how many went to Raila Odinga, how many went to William Samoei Ruto. But I have to give an opportunity to the panel as they conclude, because we have to wind it up here and hand it back to the Nation Center. But it seems either you were sharing notes or comparing notes with Wafula Chebukati before we just went to him. You just said that we definitely need to have candidates, politicians, political parties use the numbers in the portal for their own consumption. So with that said, Professor Sihanya, would you say that we now should practice restraint in how we publish the numbers, not media, but I'm talking about the political class, either side?
Absolutely. This is a very important question in the sense that freedom of expression and also freedom of the media to express, and also issues of access to information are very important, and we discussed some of them yesterday. Articles 33, 34, 35. Expression, media, and access to information. However, and that's why we went to court in 2017 on Maina K, because there was that problem of IEBC and before it ECK, Electoral Commission of Kenya, saying that they are the only ones who could disclose the votes, especially in the case of presidential elections. Right. That was the main issue. But now we have seen that it's being abused, both election data, but also matters which are very sensitive, which are related to the election process. And that's why moving forward, it will be necessary to have clear guidelines, self-regulation in the media, but self-regulation also in the sense that how the media can also help us with fact-checking. For example, if there's a tweet, and I'm glad that NTV tonight is addressing this issue, much as it may not be in your platform, yes, you still owe a duty to help us do that. And of course, the candidates always sign, the political formations and candidates also sign a code. Okay. Yeah, but I think that it should be strengthened, that code of conduct ought to be strengthened so that people who are closely associated to political formations don't play around with election-related data or election-related information. Because if somebody tweets, for instance, that we are calling the following constituencies for our party, or a reasonable, an official of that organization, or somebody who is authoritative, and that party doesn't call that back, that's a very big problem. If the political formation, somebody who is known to be a blogger, somebody who's constantly on tweet, like Dennis Itumbi, says somebody has been kidnapped, and some people who are very sensitive to the electoral process, that is also going to undermine, is already undermining this issue of freedom of expression, access to information on media. And that is the evidence of panic, because the data that is being released by IEBC is actually consistent with the analysis that was done by, or summarized by Sifuna. And
so you wouldn't use the same measure of expectation and call for restraint on what Sifuna, the ODM Secretary General, has done 11 hours ago by posting results based on their tallying system, because you've said they're sensitive and it can be misused. Would you also advise him to pull this information down, or would you advise your side that you represent to also now stand down in the use of these numbers?
The difference between Azimio, Sifuna's publication of the data with what has been coming from UDA, okay, is between the difference between day and night, the difference between fact and fiction, fact and rumor, fact and propaganda. And we have given you examples which
but the standard of the use of the information and what it would mean and how it would be received is what we're considering here, right?
But the control requires that when election data and any information we disclose must be factual, must be accurate, must be verifiable, it must be accountable.
So in
And
essence,
we are saying that the Sifuna data are consistent with what now we are hearing from IBC. They were based on the analysis from the portals, and that there's evidence, clear evidence that Azimio is carrying Kisi and consolidating it, partly because Raila and President Uhuru Kenyatta have consolidated that Kisi. They are carrying coast, the Nairobi, the northern Kenya.
And this is not propaganda. It's
And this is not propaganda. The data is emerging from IBC disclosure.
All right, Professor Sianya. All right, let me give the last word to Obonyo here, because with the update there that we had from IEBC, it took away the time that we had. But Obonyo, on what has been raised and what is now being discussed, restraint on either side, the stakeholders, your last word.
Thanks so much. I think beyond restraint, I think we need to have sort of punitive measures. One is that disinformation and misinformation are a real threat to democracy. And this is not just about Kenya. This is world over. Disinformation and misinformation are coming up as serious threats to democracy. And so we need to find a way of nipping that in the bud. Two is the issue of access. With the ruling that we had in, Supreme Court ruling of 2017 helps us to have more access to election data. But we shouldn't abuse that access. So, and lastly is the fact that we should also know that the progress we are making on electoral issues, politicians are actually a threat to that. And so we must find a way of regulating them, but also holding them accountable. It's not enough to have guidelines, but I think we should also have punitive measures so that they are held accountable and they pay for their actions.
2 seconds. My last call, that our leaders maintain very high standards of integrity as we continue with the tallying and declaration of results.
Yes.
Because given our history with the post-election, issues, that this is a point where we either make or break this country. So we'd ask for that.
Thank you, Sheila Masinde. Thank you, Rafael Obono. Thank you, Professor Ben Sihanya. I believe you'll be kind enough to be with us here again tomorrow in the cold dead of the night as we expect the progress of this process everyone is waiting on. And we move on to the next segment with our team at Nation Center, Smriti and Smart. Good morning. Or good night from this end.
All right, Mark, thanks so much for that discussion between you and your panel.
Yep, quite insightful there. And what we've also had from IBC, these sort of like the final numbers for 5 at least constituencies, moving things a bit faster. We do know that for sure tomorrow, then going to, Prof's earlier, prediction, tomorrow will be a very, very busy day with Form 34Bs.
Right.
A lot coming
And
up.
Wafula Chebukati himself alluded to the fact that, he realizes that they need to speed things up, so they plan to do that.
Absolutely. This gets us reactions as we sort of wind up down, Prof, for what we've had today, what we've seen today, up to the last moment we've had these, briefings. What do you make of everything so far?
First, it is today, which will be a very busy day, not tomorrow.
Yes,
because it's already today.
It is today.
But I think it's very gratifying to listen to the fact that we now have 80 returning officers within the site. That then means that we are only having around 210 outside. So hopefully by the time that those of us going to sleep now wake up, we should have, give or take, over 100, which will be a good thing. I hope that by the time it reaches this time tomorrow, we'll be waiting for very, very, very few constituencies. I think the lessons that we're getting out of this process, I hope that once these elections are over, we will not wait for 2027. We should sit back as a country and reflect on some of the lessons and fix some of the things, because there are some things that should be fixed when we are still on.
That will happen in 2026, Prof. You know this, right? you know we're going to sit in 2025.
I am hoping that you, as the media, will not wait to cover the 2027. Like, as part of your normal coverage, you can actually start asking ourselves, can we identify some of the critical things and start dealing with them? Because unfortunately, the people who are supposed to lead us in that process, the politicians, will wait until 2027. It's us as citizens that must then put the spot, because it's us who suffer from this tension. Yeah. For them, I think it's part of the game. As we saw, as the governor for Governor Mandag was coming in and was being asked to interview, he said, what's the big deal? So for the politicians, what's the big deal? For us, you know, as I think my colleague says, there are people who have closed businesses, there are people who can't work, there are people who cannot go on with normal business, there are people who are scared. So we need to ensure that this process is exciting, it's quick, is efficient, and people can get back to normal life.
Isabella, as we inch closer to D-Day, you know, when those results will be announced, what is your message to people out there, those on the ground who are really feeling the tension that you are talking about?
Let me just start with saying this, and I said it yesterday. Elections remain at the very heart of democracy, and it is up to us, for us who can access these spaces, like this particular panel, to ensure that this particular electoral process remains as useful and with so much integrity that the people have trust and they remain calm. And as I say that, I just want us to talk to you, us being the civil society, to tell the media houses, it's not too late to prioritize the human rights agenda, because even the voting in itself, you know, as housed under the human rights to universal suffrage in itself is a right that we enjoy, even for us to discuss as we do right now. So outside the numbers, I'm urging all of us to speak about more, because as we wait, there are things that may be hanging, and in that hanging is where things translate into either strife or unrest or whatever. But I hope that we keep the peace, and I hope that every single person who can access social media does the right thing, right? So that we do not harm each other and then regress. We have made quite commendable steps in terms of maintaining law and order. Certainly, again, to the law enforcement officers, kudos. But I ask that anyone who can access social media, please do whatever it is that you're doing in a proper way, especially the political analysts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Tom, you spent the whole night putting us on the spot. I have to put you on the spot. Now, with the numbers that we have seen, and we've seen allegations that the pollsters were really way off. That's an allegation that is out there. But could you just talk about polling and the numbers we've seen and the results that we're seeing?
Every time we released a survey, we added the very important caveat. This goes back all the 15 years I've been doing this with regard to election, that we can't say anything about how accurate or otherwise any pre-election poll was, especially the ones that are done, the last ones before an election, when there's less time between that survey data collection and the data voting, where some things might have happened. We always highlighted two issues. Are there any questions about election integrity? So we can be sure that the official results are true. Just to raise that question, and we know there have been cases and allegations and so on. Second thing, which is certainly relevant this time, is what's the impact of differential voter turnout? Until we get the final results from IBC with turnout as well as the numbers, then you can ask me that question. And once we have weighted these results, because we cannot assume when we're doing a survey before an election, we can ask people how likely are you to vote. We can't predict overall voter turnout from one area to the next. And we've seen this is what, between 60 and 65%? I can't remember the
Right.
number. That means a third of the people who were registered didn't vote. So we have to challenge the accuracy of surveys. Maybe some people lied, not just to say they would vote when they didn't, but that they would vote for one candidate when they decided to vote for another. We have to interrogate that. But the first thing is to look at the turnout. I will just conclude, if I may, a question that Smriti you asked Isabella before about whether this performance of the IBC and the Kenyan people in this election could be an example more broadly in Africa.
Yeah.
We know there's certain parts of the continent, like in West Africa with ECOWAS, where they're prepared to actually use military force. Somebody starts to steal an election, what we saw in Ivory Coast some years ago. We don't have that commitment at the regional level here. Basically, countries are on their own. And notwithstanding African Union observers and other observers and so on, we have seen, even in our own neighborhood, some elections that have been more flawed even than ones in Kenya. So while we might hope that a good election is an example, I think the political dynamics, realities, what's at stake in each electoral contest in each country will basically determine how those in power and especially those who are controlling security forces behave in any other election. However, at the same time, I think that we should be a little bit more, I don't know, broad-minded when we express dismay when voter turnout is low. In a country like this, with a lot of poverty, big gap between the wealthy, as we used to say in our surveys, those who do and do not sleep hungry. If you had 100% turnout in an election, think how much pressure that would put on the incoming government, whoever won, to fulfill all these promises they made in the campaign. I told you the day before on election day, I was driving around Limuru, talked to a lot of people who voted, many who didn't. They say these promises, we know they couldn't keep even if they wanted to, and so on. That is a kind of a safety valve when you've got an economy that's under so much pressure. So I'm not saying we should encourage people not to vote, but in terms of the realities of how the next government can deal with the problems that it's going to confront,
right,
we should at least understand that less than complete voter turnout might help to give them a little more breathing space than they would otherwise have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tom, for that, very well thoughtful opinions and thoughts.
That's right. Tom, we will connect you with Dan Mwangi in just a moment. But I think at this point, we say goodnight.
Absolutely. We say goodnight to our panel, Professor Colin Sodote. Thank you very much for making time.
Thank you.
Yet to be Professor Isabella Obara.
Professor Obara.
Professor Obara. Thank you very much for your thoughts and opinions, and obviously, you're bringing the conversation of the community and the civil society into this conversation. Very useful for us, and obviously, Dr. Tom Move, your opinions and mathematics.
She's being called a professor when she takes a university job. She doesn't have to go through all this rigmarole of being a lecturer, a senior lecturer. She starts off at the top.
I don't think Professor Dote would allow that to happen.
Not in his department, don't worry. She'll be in a different department.
All right. Thank you all so much for joining us and for your very useful insights. You are watching Decision 2022 coming to you live from the Nation Center and across the country. It is almost 1 o'clock. We say good night, but our coverage continues. I'm Smriti Vidyathi.
Good morning. I'm James Smart.
And I'm Dan Mwangi, but not yet done. Just for a bit, we want to fulfill our promise. We said we'll look at Kirinyaga County very quickly in terms of, the numbers currently in regards to the provisional results, then what was garnered in 2017. The relevance of this is partly because the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential running mate, Martha Karua, is from this county. So I've already preloaded it on the screen. So far, Kirinyaga County shows that William Ruto has 84.45%, which is 184,860 voters. Raila Odinga has 14.78%. In 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta, the Jubilee team, had 98.61%. Raila Odinga had 1%. So when you do the comparison, look at it. So far, Raila Odinga has 15%. And in terms of actual votes, he's at 32,356. And last time he had 3120. So actually about 10 times what he had last time. William Ruto, comparing what he has now and what they had as a team with Uhuru Kenyatta, 297,000 on this side, 184 on this side. What's your quick comment on that?
Well, I repeat something I said yesterday. I think that within these basically ethnic homogeneous areas, this is good evidence that multipartyism is being domesticated at the level of the ethnic community. When you have such divisions and no fighting civil wars, people are accepting other opinions. That was actually a point that was made at a workshop presentation by Cyprian Yamamu, who was on possible sort of hotspots or flashpoints with regard to the electoral process. And he's the one who called that to my attention even before we had numbers, that in so many counties, they're going to be competitive, especially within ethnic communities. And he, if I remember his comment, was very, very healthy. I mean, it also shows in terms of the total numerical calculation of this election, for all of the, if we can call that inroads, that Raila has made in areas which, as you pointed out last time, his numbers were negligible. The deputy president, as you showed earlier, some examples, is doing the opposite into parts of the country which were much more sort of locked in to the then NASA opposition. So it will be a combination of these inroads and exchanges which are going to produce, the winner in this election.
All right, thank you very much. And as we come to a close, just to give you an update of the numbers as they stand according to what is up on the Nation portal, that's elections.nation.africa. We are still at a 0.5 percentage difference between William Ruto and Raila Odinga.
Still about 800,000 votes to go.
Exactly.
We're going to get to 14.2.
Exactly. So we are at William Ruto, 6.9 million. Odinga 6.62 million. That's 49.1 and 49.41% respectively. George Ojakoya has 59,404 votes, 0.44%, and David Wahiga Moure is at 0.23%, 31,222 votes. They are slowly inching closer towards the 1 percentage point collectively, and this is 41,379 polling stations of the total 46,229. So you can see the numbers updating. Make sure you check on the website, the platform, that's elections.nation.africa. Thank you for joining us. We continue with our coverage. In the next block, we're going to be joined by Ben Kitili and Willie Lubembe, who are going to then take us through the next number of hours as we get more results, more updates on different issues. We're seeing some areas where there's some disquiet and the like. So we are looking forward to seeing what becomes of that as we get the updates. My name is Dan Mwangi, and I'm alongside my tonight's co-host, the good Prof. Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf.
My pleasure.
Have yourselves a good morning. Today is already today. See you later.
A very good morning from the Nation Center here in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. It is day 3 since Kenyans went to the ballot in that election on Tuesday, the 9th of August, 2022. And we are still here burning the midnight oil, our rolling coverage, our wall-to-wall coverage of Decision 2022. Several adjectives have been used to describe this: neck and neck, too close to call, nail biter. It is the election, the race to the highest office. I am Ben Kitili to continue our rolling coverage.
And of course, my name is Winnie Lubembe. On this godly hour, we said we would not use the other term because we made a promise to
Graveyard
you.
shifts.
Right?
I love
We
it.
made a promise, to you to make sure that we give you again a comprehensive coverage as far as during the elections and even after. And here we are. And of course, we cannot be more than glad to make sure that you get all the updates that you need to have as as far as the elections and of course the numbers, the counting, and of course everybody else is actually waiting with again bated breath just to see, because it's getting closer and closer,
Yes.
and the anxiety levels is actually on the roof.
Kenyans saying they're not sleeping, they're waiting.
Oh, yes.
The media houses have been taking the flak for tallying their numbers slowly, but we're doing our best, tallying those forms 34A. And of course, it is going to switch from what the media, what we have been tallying to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Now they have started, verifying the forms 34B now, the 290 of them, to be able to now announce the official results. And they have done quite a number. So we shall be talking about those numbers as well as our provisional numbers.
Absolutely. And of course, we have our reporters across the country just to make sure that, again, you have all the details that you need to have it. Of course, one of them is Leila Mohammed again,
All right.
who has been and will continue to be at the Bomas, of Kenya, the Nerve Center, at the same time, just to make sure that she gives us, all the updates. Just a few minutes ago, probably an hour, actually 30 minutes,
Yes.
we saw our ABC chair, Wafula Chebukati, just giving us an update, and of course released 5 more, results, verified results. So far the number stands at what, 6?
6,
and
yes.
we still have more,
More
to
to
go
go,
through.
around 284 to go. And of
Mhm.
course, we are keeping an eye on every part of this country to just make sure we give you the numbers, and we are there to get your reactions. And TV's Lois Wangoi is in the North Rift, keeping an eye on the counties of Uasin Gishu and the surrounding counties, Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet. We also have Duncan Haemba coming to us live from the county of Siaya, home county of the Azimio One Kenya presidential flag bearer.
Absolutely, and of course, they will be joining them in just a moment. But then we're also on a split that is the actual police.
Yeah,
Over there,
there have been some issues here in the capital, Nairobi, and some political leaders say they have caught what they are terming as illegal ballot papers. And I believe some suspects are being held, and the ballot papers are being held there. The Nairobi Governor, Anne Kananu, has addressed the media on this. We shall be getting to that to try and find out what that is all about.
Absolutely, and of course, we're also keeping an eye on Kisumu. Like we said, we are all over the place just to make sure that you do not miss anything. Our very own Bernard Ndong is there. But right about now, let's join our reporter Leila Mohammed, holding fort for us at the Bomas of Kenya, the Nerve Center. Leila, it's good to see you this morning. What's happening? What are new updates you have for us?
Well, like you just said, Winnie, Wafula Chebukati announcing those 5 extra constituency presidential tallies in the last half hour or so. Before that, the returning officers for those constituencies sat just beside him. There's a white seat next, opposite where the chairperson sits, and that is where the returning officer will be sitting pretty and handing him all those documentations. He is required to give him the original Form 34A and Form 34B. This is after he has come here with those original documents and sat through. As you can now see, the entire floor is quite busy. At the center of it all, some gentlemen are just standing by the fire because the temperatures have gone low at the Bomas of Kenya. The Langata area is quite foresty and quite cold, so people are braving the cold, burning the midnight oil, literally, to ensure that Kenyans get the numbers they need as soon as they can. The desks are quite few, but Wafula Chebukati says in order for this process to go faster, tomorrow maybe we'll be able to. Today, I get confused. Later in the morning, we'll see more desks on this floor just to speed up the process, as the returning officers that are on the other side waiting in the wings to present their papers can also get to do that as fast as possible. We are also expecting that in the later hours of this day, many more will be coming from the 290 constituencies. And of course, there's that diaspora vote, which many are calling the 291st constituency in this presidential tally. So I've done this before. Let me do this again, and let me take this opportunity to show you where they will be walking into this facility from. There is an emergency exit just right of the aisle where Wafula Chebukati and his team sit. That is where the returning officer will be entering this hall into and sitting on the aisle where it has been written IEBC. Once a table is open for them, they will access one of those tables which has IEBC officials to verify those documentation, and 4 national agents for the presidential candidates, as well as 2 other IBC officials who will be doing the verification and the collation of the Form 34A and Form 34B. So that is how the genetic makeup of each of these desks is happening at the moment. much earlier. We saw a lot more activity, a lot more agents for the for the political parties, and once the verification has been done, because it's looking at every polling station, every stream, every number, every figure, do those figures match from one side to the other? And as much as they're also looking at that, they're looking at, do those figures match with those that are the ones taken photographs by the Kimskits? So it's quite an elaborate process, quite tedious, quite tasking. Wafula Chebukati saying, as much as this is painful for many Kenyans to wait for longer hours or more days for the big announcement to be made, it is quite critical because in hotly contested scenario like this one, many a times such cases go end up to the Supreme, and the IBC all the critical documentation and to prove to the court that they did due diligence in terms of ensuring that the credibility and the transparency of this vote is happening. Now, looking at how the Form 34As are performing at the moment, we have 46,199 of the 46,229 Form 34As that have already been uploaded on their web pages and the portal, and this number stands at 99.94%. On the other side, looking at the presidential tally, this documentation just coming up in the last few hours or so, William Ruto having reached the amount of 25% in 5 counties with 104,517 votes cast, which is 50.63%. Odinga Raila having attained the 25% of votes obtained in
TV's Leila Mohammed there. We seem to have lost contact, but we shall be getting back to the Bomas of Kenya to talk to her. But just giving us a rundown of events, what to expect later in the day as IBC continue to release those results, mentioning there that the results must be, or the process has to be simple and verifiable, very important.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And really hope that we can get Leila back, because again, what she's talking about was pretty much important, because again, according to the law, aside from the 50+1, there's also an aspect of 25 percent.
Yes.
And of course, she was talking about how, again, DP Ruto up until now has managed to do so in 5 counties. But again, the tally continues. So Leila, I hope that we can get you back so that we can continue with this. But she was talking about Raila Odinga managing 20% as at now. But again, like we're saying, the process is still the numbers are still streaming in. But right about now, we have our very own Brian Obuya.
Yes, let's switch gears and take you to the Nyanza region, to the county of Homa Bay, where it is a very hot affair in the gubernatorial race between Gladys Wanga and Dr. Evans Kidero. Our Brian Obuya is there, has been there, traversing that county to just take a look at what's been happening. Brian, if you can hear us, good morning. What is the latest? What do we know from there?
We are coming to you from the Homa Bay County Tallying Center, where the collation of results from the different sub-counties is taking place. And this particular center came to life only about 8 hours ago, and it has been almost a dead center the last over 48 hours, as residents of Homa Bay wait with a bated breath to know who is going to become their next county boss. The wait has been an anxious moment for the residents of this county. We've seen celebrations in town without exactly knowing who was being celebrated. But of course, the battle is between former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero and outgoing woman representative Gladys Wanga, who has been here over 3 times since yesterday. And even right now, as we speak, she has just stepped out. Inside this center, we already have the county Senate candidate, who is Moses Otieno Kajwang, who's also inside the hall. The running mate for Miss Gladys Wanga, Mr. Magwanga, is also in here. And earlier on, we had seen the woman representative aspirant who was also here. At some point, they have stepped out as the county returning officer, and other members of the IEBC do a tally of one of the sub-counties that are happening. To just give you some of the details of what we've been able to gather the last 8 hours is that 5 out of the 8 sub-counties have already been collated and their results have been made formal, rather formalized. These are the official results from Ndiwa constituency, Suba North constituency, Kasipul constituency, Homa Bay Town constituency, and Karachuonyo constituency. Those are the 5 constituencies whose results have already been collated here at the county tallying center and been announced as the official results by the county returning officer, Mr. Frederick Apopa. The battle now is going to be in Kabondo, Kasipul, Rangwe constituency, and Suba South. And now, because we are already talking about numbers, it will be important at this particular minute I give you a brief of the numbers that have already been made formal from this particular center, where we see that from the 5 constituencies whose vote has already been tallied here, we see that Ms. Gladys Wanga is leading the contest with 167,900 votes against Evans Kidero's 106,784, and Rabudi Mark of UDA garnering 746 votes. I'll just take that again, that out of the 5 constituencies that have been tallied, Ms. Gladys Wang is leading with 167,900 votes against Evans Kidero's 106,784 votes. Rabudi Mark of UDA has garnered so far out of the 5 sub-counties 746 votes that have been cast, tabulated, and formalized in this particular center. It's important now to realize that, as we've been saying throughout, the battleground here is between Gladys Wanga, the outgoing woman representative, and former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero. The race has been a nail biter. It hasn't stopped yet, given that the difference between Wanga's lead and Kidero is 61,116 votes. That is the difference between the two of them. You will therefore realize that the remaining 3 counties, we see that they have a total of 173,634 registered voters. Now, assuming that all these voters came out and voted, that is where the real battleground is, in the constituency of Kabondo Kasipul, Rango constituency, and Suba South constituency. It is now a race to see who is going to emerge victorious in the total tally of the 3 constituencies that have a total registered voter base of 173,634. We are waiting to see, in a slow process that began just under 9 hours ago, we are waiting to see, will Gladys Wanga maintain her lead and emerge the winner of this gubernatorial race, or is Dr. Evans Kidero going to surprise the people in this hall and the electorate by garnering a sizable number of the slightly over 173,000 votes to come up against Wanga's lead and emerge victorious? It's also important for us to mention at this hour again that we understand that Dr. Evans Kidero has called for a media briefing tomorrow at about 1 p.m. We are yet to know the details of that press conference, but once all these results have been tallied and we have a clear winner from this race, then we will be able to make a guess of what Mr. Kidero will be saying. He will either, 2 things, he will either be conceding defeat to Wanga, or he will be congratulating the voters of Homa Bay for having voted him in should he emerge victorious from that final vote. It will be important to also remember that county is a very crucial county in the voting patterns of this region. Homa Bay County is being watched closely, not just because of the race that is, but also because of the consequence of that particular vote. An ODM dominated region that has voted in 8 members of parliament on an ODM ticket in the last 48 hours has been threatened by an independent candidate who ODM sees as a clear threat. Mr. Kidero has been trying to sway a protest vote in his favor against Wanga's direct nomination by that party. We've seen Wanga clearly putting up a fight, trying to be the first woman governor of this region. That is the contest. But the context is much more clearer and much more confusing than one would want to imagine. We have seen that in both cases, these two candidates have declared themselves as victorious on their social media platforms. We've seen Gladys Wanga congratulate her voters or supporters. We've seen Evans Kidero do the same. The two leaders have, in interviews that we've done with them, told the media that they will accept results only if the process remains free, fair, and credible. They can only define what that is. In the next couple of hours, we'll be coming to you, posting a clearer report of what really is happening in Homa Bay County. Outside this tallying center at the Tom Mboya University, a contingent of police officers, mainly from the General Service Unit, has been deployed, basically looking at a scenario where maybe some of the voters may be out celebrating and police have to offer security to people, to those who will be there. Or should chaos emerge, then there's a lot of patrol going on outside here. Moments ago, there were a group of youths still sounding vuvuzelas and blowing whistles. It's an anxious moment for the people of this county. Remember, the vote in Homa Bay is less about issues than a gigantic and titanic battle, a contest of personalities. Once we post later on, when the 3 other constituencies come in, then we get to see a clearer picture of what really this race contains ahead for a county that has 551,000 voters who are making it up to the national tally, even as the country awaits its 5th president to be announced.
And TV's Brian Obuya, they are coming to us from the county of Homa Bay. He's saying it is a neck-and-neck affair between the 2 leading gubernatorial contenders. That is, of course, the outgoing woman representative Gladys Wanga and the former Nairobi governor, Dr. Evans Kidero.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how that one goes.
Absolutely. And of course, he says,
independent candidate versus ODM.
Right. And we've seen a number of independent candidates actually, triumphing over, persons who are attached to particular parties. So this race this year is very interesting. And something else that he said, which you've seen over time on social media, is candidates from different parties, actually declaring themselves winners before the IEBC, does the same on social media. And I think that is why we keep saying stay away from social media, because there's a lot of mis and disinformation going around there.
Those political campaigns will always blow their own trumpet. They can confuse you. Please follow what we, the media, and of course, the official results from the IEBC.
Absolutely.
What do we have next?
Yeah, so we are crossing over to Uasin Gishu, where we have our very own Lois Wangois. And of course, it's very good to see you this morning, Lois, again, holding fort for us down there. But a bit earlier on, we saw a bit of, I don't know whether to call it altercation, where you were. So I don't know if that has been sorted or what exactly happened and what is the situation now?
Good morning, Ben, and good morning, Winnie. We are at Uasin Gishu's main tiling center here at Kapsirat constituency at the Eldoret National Polytechnic. I will start with answering your question, Winnie, what had happened earlier. There was a bit of a misunderstanding, I don't know whether to also call it altercation, between the returning officer for Tarbo constituency and the leadership of Uasin Gishu County. where the leadership of Uasin Gishu County were trying to squeeze information from the Tarbo constituency returning officer on why he had not yet brought all the material and documentation needed to be submitted at the county main tallying center. So that small issue is somewhat being sorted, and we have seen the Tarbo County returning officer now just reconciling his matters with the rest of the team here before the county main returning officer, Madam Irene, takes to the stage and does what she is supposed to do at this level. So Winnie and Ben, let us start with what we know. What we know so far from the county of Uasin Gishu is that IEBC has been able to reconcile maths and numbers in all of its 6 constituencies, only that they have not done the summing up. That is what is currently going on. So let me give you the numbers that we are registering here in the county of Uasin Gishu tonight. We start with the presidential tally, and in Moiben constituency, Deputy President William Ruto managed 49,650 votes. We move to Ainapkoi constituency, where, or before we move to Ainapkoi, his closest contender, Raila Odinga, managed 6,794 votes. We move to Ainapkoi constituency, where Deputy President William Ruto managed 35,401 votes, while his closest contender, Raila Odinga, managed 8,620. We move now to Soe constituency. Again, William Ruto topping at 55,903. Raila Odinga managing 10,824 votes. The 4th constituency is Kapseret constituency. Here, William Ruto had 35,218 votes. Raila Odinga managing 14,900 votes. In Keses constituency, William Ruto yet again topping managed 45,853 votes. Raila Odinga managing 8,966. In Tarbo constituency, where there was a bit of hiccups, and that's why we have not been able to receive the official county tallied maths. We saw William Ruto managing 51,063 votes, Raila Odinga managing 25,950 votes. So Winnie and Ben, in all the 6 constituency, Deputy President William Ruto, who doubles as the UDA presidential candidate, seemingly managing most of the votes, and followed at a distant number 2 by Raila Odinga. It doesn't come as a surprise. This is the home county of Deputy President William Ruto. And so this is the efforts of the residents of Uasin Gishu and the voters of Uasin Gishu County, ensuring that they give their son the much needed home ground support, even as he continues to woo and to expect more votes to come in from the rest of the country. That is what we know so far when it comes to the seat of the presidency. Ben and Winnie, we yet again know something else when it comes to the member of parliament seats, and this is because these particular results have been announced at each constituency's tallying center. We begin in Moiben. Phyllis Barto is the MP elect, and a Poi constituency. We have Samuel Chikonga. Soy constituency, we have David Lagat. Kapseret constituency, we have Oscar Sudi. Keses, we do have, yes, a new entrant here, Julius Ruto, and in Tarbo, we do have Madam Janet Sitiene. So that is what we know. Now, the reason why we are at this particular county tallying center is to also get some more numbers, and we expect that the county returning officer, after she puts her maths in order, she will be announcing the governor's seat, the senatorial seat, and the women representative seat. But from what we have tallied from the 6 constituencies on our own, we can confidently and authoritatively report that Jonathan B. of the UDA party is the candidate who will be announced here as governor-elect of Uasin Gishu County. When it comes to the senatorial seat, sitting governor and outgoing governor Jackson Mandago is expected also to be crowned on that platform. For the women representative seat, the incumbent Gladys Boshele is also expected to be announced by the county main tallying officer. So those are the numbers coming to us from the county of Uasin Gishu. And Ben and Winnie, something you must know, and automatically comes. It is a yellow affair here in Uasin Gishu County, right from the presidential race to the gubernatorial, senatorial, human representative, members of parliament, all the way down to the members of county assemblies. It is literally a yellow affair. All those who had even made attempts to vie for various political seats or defend those that they were in on independent tickets were all felled down. And the big names who we know in politics in Uasin Gishu, who have seemingly been shown the door and who depended heavily on the independent seat are one, Dr. Swarup Mishra. He is the sitting MP of Kasas constituency, tried to defend it on an independent ticket. He is out. Moiben constituency, the sitting member of parliament, Sila Teran, is yet another big name who's being shown the door by the voters in Uasin Gishu County. He tried to defend that seat on an independent ticket, and he is also out. In Ainapkoi constituency, the sitting member of parliament, William Chukut, an independent candidate who also attempted to fight it off as an independent candidate, is also a big name that has been shown the door by the residents of Uasin Gishu. Be as it may, most of the members of parliament elect who received the news of their winning, and even the members of the county assembly, and even now, as we expect the governor, the senator, and the women representative elects to be named, there's something that is happening here in Uasin Gishu County. They are holding any celebrations, they are holding their breaths, and they not all focus now is on the presidential race, where a son of the soil, UDA's Deputy President William Ruto, is battling himself at the ballot as he takes his first stab at the presidency. So as much as the numbers keep coming in, as much as we have people being awarded certificates and others being honored by being told, hey, you have it now, like what we are expecting here, there's little celebration. All the focus now shifts to the Bomas of Kenya at the National Tallying Center, with the residents of Uasin Gishu following closely to see how Deputy President William Ruto, a son of Uasin Gishu County and UDA's flag bearer, will perform at the national level. For now, I'll take it back to you, Winnie and Ben. But as soon as our county tallying, as soon as we get the official results here at the Uasin Gishu's National Tallying Center, we'll be coming back to you with those results. So what we expect here, one, is for the tallied votes, so that we know how many votes did Deputy President manage from his home county. We will fix that, and also put in mind that Uasin Gishu County has around 500,000 registered voters. So did the residents of Uasin Gishu come out in numbers and try to push the 500,000 button in for the deputy president? We will await for the county returning officer to give us those facts, and we will see just what amount of effort did the residents of Uasin Gishu put in trying to push William Ruto from the seat number 2 in the country to the seat number 1. But for now, back to you in Nairobi.
Lois, thank you for that. As you say, UDA painting the country of Uasin Gishu yellow. Before we let you go, our viewers would like to know, how close is it between the two leading gubernatorial, between the UDA candidate, that is B, aka Kotimoja, and the independent candidate, that is Buzeki? How close is that? Lost Lois there, keeping an eye on things for us in the county of Uasin Gishu.
Absolutely. Of course, let's cross over to our very own Dan Kaemba, who is in Siaya, if I'm not mistaken. Dan, it's good to see you. If you can hear us this morning, what updates do you have for us?
Thank you, Winnie and Ben. Yes, you are not lost. You are right on point. We are in Siaya County. This is the home county of Raila Odinga. As I indicated earlier, I'm told that for you to sound politically correct, you have to refer to this territory as Siaya Kababa. That is Raila's home turf. So far, nothing much to report in terms of the senatorial, the county positions. This is Siaya town, whereby it is the constituency, the county tallying center, in that 3 county positions: the governor, the senatorial race, and as well as the woman representative. This is where it should be going down. but from the look of things, just as it has been the entire day, nothing much has been happening. The hall behind me, ideally, it should be teeming with agents as well as deputy returning officers from the 6 constituencies who are supposed to avail the results that they collected in their respective constituencies, then bring them here to the county returning officer who now begins the process. But as you can see, that is the famous line, as you can see, the hall is virtually empty, and the few that are here, I believe they are agents. They've been waiting here. Some, we've been with them the entire day. They will be here the entire night. But we believe that maybe they know that all is not lost, because from the indications we've received from the county returning officer, that is Madam Catherine Belinda Wandabwa, is that tomorrow, if all goes well, by 10, they should be calling the election. That is those are the 3 positions of the governor, the senator, as well as the woman representative. Of key interest, or where all eyes are, is the governor race that is pitting veteran politician, the dean of activism, the veteran the veteran lawmaker James Agri Bob Orengo from Ugenya, who is actually battling out with the engineer, two-term member of parliament from Rarieda, engineer Nicholas Gumbo, who tried his first luck in 2017 but was unsuccessful. He is putting in his second bid, but this time round now battling with a veteran politician and an ODM insider, Agri Bob Orengo. But then you'll allow me to engage the county returning officer, Madam Catherine Belinda Wandabwa. Just tell us, why is your county hall virtually empty? Because everybody would be expecting that by now maybe you should be calling it a day in terms of what is happening here.
I think the people that are supposed to be here are sure of themselves. Of course, the agents, some of them are outside in the vehicles, but the candidates that are supposed to be here requested, and because the process was going to be the whole night, they said they'll go and rest and come back here tomorrow morning, which is acceptable because it was not so much. It's the results are already known because of the method we've used as the commission. So they thought it wise they go and rest because they've been out there for the whole time campaigning. So most of them were very tired. And so it's okay. Tomorrow they'll be here at 9:30. So the agents that are supposed to confirm for us the forms as we print and scan, most of them are out there. So when we need them, we call them and they're coming in one by one to sign. And maybe they're resting in the vehicles.
So for the benefit of the country, how long will it take tomorrow, as you've said? What time do you expect to have them trooping in one by one? How long will it take then for you to declare, to call the election, specifically the 3 positions in the county?
They'll not trip in one by one. They'll come as a group, because even today they were here as a group, and they requested that they'll be coming here tomorrow at 9:30. I'm believing they'll be here at 9:30 so that we can be able to declare them. Why we are working the whole night is because there's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of verification we are doing, so that by morning everything is ready for just announcing and declaration, so that we can be able to award the respective seats, or the ones that have passed, the candidates that have been elected. We can be able to give them their certificates tomorrow morning. That
So,
is at 9:30.
9:30. So you are saying by 9:30, or from 9:30, again, to be specific, from your projection, what time will you call the election?
Latest 10, we shall be through 10. Because before today we leave this place, before 5, we shall be through with everything. So that morning, we shall just be waiting for them for declaration.
Thank you very much, and we'll be getting in touch with you in the morning, 9:30. I've said Ben and Winnie. Yes, that's the county returning officer, Catherine Belinda Ondabwa, who says that they are here. To what I said, that the hall is virtually empty. They are saying they have an MOU that the agents are relaxing some of them in their vehicles, and it's just a matter of time. The work is continuing. They are working behind the scenes, so to speak. Then 9:30, everything should be falling into place. by 10, we'll be able to know who is the new governor for Siaya, taking over from Cornel Rasanga, who has termed his constitutional term, two-term limit. Then who takes over from Morengo, who has been the senator, and importantly, who will be the woman county representative or the woman member of parliament for this particular county. Therefore, I think we'll have to leave it at that. And then hopefully by 9 in the morning, 9:30 thereabout, we'll be back to give you now the real update on how the cookie will have crumbled in this home county. Remember that this is key. This is the home to Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Amolo Odinga. Back to in studio, Ben and Winnie.
All right. I have a question for you before we let you go, Dan. Just a few minutes ago, we were speaking to Lois, and she says, in as much as, yes, there are winners, but really there's little to no celebration going on because most of these candidates or the entire Western Gishu County is now focused on, the presidential, race. So I'm curious to understand where you are at. Have you managed to speak to any of the candidates? What is the mood like, and especially where you are at? And of course, even some of the polling stations that you have traversed during the day. What is the mood like?
Well, the candidates that we've spoken to, they are optimistic. We've unfortunately not been able to get hold of engineer Nicholas Gumbo, who is challenging James Orengo. Remember that that is the biggest political derby, so to speak, because they've been personal friends before, they've been in ODM before. Gumbo opted out, to contest as an independent candidate in 2017, and now under UDM, while Orengo is on ODM. So to Orengo, he said he's confident that this is the ODM stronghold, but that does not mean that he's totally off the hook. However, if the results posted at the constituency level and at the county assembly level is anything to go by, then you might say that maybe ODM has an upper hand, but we'll still wait until tomorrow morning when the election is called by the county returning officer, Winnie.
And Duncan, just before we let you go and get some rest and come in at 9:30, as I've been told there, I'm sure you've interacted with some numbers because you have been following even the parliamentary seats and all. A lot of them have been called. What are the numbers looking like, especially for the gubernatorial race?
It is not so impressive. For instance, Siaya Town is in Alego Usonga constituency. Alego Usonga had the total number of registered voters at 122,900. When you look at the winner, that is Samuel Atandi, he won with 69,000. Now, the second, his closest challenger had 14,000. When you tabulate the two, it's not even 90,000. So that tells you that the numbers are not that impressive, but it's not badly off considering that it was 122,000. But ordinarily, I would expect that being the home country for the Azimio la Umoja candidate, the numbers will be huge. When you look at Bondo constituency, the total number of registered voters is 104,000. When you look at the winner, Gideon Ochanda, what he polled and then combined with his closest challenger, who is an independent, the numbers are not that much. It could have been around between 60 and 70. Not what you would have expected given what is at stake at the national level. With the same number, when you look at Game, Elisha Odhiambo won with 48,000. When you look at Ugunja, James Opio Wandai won with 32,000. His closest challenger with 2,000 thereabout. So the numbers are not that impressive, but at least they're above 60%. But one would have expected maybe 90 and above, given what is at stake. But that is a wait and see situation. Tomorrow is when we'll know, when the county returning officer will be able to give us the real percentage. But the numbers are not where one would have ordinarily expected. And I think this is the replica across the country, Ben.
Thanks, Duncan. Shall be waiting on you to give us those final numbers tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much, Dan. Please get some rest, same as the officials over there when you can, because of course we'll be coming to you tomorrow morning to know again the latest. So that is our very own Dan Kaimba in CIA. But right about now, we're talking to
So
Ibrahim.
we're going back to the North Rift again.
Yes. So Ibrahim Karanja as in Nandi. How are you doing this morning? What's the update? And of course, how are you holding up?
Well, county number 29, that is Nandi County in the North Rift, appears to be one of those counties that will quickly get over and done with this election, especially the 3 county seats, because as we speak, the people of Nandi already know who their next members of county assembly will be, all the 30 of them. They also already know who their next members of the National Assembly will be, all the 6 of them. And any minute from now, the people of Nandi will also be knowing who their governor for between the year 2022 and 2027 will be. And we are here at the County Tallying Center. This is at Kapsabet Boys High School, just waiting for that moment when the results will officially be declared, the winner declared and the election certificate granted. And just to show you what is happening at the County Tallying Center is that people supporting the candidates, especially the candidate who is clearly winning this particular contest, that is incumbent Governor Stephen Sang, who was vying on this particular contest on a UDA party ticket, in the hall, just waiting for that moment when this election will be called and Stephen Sang granted his election certificate. On this very front line are officials, top officials of the county government. That is the chief of staff, there is the county secretary, there is the deputy governor, the incumbent deputy governor, who was also the running mate for Stephen Sang. Then there is the man who was elected governor at a very young age, elected senator at a very young age, I think 29 years if I'm not wrong, and only minutes away from being given his re-election certificate for a second term as governor of Nandi County. And I think I'll speak to him. Also sitting next to him is the first lady for Nandi County and several members of the county assembly. And Stephen Sang, the IEBC has not officially declared the results, but from what we got from the constituency tallying centers, all the 6 of them, you're leading in each of the 6 constituency tallying centers. So of course what we're waiting for is you being declared as the winner and you being given the election certificate. And the question would be, I mean, you were elected as governor, as first senator at is it 29 years, then governor at a very young age, and here you are earning your second term. What do you have to say to the people of Nandi County? Sir.
Thank you so much. I am very grateful to the great people of Nandi County for standing with me all this while. I was elected senator, the first senator of Nandi County under the new constitution at the age of 28, governor at the age of 32. And now this re-election means a lot for me. And I want to be grateful to the people of Nandi for giving me the opportunity. I've had 5 years of my first term. I did quite some bit of, foundation setting, corrected a number of things that needed to be sorted out from the previous administration. And I am very excited that in the second term, working with the incoming National Administration of Kenya Kwanza, we are going to continue transforming the county of Nandi and Kenya from the bottom up. And therefore, I am very grateful to the people of Nandi for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Well, you're grateful to the people of Nandi, and Sang, this has not been an easy contest. I remember especially during the UDA nominations, lots of conversations. In this particular race, you were contesting even against the person who you sent home in 2017. That is the very pioneer governor, Cleophas Lagat. And right now, Nandi is going to be amongst the very first counties to call the election. How would you say the process was, especially with the IEBC and the officials in Nandi? And also, as you answer to that, the fact that you have delivered an almost 100% win to the UDA party.
Of course, this region is largely UDA, and as you rightly put, the bigger contest was during the nominations. And when I succeeded in the nominations, I still had my competitors raising concerns, and they decided to go independent, and that happened across the 6 constituencies. But I'm very happy that the results of the general election has confirmed that indeed the UDA nominations were free and fair. Because if you can see all the 6 nominees for the 6 members of parliament constituencies within Nandi, they all came in under UDA. The same for 30 members of the county assembly. I think we only have 2 independent candidates. So I think the outcome of the IEBC-led process in the election confirmed that actually during the nominations, the UDA nominations were free and fair. I want to say, as a region, we are very excited with the huge voter turnout that we saw, though slightly below what we had expected. And therefore, for us, we are telling the people of Nandi, you have given us an opportunity. I think if there is something that I'm very excited about myself, is that in the last 5 years, I had a huge run-in with my members of parliament. A lot of them, Alfred Keter from Nandi Hills, Tuwei from Mosop, and many others. We had no good working relationship. I am very excited with the new team that is coming in. I already see a good working chemistry between the members of the county, members of the county assembly, the members of parliament. So therefore, I am looking forward to an exciting 5 years working collectively in a united manner with my 6 members of the National Assembly, together with my 30 MCAs. We are going to work together jointly to ensure that we move Nandi County to the next level.
Governor Sang, before I speak to the county returning officer, Silas Rotich, I saw you at the National Tallying Center, the Bomas of Kenya, and without speculations, we have seen lots of peace in Nandi County, especially Kapsabet, Nandi Hills, and all the 6 constituencies of Nandi, as people are waiting for the announcement of the presidential results. You came back from the Bomas of Kenya to Nandi to come pick your election certificate. What is your hope? What is your wish, especially in the presidential contest?
No, I am very excited that I was there this morning. We saw the process. We want to thank IEBC for the process. Slow as it appears, we are better off working with a slow process that is sure. So I was there this morning, and the process is slow but sure. I am here to pick my certificate. Tomorrow morning, I will be back at the Bomas of Kenya. What we are only asking Kenyans is that let us trust the process. We have had a peaceful campaign period. We have had a peaceful election process. Now, as we wait for the elections, we are telling them remain calm. Every political party has their own agents. We are part of that team of agents for Kenya Kwanza. We want to tell them we will protect their vote, and that the outcome, I am very optimistic that William Ruto will emerge the winner.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Stephen Sang there, one of the youngest governors, if not the youngest governor in the country, just secured himself a re-election, a second term as governor. And Ben, allow me to speak to the county returning officer, Mr. Silas Rotich, even as they finish collating the results and announcing the county seats. Rotich told us that in this particular night, they'll be announcing the governor, the winner for governor. And like I said, the Nandi counties will easily be one of the first counties to announce this particular position. But also, aside from governor, by tomorrow morning, they'll be announcing who the senator-elect will be, as well as the woman rep-elect will be. And we can confidently say, from what we have seen at the constituencies, is that incumbent Senator Samson Cherargei seemed to be on his way for a second term, while the UDA candidate for woman rep position is also appearing to be headed for a win. That is Cynthia Jepkoskei Muge. But allow me to speak to Silas Rotich. Silas, I've mentioned you on air since the day I landed in Nandi, but I haven't had an opportunity to get you live on air. Yes. And this is that perfect opportunity. Before we speak to or about the very thing you're about to do, that's announce the winner or declare the winner for governor. The very first question that many Kenyans will be interested in is, has Nandi County delivered the Form 34Bs to the National Tallying Center? How many constituencies so far?
First of all the returning officers have already uploaded Form 34B to the National Tallying Center. And then a number of them have already traveled to Nairobi. I think 4 returning officers left this evening, and the rest are on their way to Nairobi. By the time Kenyans wake up tomorrow morning, all the returning officers will be already in Bomas of Kenya from this county.
That is to mean by tomorrow morning, the presidential results, the physical Form 34Bs from Nandi County, all the 6 of them will be at the Bomas of Kenya. But let's speak about what is happening this evening. By now, all the people of Nandi know who their MCAs elect are. The 30 MCAs, the 6 members of the National Assembly. We are left with the 3 county seats, and it appears that Nandi will be amongst the very first counties to finish this particular exercise altogether. What are we looking forward to tonight?
Okay, I'm not sure whether I'm the first or we are first, but anyway, we are grateful that we have come this far. Tonight we have been tallying and just putting together the results for the 3 elective positions, governor, senator, together with the women representative. And so tonight we expect to be done with the results for governor. We have just been preparing from 37C, which is the declaration of results for the governor-elect. We are also in the process of preparing from 38C for the senator, and finally from 39C for the women rep. That's the business we are doing tonight, and hopefully we should be done in the next very few minutes.
Do we have provisional results? Because I was keen to check, and we haven't displayed any provisional results from the constituencies. I'm sure the people of Nandi are curious on what the numbers look like.
Provisional results for which position?
For governor.
For governor? Well, we have the actual results, which we will declare in the next few minutes. Why do we need the provisional results now?
Wow.
If you waited for like 5 minutes, we will just make a pronouncement here.
I'm sure we will be here by in 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Silas Rotich, and thank you so much for giving us that opportunity to speak to us live on NTV. Thank you so much. Well, there you've had it from Silas Rotich, that is the county returning officer, saying that in about 5 minutes, the people of Nandi will be knowing their governor-elect. Well, the information is out there already. What is being waited for is the official declaration by the Electoral Commission, because according to what is happening, Stephen Sang are eager and waiting to be declared as the winner. I don't know if I have a minute to speak to Stephen Sang's running mate, Ben, because it is quite unique to see a governor and a running mate getting to finish their first term and then go to an election in the second term together as a pair without falling out and winning the second election. If I have a minute, allow me to speak to Stephen Sang's running mate, that is Dr. Yulita. Yulita, like I have said, it is not very, especially in the country, we have seen governors falling out with their deputies. You are sticking together this is the second term. We haven't heard of any sort of fallouts between you and your boss, and you are now winning the second election. What is the secret?
Thank you so much. I must say, knowing your place is priority. And when you know that your much of the work that you're to do is delegated, you wait to be sent, and that's basically what I did. And there's very little or none that I did without consulting him. Thank you.
Very little or none that you did without consulting him. Now here, in a few minutes, Silas Rotich says in about 5 minutes, you'll be handed your win, the second win as the Deputy Governor of Nandi County. What do you have to say to the people of Nandi?
First of all, I would like to thank the people of Nandi for trusting Governor Sang and his team for a second term. I believe that in the first term we were able to deliver for the people of Nandi. We laid foundation under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Sang, and we have a lot that we wish to do together that we know will take Nandi to the next level. And therefore, we want to say thank you to the people of Nandi for trusting us with this opportunity. And I want to thank Governor Sang for trusting me to work with him again to steer this county to the next level.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante sana. And then, like it was said, all the elected seats in Nandi County, especially the members of parliament and members of county assembly, have been announced. And I can confidently say that Nandi County has gone ahead to elect 5 new members of parliament. Remember, the county has 6 members of parliament, but 5 of them will be very new. For the very first time, they will be getting into the National Assembly. Only Tinderet constituency has given their member of parliament a comeback into the National Assembly. Well, there are several explanations as to why, because if you look at a constituency like Mgwen, the current member of parliament, that is Alex Kosgei, did not contest to be member of parliament. Actually, he wanted to be senator, but he lost in the UDA party primaries and he did not proceed. So that explains as to why Mgwen will be having a completely new member of parliament. But just to name the members of parliament, that will be the face of Nandi at the national level, Nandi Hills constituency, Bernard Kitur won this election after sending home Alfred Keter. You know, that was a very interesting contest, given the stand of Keter, especially compared to what his position was against the Deputy President William Ruto. So Bernard Kitur took that particular seat, sending Alfred Keter home. In Mosop constituency, Abraham Kirwa is currently the member of parliament elect. Then in Mgwen constituency, the one I'm speaking about, the one whose member of parliament wanted to be a senator, that is Alex Kosgei, son to a veteran politician Henry Kosgei. The member of parliament elect in Mgwen constituency is Joses Lelmengit, actually the youngest member of parliament to be elected in this election in Nandi County. Then in Aldai constituency, there is the member of parliament elect is former chief of staff to Deputy President William Ruto. Her name is Marianne Keitani, and the only lady to be elected member of parliament amongst the six MPs from Nandi County. Kisumu constituency will be represented upon swearing in by Paul Biego. And like I said, Tinderet constituency is the only constituency that granted the member of parliament as a return to the National Assembly, and the member of parliament again is Julius Nelly. So Ben, by tomorrow morning, we shall be knowing also, or we shall have seen the declaration of results for Senate and woman representative seat and the eventual granting of the election certificate for the two individuals. That is Samson Cherargei, who is currently, like I said, leading from what we saw at the constituency tallying center against Jubilee's candidate, because Cherargei was contesting against a Jubilee candidate. That Senate contest here in Nandi only attracted two contestants. Jubilee's candidate, whose name I'm just about to tell you in less than a minute, and also Samson Cherargei of the UDA party. The Jubilee candidate was Mark Kirwa. And on the woman position, by tomorrow morning, we shall also see as Cynthia Jepkosgei Muge is handed over her election certificate in a contest that attracted three candidates. There is an independent candidate, Stella Chepkemboi Ruto, as well as a candidate for PDU, that is Trufena Tongoi Korir. So that is the latest from Nandi County. From these declarations, we will now be looking at the reaction of the people of Nandi as they observe what is happening at the National Tallying Center, as they hope that their own son, the person they call the kingpin of the North Rift region, Deputy President William Ruto, it is the hope of the people of Nandi that he clinches the presidential ticket and becomes the president of the Republic of Kenya. But of course, all eyes and the final results will be announced by the IEBC. And in case William Ruto wins, you are sure to get the reaction of the people of Nandi right here on NTV, and also in the unfortunate event, unfortunate in the case of the people of Nandi that William Ruto loses, you are also sure to get the reaction from here on NTV. Ben.
Ibrahim Karanja, they are coming to us live. Very comprehensive report there of what has been happening across the county. Another county, the county of Nandi, that has been painted yellow by the United Democratic Alliance. Thanks for that, Ibrahim.
All right, of course, he mentioned that Kisumu, which I think only one polling station, namely Kiptuya, has not fully submitted the Form 34 is. So I wonder what the delay is, but of course we're going back to him, in just a moment. They said 5 minutes.
For the declaration.
He's given us
we shall be getting
more than 5 minutes, but of course we will go back.
Karanja.
Absolutely, we'll go back. But right about now, we are about to go back to Bomas, where we have our very own Leila Mohammed. Again, she was giving us, an update as far as what happened. And of course, Leila, we can see you're not alone. Mark Masai, I wonder what he's thinking about or looking at. Mark Masai and Leila.
I'm surprised Mark is still awake.
Right?
What do you have for us? We did lose you. I'm sure Mark is asking you what I said.
Yes.
What is happening at the center?
Well, we're a couple of night owls here at the Bomas of Kenya, Mark Masai and myself, and you're asking what he's looking at, and he's looking at the portal where the forms 34A have been posted on the portal, and then the figure now stands at 99.94%. Mark, Ben wants to find out why you're still here, but looking at the seriousness, the severity of how everyone is so serious.
I don't know if Eric is getting that shot of the moment of snooze that a gentleman in the green is getting. But anyway, it's understandable. Long hours, the paperwork that they have to go through, and right in the middle there, people trying to get moment of warmth as well. I don't know if we have access because the media is just on the right here and kind of restricted, and this is where even competition doesn't really count, because you kind of have to I'm not saying we're keeping each other warm, but just the other few minutes I was with Rita Tinina, and she's quite warm. So I'm not saying we cuddled, but anyway, we were trying to keep warm. But the thing that I've marked here, and you notice, is the body language from the different agents and representatives of the main parties. We're talking about the main parties here, and there seems to be confidence. And everyone is saying they have their numbers, even as the tabulation here has really kickstarted since the forms have been delivered physically. They're talking about the confidence that is there. And I'm glad to see Davis Chirchir on the left here, and you confirmed earlier, there were reports he was kidnapped. He's looking very comfortable, sipping some of his coffee right there. He is safe. People are talking about his kidnapping, and it's quite sensitive at this moment to talk about people disappearing, and especially if they're close to one of the main front runners. And it was explained earlier when we spoke to Gladys Bosch-Cholet that they were involved in a bit of an accident, and their phones had been taken momentarily, as there was an intervention to help them, and they're safe, and there's no cause for alarm in that regard. But we are also looking at the numbers here in terms of those people who we really should be keen about, and that's the returning officers. And I believe we were told it's a number of about 80 who are here. And if we add it up, I think maybe by morning, when people wake up Friday morning, in the next few hours, then probably we will have probably gone up to 100 or beyond constituencies. But it's not just a straightforward thing. They have to go through the process, as you've explained over and over again since this started. And it's going to be long hours for people. And I'm still here. Ben is asking because I had a little bit too much coffee, and I don't know what to do with this energy. So, why not observe? This is history being made, because this is a first of the public portal being made available to all. There's lessons to draw from that, because they're the parties and the main parties who say they have the capacity to call this in terms of how the result is, or the direction it's taking. But we've gone through a substantial amount of the polling stations in terms of the Form 34As that have been posted, and people are actually doing the projections of by tomorrow, same time like this, it'll be easy to say this is going this way or that way. But again, the dais or the podium up there behind us is where the final declaration will be made. And I don't know if Chibukati is catching a snooze, but they're at the back rooms. They call it the situation room. I don't think we can expect another update in the next few, because I'm sure they'd want to get a substantial number of, the paperwork gone through, and that they have something to report. He just gave us, was it 5 plus the first one? So that's like 6 constituencies. And out of the 290, still have a lot. The mathematics is not adding up at the moment, but yeah, the 290, the 6 from 290 is still a lot.
It's interesting that you say that, and I draw parallels with how most of us who've watched how the Americans do the elections, and how the individual newsrooms can do their individual tallies and make a call and press and say this media house projects that this particular candidate will be winning a certain state, in this Kenyan context, a certain county, and even the presidential election. And many are looking into how the IEBC and how the media this time around have been given that opportunity to tabulate the numbers and to just to give them slowly as they're coming in. Wafula Chebukati earlier in the day saying that he's finding it quite interesting that the media isn't really catching up with what the IEBC is doing. However, he came out critically to warn the media in terms of how the disparities of the figures and how much tension they are creating within the Kenyan audiences within here, and also in the diaspora where they are voting. And I'm calling it the 291st constituency, because it will play a key role in how the next president will be called. Do you feel that we need to have, like they say in Swahili, akamkutano with ourselves and ask ourselves critical questions in how this has been rendered? He says he's not going to say that stop, but he's just warning that make sure that your data is correlated with what is appearing on the Form 34As?
And it depends on which way you look at it, because some people say without the results all these hours on after the closing of the stations, the polling stations, there would have been more anxiety if there wouldn't have been any information as to the direction of the results and the vote, especially the presidential result, which is a first main focus for many. And so I believe it's agreeable across the board that the media has played its role in that. It has kept people, it has fed information, and it's not just information manufactured by the different media houses, it's information that is available to the public. And I don't know if it's credit to IEBC, if it's their wisdom, or if this is just good coincidence that actually working in ways to their advantage, in the sense they keep speaking about the finality of what is on the portal, the Form 34As, and what has been declared. And that then can only be disputed if you have any evidence to the contrary in court. So as you can see, the results building up from the same source, and we come and announce it. It's almost like preparing people's minds in terms of there won't be quite a big shock. But there is also consensus in that we need, a certain methodology, agreed criteria to work on this. And initially, excuse me, there was discussion about having, partnership in this, same way we do presidential debates. And in many ways, there's advantages of that, because we can all put our numbers together, our resources together, human resource and otherwise technical resource, know-how, to be able to come to a firm, a faster way of tabulating this. But not just for the media. We've seen how it's being used or misused by the political class, and that in itself really is whipping up emotions, because people who are followers of either side will have their positions on the results that are being declared by the various political representatives. And so yes, tutajita kamkutano ni kimkutano, itakuwa kubwa. And I believe there's, this, as I was talking to one of our colleagues, is one for the history books. The experience of tallying these numbers this time round, a first for us. There's many pros, but there's cons to cancel for the future reference. But I believe by and large, we have been doing our job in informing the nation. And it's unfortunate that it's been used to make it look like one station is for the other party. And it's granted, this is sensitive times. The numbers are sensitive, especially for what they represent, but lessons to learn from it. But a bit of, pat on our backs for what you've been able to achieve, given the Herculean task. And the main parties that claim they have the capacity tell you this is a great undertaking. And what we've gotten to, and the nation platform with over 14,000 polling stations, that is quite commendable. But we'll have to review this and learn from this experience and grow.
Well, Ben, those are just some of our sentiments as scribes or broadcasters here at the Bomas of Kenya. I don't know if you're talking to your panel about the question of propaganda that has played a critical role pre, during, and post this election, and even with the tallying of those results, propaganda is also playing another critical role. But away from that, majorly what we'll be keeping an eye on is not just the snoozing gentleman before we snooze ourselves, is how the intensity of the tables across this floor is ongoing. This may go on until later tomorrow evening, when Wafula Chebukati is expected to make much more announcements going forward. So Ben, before I take it back to you, we are hoping that within the break of dawn, maybe he will begin now giving us those figures as fast as possible. He's given us 6 already. Like Mark said, 80 returning officers are within the precincts of the Bomas of Kenya. The process, we've been able to take you through it. Some of them just taking a breather and sleeping in as they wait in line to see what will happen next. But for those of us who are night owls, we take it back to you. We snooze a bit, and maybe we can see you in the wee hours of the morning. In Swahili, they call it Jogola Kwanza, when we can touch base with you and just give you feedback on what's going on here at Uchaguzi Center, Ben.
And Leila, very quickly, before again you snooze out, again, Max says he has a lot more energy. But again, earlier on when Chebukati was talking, he mentioned that at the moment there are only 80 returning officers, right, at the Bomas. And of course, he talked about an aspect of they need to add more. But some might argue and say, I mean, it has been a whole day and probably another day, but we only have 6. Counters, if that's the thing, constituencies rather, that have again fully submitted and they're verified their form 34Bs. So again, adding more officers, and of course, in your own calculation, again, how much of an impact will this make? Because again, we've waited for like a day and a few hours on top, but we only have 6 constituencies that have verified their form 34Bs.
Well, I can understand that there's some sort of frustration in how fast or slow the process begins for each returning officer, because the number of papers they are carrying, depending on how large the constituency is, the number of polling stations or the number of wards particularly that are in that constituency, and the size in terms of population, then it becomes quite difficult, taking anything between 25 minutes to an hour or so. And that's why the process is really taking a little bit longer than would have expected. Chebukati himself acknowledging that the process is taking much slower than they had anticipated, and also promising that they will increase the number of tables that you're seeing on the floor. He said maybe 4 or 5 will be added just to boost the numbers that you're seeing on the floor here. And he also says that none of them will be maybe going home tonight until they realize that they have hit.
All right, thank you.
Oh, they're back. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Leila. We could not get what you said in a moment, but it's all good. So again, so you were talking about, again, this depends on, again, the number of constituencies in different areas. So thank you very much, Leila. And Mark over there, Mark talked about an aspect of maybe they need a cuddle. I mean, I'm not mad at that idea, but again, do whatever you have to do.
Yes, yes,
at
right. But
least
they're talking about
stay
very
warm.
important
Yeah,
issues.
absolutely.
The issue of tallying of these numbers by the media houses has been raised quite a lot.
Oh,
We've
a
talked
lot.
about it over the
Yes.
last few hours, and of course, this comes from that minor Kiai ruling of the Court of Appeal,
Yeah.
where it was ruled that presidential results declared at the polling station are final. So
Yeah.
those forms 34A that we are working on our tallies from are official
Absolutely. Yeah,
final
they're
results.
final. Yeah.
Yes, but all eyes again on Chebukati and his team to see how fast they can be able to tabulate those forms 34B.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
All right. And of course, earlier on, we talked about a case that happened, under for
Yes, yes, in Nairobi, of course, we have been keeping an eye on the tallying, but even as the vote are being tallied, we are keeping an eye on any issues that may be arising in the tallying centers or even in the polling stations across the 17 constituencies. Here in Nairobi, there has been a case where several politicians allied to the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party have said that they have nabbed illegal ballot papers, and those have been taken to the Central Police Station. We understand that the governor of Nairobi, Anne Kanan Mwenda, was there. He did talk about it. Let's listen.
How can a returning officer or a presiding officer carry electoral materials in their bags? So someone is trying to lie here in a camera that they got an emergency, that they had to go home. But there are procedures to follow. If there's an emergency, you have your boss. There's somewhere you should safeguard the materials. You should not go with them in your house. So let them not try to lie to us. Na tumesema enough is enough. We want the rightful presidential candidate governor candidate, senator candidate, women rep, MCAs, MPs. Tunataka wale ambao walijitetea kwa wananchi, wananchi wakawapatia kura, tafadhali wacha waheshimu hiyo. Maneno ya kukuja kando kando to mark ballot boxes on the side, to put people